Chapter 958. The next morning, Li He and Yin Shiwei arrived at Liderwin's house. As Liderwin's right-hand men, they didn't have to keep vigil for him at night, but it wouldn't be appropriate if they didn't do so during the day. Today, many gangs who had just received the news or had been observing yesterday came to offer their condolences. Li He and Yin Shiwei accompanied young Master One to greet them one by one. Wenbin also sensed that something was wrong with Li He and Yin Shiwei's strange actions after Wenchangxing's death. He did not insist on immediately retaliating against them, but in his silence, he maintained an obvious distance and vigilance towards Li He and Yin Shiwei, these two elders. The three of them made arrangements for Wenchangxing's funeral while meeting with the stewards of the gang. A semi-public competition was quietly going on in front of the morning hall. In fact, Wenbin didn't know what Li He and Yin Shiwei wanted to do. He couldn't guess it, but he had to be on guard. Therefore, after discovering that Li He and Yin Shiwei were working together, Wenbin immediately strengthened his contact with the forces loyal to the Wen family. However, the stewards loyal to the Wen family didn't care too much about these undercurrents. They were worried that the Flood Dragon gang would lose the Cao. There were very few people in the gang. There was only one person, but he had the power to compete with the Cao and become the gang leader's right-hand man. This was because he controlled a special resource, the power of the government. The power of the government was indispensable to the gang. Without the support of the government, a gang like the Flood Dragon gang, which had hundreds of boats and thousands of members, would have to spend more than double to transport grain from Yangzhou to Chang'an. It would be difficult to maintain. It was almost winter, and this year's transportation had basically ended. There would be a 3-month rest period. During this period, there wouldn't be any problems. However, when they went to Yangzhou again in the spring of next year, if they still couldn't get in touch with the powerful figures of the government, the Flood Dragon gang would be finished. Perhaps the important figures in the gang knew who Junrian had connections with in the government, but this didn't mean that they had the right or ability to replace Junrian and directly establish contact with this person. The biggest characteristic of unspoken rules was the word unspoken. Those officials who were willing to open the door to them for personal benefits did not have to worry about not having a source of gray income. The first thing they needed was safety, absolute safety. Once something happened, they could not be implicated. Therefore, there had to be someone they trusted to act as a go-between before they were willing to establish a relationship with them. People like Junrian were either schoolmates of those officials, disciples of the same master, or friends from the same hometown. In short, they were inextricably linked to each other. It was hard to imagine that these Jianghu people did not go through these special brokers, but directly brought a chest of gold and silver to visit, and those officials would be blinded by money and agree to be their protectors. However, what Wenbin was most worried about was that the position of a union leader would fall to someone else. Standing in different positions, one would consider different benefits. This was understandable. Wenbin thought of his father-in-law, the leader of the Heavenly Eagle gang, Wei Yongtang, when he noticed that the stewards were not in a good mood. Wei Yongtang was a righteous man, not to mention that the person asking for help was his future son-in-law. Therefore, after receiving Wenbin's request for help, Wei Yongtang immediately came to the Wen family. Together with his daughter, Wei Yongtang respectfully offered a stick of incense to his old friend. Then he said to Li He and Yin Shiwei, "Master He, Brother Yin, many things have happened on Murky in the past 2 days. Everyone in the Flood Dragon League is panicking. Originally, this was a matter of the Flood Dragon Society, and I shouldn't interfere. However, I'm good brothers with President Wen, and now that our 2 families are going to be married, I should help you out. I hope the 2 of you won't mind my presumptuousness." Yin Shiwei said, "You're too polite, Wei Yongtang." "What do you mean?" Wei Yongtang said seriously, "I think that we should help nephew Wen ascend to the position of union leader as soon as possible to reassure everyone." Li Hei's face darkened. He rubbed his eyes and said, "Vice President Jun is bedridden and can't attend the meeting. As the helm of the Flood Dragon Union's Cao, if he can't attend the inauguration ceremony, everyone in the gang will feel uneasy. Let's focus on the funeral for the president. We need a rest on the Chao River for 2 to 3 months, so there's no hurry to take over the position. Wei Yongtang narrowed his eyes and said with authority, Master He, how many people can recover from a stroke? Even if Vice President Jun gradually recovers, he'll probably be unable to walk or speak clearly. The helm of the Cao will change hands sooner or later. Master He still wants to wait for Vice President Jun to recover. Aren't you afraid of others gossiping? Yin Shiwei suddenly interrupted. Master He's words make sense. Even if Vice President Jun can't recover, we should find another Cao. Without the Cao, young master will definitely be inferior when he ascends to the position. It'll be hard for him to win the loyalty of the gang's brothers, and he'll be laughed at by the other gangs. Wei Yongtang's eyes narrowed. He knew that Li He and Yin Shiwei didn't get along. Now that the two of them were in the same boat, he couldn't help but shudder. Wei Yongtang pondered for a moment and asked, Then, Master He and Brother Yin, do you have a candidate for the helm of the Cao? Li He replied, Both Vice President Yin and I are people of the pugilistic world. We don't have any connections in the government, so where can we find a Cao? Wei Yongtang said, Since that's the case, our Heavenly Eagle Gang's Cao can help. As for the benefits, how about it? Yin Shiwei sneered. If the helm of the Cao becomes your Heavenly Eagle Gang's man, and the president becomes your son-in-law, will the Flood Dragon Gang still exist? What a good plan, Boss Wei. Are you marrying off your daughter, or looking for a son-in-law? Even the entire Flood Dragon Gang belongs to your Heavenly Eagle Gang? Wei Yongtang's expression changed, and he said, Yin Shiwei, what do you mean by that? I helped the Flood Dragon Union out of goodwill because of my friendship with Union Master One and the fact that your young Union Master is about to become my son-in-law. Well, have I ever had any selfish motives? When Ben interrupted, Seniors, there's no need to argue. I'm willing to accept the help of my father-in-law. Li He glanced at him and said, You're not the president yet, and you're already treating the Flood Dragon Gang as the family? This sentence was not loud, but the meaning behind it was as heavy as a mountain. Wenbin's face turned red when he heard it, and for a moment, he could not say another word. There was only one thought ringing in his ears. They really have ulterior motives. They really have ulterior motives. Wei Xiaoxiao was both shocked and angry. Li He, what are you talking about? Although Wenbin wasn't the guild leader now, could the guild leader be replaced by someone else? You're committing treason, deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors. Li He glanced at her and said, Treason and treason? Treason and treason? I don't have any other abilities, but my seniority is high enough. Even your father has to call me Grandpa He. How dare you call me Li He? You don't know your place and your seniority. You haven't even married into the Flood Dragon Gang. Even if you become the president's wife, what right do you have to criticize the gang's affairs? Get lost. He didn't give her any face at all. Wei Xiaoxiao's face turned red from his scolding. Wei Yongtang's face darkened, and he sneered. Ever since when Chongqing passed away, I've felt that something was wrong. Have you finally revealed your true intentions? Good. Li He, use whatever tricks you have. I'll take them all. Yin Shiwei rolled his eyes and said sarcastically, Since when do we need you to take over the Flood Dragon Gang's matters? Wei Yongtang heavily patted Wenbin's shoulder. Wenbin's frail and small body was almost slapped to the ground. Wei Yongtang sternly said, Just because he is my son-in-law, as a father-in-law, standing up for my son-in-law, is it in line with the rules of the underworld? Both parties argued in front of the coffin. At first, their voices were soft, so no one noticed it. Later on, when they saw their expressions change, they knew that something had happened. The surroundings were already silent. They could only see that both parties seemed to be arguing, but they couldn't hear what they were saying. At this moment, Wei Yongtang's powerful words were heard clearly by everyone. They finally knew that something big had happened. The members of various gangs who came to pay their condolences immediately swarmed forward, while the stewards of the Flood Dragon Gang, who had been signaled by Li He, Yin Shiwei, or Wenbin in advance, stood there with a gloomy face. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! This is Wanyan County's business. Unrelated people, please leave. Following a shout, the two sides in front of the morning hall, who were at daggers drawn, looked over in surprise. They saw a group of bailiffs dressed in black, carrying chains and sabers on their waists, boldly barging in. For a moment, all the heroes in front of the morning hall were dumbfounded. Ba Excellency had always been the one to solve any problems on Ba. After years of special living conditions, Ba Excellency had developed this habit. Since when did he need the government to intervene? Whoever asked the government to intervene would be the public enemy of Ba. The weak did not dare to break this rule, and those who dare to break this rule did not need to break it themselves. But this rule was still broken today. When the bailiffs arrived in front of the morning hall, they parted to the left and right, and a person flashed out from the middle. Although the magistrate of Wanyan County had not appeared on Ba for almost 10,000 years, they were no strangers to this person, because they would always pay their respects to him on New Year's Eve. This person was the county magistrate of Wanyan County. His surname was Lang, and his name was One. In the past, when they saw him on New Year's Eve, when he came with lavish gifts, County Magistrate Lang would always smile amiably. But today, County Magistrate Lang's face was frighteningly gloomy, causing those who wanted to come forward to pay their respects to shrink back. County Magistrate Lang did not look sideways. He walked to the front of the morning hall and stood still. With drooping eyelids, he asked, "Who is Wenbin?" This was not the first time Wenbin had visited on behalf of his father to send gifts to Uncle Lang. Now that he saw Uncle Lang like this, he was at a loss. He hurried forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Uncle Lang, shut up. Who's your uncle?" County Lieutenant Lang was full of righteousness as he said, "Wenbin, your matter has been exposed. Men, take him down." Chapter 959. County Magistrate Lang waved his hand, and a few bailiffs like wolves and tigers pounced forward. The iron chains in their hands were wrapped around Wenbin's head. Wenbin turned pale with fright and exclaimed, "Lang Xiaofu, what crime did I commit?" Madam Wen, when Chongqing's concubines and some of the Wen family members panicked. County Magistrate Lang rolled his eyes and sternly shouted, "Silence! I'm only here to arrest the person. What crime did you commit? The county magistrate will know. Take him away." Wei Yongtang hesitated for a while before cupping his hands and said, "Lang Xiaofu." Lang Wen acted as if he did not know him at all and did not allow him to continue speaking. He immediately interrupted him and said sternly, "What? You want to stop me from handling this case?" Wei Yongtang hurriedly said, "I dare not. I am only. Then step aside or else arrest him as well." County Magistrate Lang's voice was stern. His skinny and dark cheeks were lined with lines that looked as if they were cast from iron. He really looked like an iron-faced judge. At this time, a short and fat man dressed in casual clothes squeezed in from behind. He stroked his mustache and asked, "Lang Xiaofu, have you arrested the person?" County Magistrate Lang's stern expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly went forward, smiling like a spring flower in March. With a face full of radiance, he said, "Imperial Judiciary Official, you see, this lowly official has already said that such a small matter does not require your presence. Aren't we going to arrest him now? Shall we go back now?" When A.O. had just caught up with weak steps. He had played Canary Cat for a whole night yesterday and had not exercised for a long time. His limbs were weak and his thighs were aching. After much difficulty, he finally caught up. Once he heard this, he panted and said, Let's go back now." These officials came quickly and left quickly. In a short while, they had left the Wen family. However, their act of breaking into the Wen family to capture people was like throwing a large stone into a pool of stagnant water that had been silent for many years. Many years of mud and residue floated up. Wei Yongtang's face turned ashen as he stared at Li He and scolded, "Master He, no matter how we fight amongst ourselves, we have to depend on the water for our livelihood. This is Ba Shang's own matter, but you actually allowed the government officials to interfere. Aren't you afraid of breaking Ba Shang's rules and becoming a public enemy? As long as the gangs on Ba were slightly more powerful, there would always be one or a few officials behind them. They could provide you with the convenience of sailing, but they would not easily get too involved and would not act as your hired thugs. However, this did not mean that they would not act when others deliberately challenged their authority. Blocking one's path to wealth was akin to killing one's parents. Officials were like wild beasts in the forest, each with their own sphere of influence. If someone crossed the line, it would immediately trigger a strong backlash. Hence, the official factions of power would only provide the convenience for you to pass through the checkpoint. As for the fights between sects or within sects, they would not interfere. This became a rule that everyone agreed upon. If any of the official factions directly interfered in the fights between sects, it would be seen as a direct provocation to the protector behind the other factions. If the protector also jumped out to accept the challenge, the heroes of Bashang would no longer have a choice whether to advance or retreat. At that time, they would naturally be the pawns and cannon fodder, not to mention how much money they would have to fork out to bribe the protector behind the scenes to personally pay for the transportation fees. Li He flew into a rage. Surnamed Wei, don't slander me. I, Li He, have no idea why young Master Wen was captured. How can you accuse me of being the culprit? If I had the ability to get someone to capture young Master, the Flood Dragon Gang would be under my control. Do I need to do this? Wei Yongtang felt a little regretful after saying this. He was indeed rash with his words. Although Li He had retired from the position of the Flood Dragon Gang's Chaoquan leader, the real power was still in his hands. If he could get in touch with the officials, then Chaoquan and Cao would be under his control. Even if Wen Bin was promoted to the position, the Flood Dragon Gang would be completely under his control. At that time, he would naturally be the Grandmaster. Doing this now was disadvantageous to him. Nominally, he had already handed over the Chaoquan leader. If the young master was captured, he would become the target of public criticism, which would make it difficult for him to seize the position. If he really had a plan, he might as well help Wen Bin to get the position. At that time, he would be able to control the princes. Even if he wanted to get the Flood Dragon Gang under his name, it would be better to weaken the one family's influence first than to make trouble now. But if it wasn't Li He, who could it be? Yin Shiwei? If he had the ability, he could just be the leader of Cao. Why did he have to be the leader of the Chaoquan in name only? While everyone was discussing, someone suddenly ran in and shouted, "Something happened. Something big happened." The Iron Helm Gang, Six Sails Gang, East Shun Gang, and the other 4 gangs have announced a merge with the Shun Gang. The Shun Gang is holding a sect-merging meeting. The scene was in an uproar. The Shun Gang merged with the 7 gangs? These 7 sects were small gangs that people usually didn't pay attention to. No one paid attention to their movements. But with the 7 sects joining together, the Shun sect could be compared to an upper-middle-sized gang based on the number of people. More importantly, what gave the Shun Gang the confidence to merge with the other gangs? Wei Yongtang hurriedly said to his daughter, "Have your Uncle Su accompany you to the Wanyin County Yamen to see what Wen Bin has done. Father will go to the Shun Gang to take a look." Wei Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Su Lin, the helmsman of the Heavenly Eagle clan's Cao, accompanied her to the Wanyin County Yamen. Wei Yongtang, on the other hand, went straight to the Shun Gate. The people of the other clans who happened to be present also rushed over like a swarm of bees. Li He looked around and said in a deep voice, "Close the door and discuss matters in front of the memorial." Madame Wen and the other Yinyongs looked at each other in dismay. The steward loyal to the Wen family, Zhang Ji, said with a face full of vigilance, "Master He, young master has been captured by the government. If we don't hurry to rescue him, what else do we need to discuss?" Li He's eyes flashed with anger, and he shouted, "We need to discuss the lives of our 2,000 brothers and close to 10,000 family members." Yin Shiwei said unhurriedly, "The president has passed away, Vice President Jun has a stroke, and now young Master Wen has been taken away by the government. How difficult it is for the gang. The Flood Dragon Union is about to sink under the storm. Shouldn't we discuss our future and livelihood? Master He is the leader in the gang in terms of seniority and status. Isn't it right to summon everyone for a discussion? Close the door and reject all guests. We need to discuss matters in the gang." Zhang Ji shouted, "Wait." Li He's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Zhang Ji, what do you want?" Zhang Ji sneered, "I also want to ask Master He and Master Yin, what do you two want?" Li He lowered his eyelids again and said indifferently, I've already said that we need to discuss the lives of our 2,000 brothers and close to 10,000 family members. Zhang Ji walked to the memorial tablet and knelt on the cattail hassock. He kowtowed to Wen Chongqing's memorial tablet 3 times and said loudly, "Master One, your body is still warm and your spirit is not far away. Do you see that the good brothers you treated as brothers are going to rebel against you? Do you see that?" Yin Shiwei was furious and was about to step forward when he was stopped by Li He, who shook his head with a sneer. Zhang Ji stood up and said to the stewards and disciples around him, "The leader has passed away. The young master is in court, and Vice Leader Jun is bedridden. What else can we discuss if we don't save them?" Yin Shiwei and Li He have repeatedly obstructed the young master's promotion. Now that the young master has been arrested, they've overstepped their authority and summoned all the stewards for a discussion. They obviously have bad intentions. "If you're my good brother, stand out and let's go. We don't accept orders from others." Li He chuckled and hid his hands in his sleeves. He looked at him with interest and then at the stewards who had different expressions on their faces. He smiled without saying a word. The morning hall was silent for a moment before 2 burly men strode out and stood beside Zhang Ji. They said loudly, "Steward Zhang is right. We don't accept orders from others." One of them was Lin Tiannan and the other was Jiang Cheng. They were both Wen Chongqing's confidants. As soon as the 2 of them stood out, a few more people came out to stand with them. There were stewards and junior stewards among them. Although there weren't many of them, they were all people with real power in the gang and held important positions. A steward standing in the crowd hesitated for a moment before advising, "Brother Zhang, now that the leader has passed away, Vice Leader Jun has suffered stroke, and young Master Wen is in prison. Our Flood Dragon Triad is in troubled times. We should all work together and not have any internal strife. Why don't we stop and listen to what Master He has to say first?" Puffed. Zhang Ji glared angrily and said, "Can't you see that Li He has the ambition of a wolf? What right does he have to summon all the stewards for a discussion? I, Zhang Ji, am the first to not accept him. If he wants to discuss, he can discuss. But whatever he wants to discuss, it doesn't count in front of me. Let's go." Zhang Ji waved his hand and led his men out. Li He Xiu crossed his arms and smiled, but he still didn't say a word. The morning hall was located in the main room of the 3rd courtyard. From the 3rd courtyard all the way to the main gate, the 3 gates formed a straight line. Because the funeral was being held, the gates were wide open. Both sides were filled with shining white sacrificial offerings and spirit streamers. Zhang Ji and his men strode out of the main door of the 3rd courtyard and went straight to the main door of the 2nd courtyard. Just as they were about to step out of the 2nd courtyard, the main door of the 2nd courtyard closed with a loud bang. Zhang Ji stopped in his tracks and let out a shout. Suddenly, many assassins jumped out and pounced on them with long and short blades. Zhang Ji suddenly turned around and pointed his spear at Li He. He said in shock and anger, "Li He, how dare you?" Li He was originally facing the main door, as if he was watching him leave. But now, he laughed and slowly turned around, leaving his back to Zhang Ji. Behind Li He, sharp blades were raised. Poo-pee-oo, sound were heard as the blades pierced into flesh. Blood splattered everywhere, and people continuously fell to the ground. The sacrificial flags on both sides of the road were splattered with blood, like plum blossoms in a snowstorm. Lin Tiannan tightly held onto an assassin's neck, but the other assassin was stabbing the dagger in his hand into Lin Tiannan's chest again and again. Lin Tiannan's chest was riddled with holes, and blood dyed his clothes red. Soon after, blood also flowed out of his mouth. Jiang Cheng's body was covered in blood. He staggered 2 steps and was caught up by the 2 assassins. 2 long blades, one on the left and one on the right, fiercely stabbed into his waist, almost cutting him in half. Li He slowly walked to the front of the coffin. Madame One and the concubines were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they hurriedly retreated. The main door of the 3rd courtyard slowly closed behind Li He. The moment the door closed, Zhang Ji was in a difficult situation. 7 or 8 long blades were chopping down on his head. Bang! The main door slammed shut. The sound of the door closing did not drown out the desperate and resentful scream. It clearly drilled into everyone's ears. Li He stood still in front of the coffin and slowly turned around. He indifferently said, "When Master He was roaming Jianghu, that Zhang guy was still in his mother's womb." He doesn't know why Master He is called Master He, but I don't blame him. Is there anyone else who doesn't know? Stand up, and I won't blame you. Chapter 960. The Shun School did not invite all the gangs in Ba to attend the sect-merging assembly. A small gang like the Shun School should not have done anything worthy of others' attention. Even if they invited, they would not come. But this time, the 8 gangs united was indeed a big event in Ba. The Shun School did not forbid outsiders to attend the ceremony. Soon, the hall was crowded with people from all the gangs in Ba. Of course, the leaders of the biggest gangs would not come, but they also sent their trusted informants to inquire about the situation. Ever since the Shun Gate was split up, this might be the first time the empty gathering hall was filled with people. So many people from various sects had gathered here. The leaders of the 7 gangs, including the Iron Helm Gang, the Six Sails School, and the Shun Society, stood solemnly in front of the hall, meticulously burning incense, saluting, and greeting the master according to the rules. Xiao Mu was wearing a new suit. Although the bruises on his face were still there, he was full of energy and his face was ruddy. The 3 brothers of the Gu family were among the brothers of the Shun School. He had seen Miss Gu's kung fu. It was said that her 3 brothers were more powerful than her. With these 4 masters, no one would come to make trouble in the Shun School today. Yesterday, he also saw how Dugu Wentao of the Dugu family subdued Li He in Yinshiwei. With the power of the Dugu family, it was completely reasonable for them to ask Jun Ruyan to hide behind closed doors and then pressure the government to punish Wenbin. Lady Gu had said that the one who truly wanted to help the Shun Gate wasn't the Dugu clan, but rather the successor of Zhang Sanyi. This person was even able to order around the Dugu clan. Up until now, he had never seen this person, nor did he know his name or identity. However, he had already firmly believed in Lady Gu's words. Xiao Mu was also a veteran in Jianghu. He was knowledgeable and experienced. He had received the help of a great benefactor for no reason and was promised such a great benefit. Was he not on guard at all? Indeed, he was not, because he had nothing to be on guard against. He had nothing that could be seen by others. With their power, they had people and money. The only thing they could rely on was probably the Shun School, which was about to rot soon. If they could really make the Shun School stand up again, as Miss Gu said, even if they really used him, even if they killed him, so what? Besides, he was already desperate. His life was saved by others. Xiao Mu did not believe that there would be a free lunch in the world. He had already staked everything on this one throw. Seeing that the 7 gang leaders who led the gang members into the Shun Gate had finished offering incense, Xiao Mu tightened his belt and walked forward. His thighs were still swollen and he staggered a little, but his gait was extremely steady and powerful, with a solemn expression. Everyone's gazes were focused on him. The people of the Shun Gate were excited. Many of them had tears in their eyes. The spectators were curious, amazed, cynical, and doubtful. But at this moment, no one spoke. The hall was abnormally quiet. Xiao Mu solemnly burned a stick of incense to the ancestors' memorial tablet. When he turned around, Zhua Yiqing, who was wearing a short jacket and a red silk belt, came over with a tray with a bowl of wine on it. Xiao Mu picked up the wine bowl and glanced at the people of the Shun School who were standing solemnly under the steps. He did not even look at the people of other sects who were watching the ceremony in the corridor on both sides. He said loudly, "Brothers, since the canal transport came into being, there have been canal handlers. Our ancestors supported us with an oar, a boat, and a pole to support us and support our families. But the wind and waves on the river are dangerous. When the boats are sailing, there is always the risk of capsizing and destroying the boat and losing both the people and the goods. We have to pass through the locks and docks, and there are many difficulties, extortion, and blackmail. It is very difficult for us who drive boats on the water. So, we have to form gangs and establish sections. The purpose of forming a faction was not to commit crimes, nor was it to oppress the good. It was to unite everyone and fight against the dangers of the river, against the corrupt officials, and against the local tyrants who closed the lock and docks. But today, the sects on the Ba have gone against the original intention of the ancestors. They cheat each other, undermine each other, and are even controlled and used by others. It is already the 5th generation of the Shun School in my hands. But I am unfilial. My ancestors' great family business has been ruined by me. But I have always been determined to revive the Shun School. Today, the Iron Rudder sect, the Six Sails School, the Shun Society, all the brothers are willing to join us and join us. I am very grateful. Brothers, today is the day when the 7 sects merge into the Shun School. From now on, we will be as close as one family. We will share blessings and difficulties. Today is just the beginning. I hope that all the heroes on the Ba can join us. The waves are high and the risks are high, but we are in the same boat. Let's drink this bowl of wine. The heads of the 7 sects who lined up in front of the hall each held a bowl of wine and drank it up with him. Xiao Mu gulped down the wine in his bowl, put it down, and said, "The Shun School has the help of all the good brothers. Today, the 8 sects are united, and the tasks in this sect should be clarified. Since the 7 sects have joined the Shun School, you can no longer keep your original banners. From now on, the 7 of you are the 7 stewards of the Shun School. At present, you are still in charge of your original people and ships." This was already discussed. Han Yuantang and the other 6 people cupped their fists and said yes. They walked behind Xiao Mu and stood still with their hands clasped behind their backs. Xiao Mu said again, "We live in the Chao family. It is inevitable that we will meet the heroes of the 3 mountains and 5 peaks. If we don't have the strength, we will be bullied. In a sect, the Chao family is indispensable. Now, the 8 sects of our sect are united. After a discussion with the stewards, we have elected a popular person to be the helmsman of the Chao family." "Miss Gu," Xiao Mu shouted. The disciples of the Shun School parted to the left and right, and Gu Zhuting, who was in a white short dress, strode out. There was a commotion in the crowd. Everyone knew that this lady had fought against 100 people and defeated over 100 experts of the Flood Dragon Triad. However, it was the first time that many people had seen her. She had a beautiful appearance, a slim figure, a slender waist, and a straight chest. She was full of femininity and did not look like a hero of the pugilistic world at all. If her moon-white short garment was replaced by a wide-sleeved gauze long skirt, and the saber hanging on her slender waist was replaced by a medicinal hoe hanging on her shoulder, there would be a bright moon and osmanthus branches by her side, and a white rabbit would be hopping and hopping under her feet. But she was actually the helmsman of the Chao Quan. Xiao Mu said loudly, "From now on, Miss Gu is the first deputy head of the Shun School, the helmsman of the Chao family." In front of the hall, the disciples of the 7 sects who had just joined the Shun School and the disciples of the Shun School all cupped their hands to salute to Gu Zhuting and said loudly, "Helmsman Gu." Everyone spoke in unison, their voices echoing loudly in the hall. It was unusually solemn. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a fussy voice suddenly rang out. It was spoken in Chinese, but the tone was somewhat exotic. "Ah, I swear in the name of Allah, this is the most beautiful Oriental woman I have ever seen. Her waist is slender, thinner than the sick body tortured by unrequited love. Her eyes are more affectionate than the crescent moon in the sky. When she walks, she is like a breeze, gently stepping over sand dunes. I fall for her. I am fascinated by her." The solemn atmosphere in the hall of the Shun School was gone. Some people were talking, some were laughing, and some were looking around. It was a mess at once. Yang Fan stood there and groaned inwardly. He and Abdullah came here to watch the fun, but they didn't know that this guy was a playboy who couldn't change his bad habit of flirting with women. He was showing off his talent in poetry again. Yang Fan knew that today was the big day when the 7 sects merged into the Shun School. If it went well, the Flood Dragon Society would also have a result in the next 2 days. With the martial strength of the Gu siblings and the support of the Dugo family, Yang Fan was not worried that there would be any trouble. Of course, there would be trouble sooner or later, but not now. It must happen at the end of January or the beginning of February next year. If there was no big trouble by then, he would take the initiative to create one. Today, Yang Fan really came to watch the fun as a spectator. Even Gu Zhuding didn't know that he was here. Who knew that Abdullah, who was standing there watching the Japanese scenery, would say such words when he saw Gu Zhuting? In the uproar, Xiao Mu frowned and thought that someone really came to make trouble. He hurriedly winked at Zhua Yiqing, and the Gu brothers and the kung fu experts of the Shun School who were hidden in the shadows immediately moved quietly to the place where the sound came from. Today, the Shun School inexplicably merged with other sects, and from Xiao Mu's words, it seemed that he wanted to restore the former glory of the Shun School. If he restored the former glory, didn't it mean that all the sects on Ba had to surrender to him? So the people of the big sects kept sneering with their arms crossed. However, they hadn't figured out the ins and outs of the Shun Gate yet, so there was no need to be the first bird to stick out. They didn't think that someone would finally speak first. Everyone looked over, not knowing which sect it was that couldn't restrain themselves, and made a move. Gu Zhuding suddenly turned her head and raised her eyebrows like swords. Her sharp eyes suddenly looked at the place where the sound came from. Everyone shivered when they saw her. Previously, they saw her slender waist and graceful gait, which was far from the image of a heroine in their imagination. Now that she was full of heroic spirit, there was a feeling of a sharp sword being unsheathed. When Gu Zhuding looked at him, Abdullah felt even better about himself. Like a peacock showing strong desire, he took a big step, opened his arms, and praised loudly. She was like a plain shepherdess, her natural charm captivating people. How could this be compared to the pretentiousness of the city girls who put on makeup and put on makeup? Her bright and beautiful eyes are like a sharp arrow piercing through the clouds, piercing my heart. You are such a charming little vixen. I really want to bury my head in your chest that is smoother than an ostrich's egg and suck your rare sweet spring. Hiss, many people secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. The previous words of praise were fine. It wasn't that the women of the Central Plains couldn't be praised for their beauty. Although what he said was a bit explicit with the waist and eyebrows. In fact, with a little embellishment, it would be no different from Chao Zijian's Luo Shunfu. But what he said next was too explicit. Was he openly flirting with the helmsman of the Shun School in the assembly of the Shun School? The people around Abdullah acted like Abdullah had become a plague patient, all of them scurrying out of the way. Even Yang Fan immediately fled. For a moment, the only people left at Abdullah's side were the talkative Abbas and a few Arab warriors in brown robes. Chapter 9:61. The talkative Abbas had just jumped out, but before he could help his master, Gu Zhuding had grabbed him by the collar and pulled him to the side. Gu Zhuding didn't seem to walk very fast, but with just a few twists of her waist, she had already appeared in front of Abdullah. Abdullah was completely unaware of the impending disaster. He didn't know that his praises, which could make Western ladies feel smug, were already a great offense to the reserved Eastern ladies. And if he were to flirtatiously offend other Eastern ladies, they would probably call him a lecher, but this lady in front of him was someone who could take a life with just a raise of her hand. As soon as Lady Gu appeared in front of him, Abdullah immediately placed his hand on his chest and gracefully performed a gentleman's salute. He courteously smiled and said, "Abdullah Shaman bin Aziz bin Hakam sends his regards to the beautiful lady. Can you bestow your name upon me?" Gu Zhuting glared at him and lightly raised a hand. Her wrist was white and delicate, and her fingers were long and slender, like an elegant orchid. But by now, many people in Ba knew that although this Lady Gu didn't have the power to shatter rocks, her power was not inferior in the slightest. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Abdullah to lie on the ground and retch while clutching his throat, or for his limbs to be dislocated and twisted as if he had polio. Then, he would be carried out by his subordinates, who were wrapped in long cloth, as if they were clothes. But the newly appointed helmsman of the Shun Schools, Chao Quan, raised her slender hand, but only elegantly brushed the hair at the side of her temples, and lightly said, "Mr. Abdullah, our Middle Earth customs are different from your West. Your explicit words are impolite." Gu Zhuding really intended to make a move and use this Arab merchant to establish her might. But when she raised her hand, she was pleasantly surprised to see Yang Fan. Yang Fan was leaning against a thick pillar in the back, smiling and shaking his head at her. Thus, The angry little wildcat retracted its sharp claws and used its soft flesh as a cushion to pounce at the person. I'm truly sorry. Although I've come to the East several times, I haven't had many opportunities to meet a free woman as beautiful as you. I should apologize to you. Beautiful lady, may I know your name? Gu Zhuding said indifferently. In our Central Plains, a woman's name can't be easily revealed to outsiders. Just like how women in your country shouldn't unveil themselves in front of outsiders. A hint of surprise flitted through Yang Fan's eyes. Women of status in the Abbasid Caliphate had to cover their faces in front of outsiders. Yang Fan had heard from Xiaoman that there were Arabs doing business with the Yang clan, but he hadn't expected Gu Zhuding to know of this custom. After Gu Zhuding finished speaking, she glanced deeply at Yang Fan before turning around and leaving. It was obvious that Alang didn't want to expose his identity. She was in the limelight now, so she couldn't reveal anything. Abdullah didn't get Gu Zhuding's name, so he looked very depressed. He shook his head and said to Yang Fan, who had returned to his side, "Dear Mu, in your country, it is harder to win the favor of a lady than to hunt a cunning fox in the grassland." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Mr. Abdullah came to the Central Plains to do business. You shouldn't put the cart before the horse." Abdullah said righteously, "What's the purpose of doing business? To make money. Then what's the purpose of making money? Mu, the principle is to enjoy oneself. If you don't figure this out, you're putting the cart before the horse. There's a proverb in my hometown. There are 3 great joys in life: eating fat meat, riding a fat horse, and marrying meat. If a man blindly pursues money and neglects those beautiful women, what a sad thing it is." While the two were whispering, Gu Zhuding had already walked to Qiao Mu's side and stood behind him to the right. Qiao Mu said in a clear voice, "When the 8 gangs merge into one, the population will increase. So many families, old and young, need to eat, and it will be even more difficult to eat. I think everyone knows this and is most worried about it. Here, I can tell everyone that there's no need to worry at all. Our Shun Gate has obtained the assistance of a noble. Not only has he agreed to be our Shun Gate's head of the river estuary, he's even provided us with 50 of the newest large ships." As soon as he said this, the whole hall burst into an uproar. Not to mention the disciples standing below. Even the leaders of the 7 small gangs who had just joined were overjoyed. Before, they only knew that the Shun School must have a lot of power now. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to recruit Lord He and Lord Yin of the Flood Dragon cult. But they didn't expect that they could get 50 new ships right away. Xiao Mu was also full of smiles. He pressed his hands down and said loudly, "Let's welcome Mr. Dugu." A scribe in cyan stepped out of the crowd, cupped his hands to Xiao Mu, and said with a smile, "I'm Dugu Wentao. Greetings, head." Xiao Mu said, "Mr. Dugu, from today on, you will be the branch leader of our Shun School." Dugu Wentao bowed to the crowd and said with a smile, "I've already placed an order with the Yangtze shipyard for 50 new ships. Next spring, brothers, you only need to rush to Yangzhou to receive the ships, and then load the grains and ship them." "Greetings, Dugu Helmsman," the disciples below the steps said in unison, their blood boiling. 50 new ships, and all of them were big ships, which immediately solved the problem that the Shun School had a large population, few ships, and insufficient shipping capacity after the merger. Moreover, the ships they used to use, some of which were sewn and patched, were from the last years of the Sui dynasty, which should have been eliminated long ago. Now that they had new ships, the risk of sailing was much smaller. How could they not be ecstatic? For a moment, there was a lot of discussion in the hall. The disciples who came to watch the ceremony looked at the scholar with the compound surname of Dugu, whom they had never seen before, and also whispered to each other to inquire about his background. In fact, they had already expected that Miss Gu would be the helmsman of the Shun School. What they cared about was who was the helmsman of the Shun School. It was useless to only have dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of ships and tens of thousands of brothers. They also needed the support of the Shun School. Along the way from Yangzhou, they had to go through the Yangtze River, Bian River, Yellow River, Wei River, and many checkpoints, docks, and layers of gates. If they did not have a strong backer, The more ships they had, the more they would be exploited. By the time they arrived in Chong, and they would have worked for nothing, and they would not be able to maintain such a large gang. Therefore, if they did not have a strong shun school, they might as well get a few broken ships, and at least they could get enough food and clothing. The 8 gangs merged into one, and they had a martial arts master like Miss Gu. In the end, whether the shun school could stand firm or not was not the key. The key was whether they had a backer or not, and how strong their backer was. If they did not have a backer, they would collapse by themselves without the suppression of other gangs. The major gangs were concerned about this, not only because they wanted to know whether the shun school could stand firm, but also because they wanted to assess the strength of the shun school and determine how they should treat them in the future. It had been a long time since the shun school had unified the Jianghu, and their current rallying power was not as strong as before. Nowadays, the leaders of the various gangs would not suppress the shun school just because of their name. However, with the addition of a powerful gang, there would always be one more competitor. For this purpose, they would suppress them if they could. In this way, they needed to understand what the shun school's trump card was and who was supporting them from behind. Now, the results were out. This person was called Dugu Wentao. Who was Dugu Wentao? And who was the person behind him? Originally, no one knew Dugu Wentao. Although the Dugu family and the group of people on Ba's side were very close, they lived in 2 completely different worlds. Usually, they did not have any interaction with them. However, this time, the people in the gangs quickly thought of the Dugu family. Perhaps the Dugu family was not the only one with the surname Dugu in Chong and City. However, the shun school had no connections in the field of transportation and could only follow behind the big gangs to pick up scraps. Now that the shun school had just merged and gained a lot of manpower, they were confident that they could act as the shun school and ensure that the government would not take too much from them. Moreover, they could help them fight for business and provide 50 ships in one go. Who else but the Dugu family could do it? In a crowd of spectators, people left in a hurry. They were all sent by various sects to inquire about the news. They had to report this matter to the gang master immediately. The shun school was no longer a pushover, and they had to be careful with the shun school. These people left too early, so they did not see the next scene that was even more shocking. Xiao Mu introduced the 2 helmsmen of the Chaoquan school and the shun school, and 7 stewards to everyone. When he was making specific assignments after the expansion of the shun school, a disciple suddenly rushed in breathlessly and shouted, "Sect Master, the Flood Dragon Society. The Flood Dragon Society is here." Xiao Mu was stunned and looked toward the door. Another disciple ran in from outside with a pale face and shouted, "Sect Master, Master He, and Master Yan from the Flood Dragon Society led all the people of the Flood Dragon Society here." The gathering hall was in an uproar again. The Flood Dragon Society finally took action. Were they going to destroy the shun school? The people of the various gangs who had just joined the shun school were in an uproar. They had unconsciously stepped back, lest they would be splashed with blood when the fight started. What if some ignorant people also thought that they were from the shun school? Wouldn't they all die here? Xiao Mu and the several leaders who had just joined the shun school all knew about the deal between Li He, Yin Wei, and Miss Gu. Even so, they were still a little nervous when they heard that the Flood Dragon Society had come out in full force. They all looked at Gu Zhuting. Gu Zhuting was now the helmsman of the Chaoquan school of the shun school. She would not decline her responsibility. She cupped her hands to Xiao Mu and said, "Sect Master, don't worry. I'll go and have a look." After saying that, Gu Zhuting walked out of the hall. One person, one sword. On the long street, countless people came in a mighty array, crowding the whole long street. There were countless people watching on both sides of the street. The whole Ba was in an uproar, and even the roofs on both sides were full of people. The Flood Dragon Society finally took action, and they turned out in full force. The shun school had just merged with the other 7 gangs, and there were more than 1,500 people in total. Together, they could be regarded as a medium-sized gang. 1,500 people versus 2,000 people. This was a fight for sure. The 3 months of winter on Ba were the most leisurely 3 months of the year for the coachman. The strong coachman gambled, drank, and slept with women, but they still had too much energy to do. Just thinking about the big fight of thousands of people made people's blood boil. Before the two sides started fighting, they were already howling and shouting excitedly like wolves in the moon. Gu Zhuting was dressed in white with a short sword at her waist. She stood on the long street, graceful and beautiful like a peony. On the opposite side, 2,000 strong men gathered into a rolling torrent. Under the leadership of Li He and Yin Shiwei, they walked toward her. Chapter 962. They're going to fight. They're going to fight. Rong Shu climbed up the roof while trembling. The disciples of the Flood Dragon Union were surging toward the Qiao family of the Shun Gate. At the entrance of the Qiao family, a beautiful woman in white stood with her sword in her hand, her clothes fluttering in the wind. Rong Shu was so excited that he took out a jujube from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth while shivering. He had this problem. Whenever he was too excited, angry, or fearful, his body would tremble uncontrollably. Rong Shu was a member of the Five Elements gang. Seeing that the people of the Flood Dragon Union were getting closer and that the people on the street had all moved to the sides of the road, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. He condescendingly looked down at that smooth-schooled Chao Kwanda Ajawad. Shu suddenly felt that such a pretty girl should be the leader of the Shun Gate. Who would be willing to let such a beauty be bullied? With such a leader, as long as she winked and pursed her lips, everyone would pounce on her like rabid dogs fighting for a bone. But the men of the Shun Gate were too unmanly. How could they let such a pretty girl come out alone? Even if she was really good at fighting, could she fight 2,000 people? She would be exhausted to death. That was impossible. However, if you were to mess up her belt or tear her clothes during the fight, revealing her delicate skin and white flesh, and if you were to accidentally let her pull off her doo-doo, Rong Shu's thoughts of having tender feelings for the fairer sex were quickly replaced by wretchedness. He carefully moved to the edge of the roof. If such an erotic scene really happened, he had to make sure that he was the one who saw it most vividly. He saw Master He and Master Yin striding forward with their men. He saw them stop when they were 6 meters away from the pretty girl in white, and he saw Master He and Master Yin walking forward alone. TSK, as expected of a person of status. At this time, he was still trying to be polite before resorting to force. He even cupped his fists and saluted the little beauty. What are you cupping for? Hurry up and tear off her clothes. Why are you kneeling on one knee? Do you have to be so particular? Kneel. Rong Shu stared fixedly at this astonishing scene in front of him. He suddenly lost the ability to think, and his whole body was like a stone falling from the eaves. He wasn't wrong. Li He and Yin Shiwei were indeed bowing to Gu Zhuting. Not only him, but countless people on the street also saw it. The scene was dead silent. The cold wind rustled, and the last leaf on the top of the old elm tree was blown off, swirling towards the ground. A crow stretched its neck and cawed twice. Spreading its wings, it flew away from the straw hat-shaped nest. Wei Yongtang was very confused when he heard that Li He and Yin Shiwei had led all the members of the Flood Dragon Gang to the Shun Gate. Judging from their previous abnormal actions, it was obvious that they were disloyal to the Flood Dragon Gang. Perhaps it was because Jun Rian had suffered a stroke and the Flood Dragon Union had lost its leader, so the two of them were tempted by some big gang and wanted to find a better one. Or perhaps they had reached an agreement to snatch the position of the leader. However, when young Master Wen was arrested by the government for some unknown crime, they suddenly led all the disciples to attack the Shun Union. This was simply unreasonable. When Gu Zhuting walked out of Juyi Hall, many people who were watching the commotion followed her out. Then, they quickly flashed to both sides, making their stand clear. Wei Yongtang also led his men to the side, wanting to see what Li He and Yin Shiwei were up to. In the end, he saw Li He and Yin Shiwei kneel to Gu Zhuting, and then the 2,000 members of the Flood Dragon Gang retreated like a receding tide. Wei Yongtang's mind instantly went blank. It was only when Gu Zhuting helped Li He and Yin Shiwei up and led them to the Shun Gate's hall. Someone exclaimed, "The Flood Dragon Gang will join the Shun Gate." That way Yongtang woke up from his shock. Wei Yongtang wanted to chase after them. He wanted to ask Li Hei and Yin Shiwei why they had betrayed the Flood Dragon gang, but he had only taken 2 steps when an inexplicable chill suddenly struck his heart. How could a mere Shun Gate subdue Li Hei and Yin Shiwei? Even if the Shun Gate was affiliated with the Dugas, small gangs like the Iron Helm Gang and the Six Sails Gang would rush to join them. But the Flood Dragon Gang was different. Li Hei and Yin Shiwei had given up their positions as vice leaders and were willing to become stewards of the Shun Gate. The more Wei Yongtang thought about it, the more terrified he became. He felt as if a terrible conspiracy was quietly unfolding on Ba, but he didn't know where the mastermind was. He watched as Li Hei and Yin Shiwei followed Gu Zhuting into the Shun Gate. He didn't have the courage to take another step forward. Li Hei had cleansed the Flood Dragon Gang with lightning speed and eliminated the dissenting voices in the Flood Dragon Gang. While everyone was still in shock, he had immediately made the decision to join the Shun Gate. It was actually a very smart move. He had lived on Ba all his life, and no one knew this place better than he did. Every gang here was like a shark. They hunted their prey together and bullied the weak together. But when one of them was injured, it would immediately become the prey in the mouths of its companions, torn apart and eaten by them. The Flood Dragon Gang was now the injured shark. The reason why the gangs hadn't taken action was that everything had happened too quickly. When Changxing had died without any illness, and Jun Ruyan had suffered an inexplicable stroke. The 2 incidents had happened on the same day, and the giant sharks who had smelled the scent of blood hadn't had time to react. If time dragged on, it was hard to guarantee that these gangs wouldn't interfere. Whether they would interfere openly or secretly support someone, he wouldn't be able to control the Flood Dragon Gang anymore. At that time, the Flood Dragon Gang would definitely fall apart. Even if he joined the Shun Gate, it would be difficult for him to guarantee his own interests. Li Hei was able to hold the power of Chao Quan for a long time, even though he had already resigned from his post. This showed how scheming he was. He would either not do anything, or he would do it to the extreme. The Gu brothers' threat to his grandson was actually only one of the reasons why he was willing to give in. What really made him make up his mind was the conversation he had with Gu Zhuting. He knew that the other party had powerful martial arts and great influence in the government. That was enough. Li Hei believed in the saying, "Only a strong dragon can cross the river." Since the other party dared to brazenly kill Master One and force Vice Master Jun to stay in seclusion, there was nothing he wouldn't dare to do. He was already in his 60s and still had a few more years to live. As long as he succeeded in this matter, he would be able to leave an iron family business for his grandson. Therefore, he took the gamble. The Jiao Dragon Society joining the Shun Gate was the real uproar in Bashang. The entire Bashang was shocked by the Jiao Dragon Society's strange actions. Wei Yongtang hurriedly returned home. Just as he ordered someone to gather all the stewards for a discussion, Su Lin came back from the Wanyin County Yamen with his daughter, Wei Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, what did Wenbin do? Wei Yongtang went up to his daughter as soon as he saw her. Unexpectedly, Wei Xiaoxiao's face turned green as she said, "Father, don't mention this person to me again. I don't want to know anything about him." She then flicked her sleeves and left. Wei Yongtang looked at Su Lin in astonishment. Su Lin smiled bitterly and said, "No wonder Miss is angry. That young master was really..." Sigh. It turned out that the person who sued Wenbin was a member of the Six Sails Gang. This person used to be a member of the Flood Dragon Gang. Once, his son and daughter-in-law were on a ship returning from Yangzhou to Chang'an. Wenbin happened to be on that ship. When he saw that this person's daughter-in-law was quite pretty, he had evil thoughts. In the end, Wenbin failed to get what he wanted. Instead, he was seen by the woman's husband. Wenbin's expression turned ugly when he heard about it. In order to vent his anger, Wenbin tied the couple up and threw them into the river. When he returned, he told the family that the couple broke the rules of the ship and was punished according to the gang rules. The old man was helpless when he heard this. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Gradually, the truth leaked out. When the old man found out about the real cause of his son and daughter-in-law's death, he angrily complained to the leader. How could the leader punish his son? Instead, he expelled the old man from the Flood Dragon Gang. The old man then went to Yin County to complain about his wrongdoings, but was rejected because there was no evidence. When Ben heard the news, he sent people to break his legs. If he didn't kill the old man, it would have angered both men and gods, and the old man wouldn't have lived until now. However, this was 3 years ago. Why did Yin County suddenly investigate this case? This person was now a member of the Six Sails Gang. The Six Sails Gang had just merged with the Shun Gang. The truth was clear. This was obviously the doing of the Shun Gang. It was the doing of Dugu Wintao, the helmsman of Tsauko. Based on this, there was probably something fishy about Junrian's stroke. If Junrian's stroke was fake, it meant that he was afraid of the power behind her. How much power did the other party have? A little girl from the Shun Gang fought against 100 people alone. President Wen died without any illness. This was a show of force. Junrian was bedridden from stroke. She used the power of the government to arrest Wenbin. This was a show of force. They were aggressive and hostile. At this moment, Wei Yongtang didn't dare to underestimate the Shun Gang. However, he didn't think further. So what if the Shun Gang rose? It was just the fall of the Flood Dragon Gang and the rise of the Shun Gang. All the gangs in Ba had a new partner. Could it be that the Shun Gang really had the ability to unify the water transportation and recreate the glory of the Shun Gang at the end of the Sui dynasty? Wei Yongtang shook his head in disdain. He said to Su Lin, "I didn't expect Wenbin to commit such an evil act. How could such a scum be a match for my daughter? I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to the Wen family and ask Madame Wen to return the marriage contract. The marriage between the Wei and Wen families will be annulled." Su Lin was stunned. He said in surprise, "Annulled? Then the Flood Dragon Gang." Wei Yongtang snorted coldly. "You've gone to the Yin County Yamen. You still don't know what happened in Ba." Li He and Yin Shirwei led 2,000 disciples into the Shun Gang. The Flood Dragon Gang no longer exists. Chapter 963. Yang Fan was very satisfied with the series of actions that Gu Zhuding had taken regarding Ba. Yang Fan had only given her a goal, a few names of relevant people, and the final result that should be achieved. As for the specifics of how to achieve it, Yang Fan was completely free to let Gu Zhuding do as she pleased. Gu Zhuding was a veteran in Jianghu. She did a better job than Yang Fan of interfering and giving directions. Gu Zhuding persuaded the School of Obedience, absorbed the 7 gangs, and swallowed the Flood Dragon Society in just 3 days. Of course, the next step was to rein in its sharpness and digest the inside. Even if the School of Obedience was originally a giant python, it would still take some time to digest after swallowing a buffalo. Moreover, it had swallowed the Flood Dragon Society, which was more than 10 times stronger than itself. Now that the School of Obedience had merged with the 9 gangs, and with the full support of the Dugu family, it had already become a first-class gang on Ba. It already had the ability to stir up a bloody storm on Ba. The people of Ba said that they were people of Jianghu, but compared to the great Jianghu that was the imperial court, the wild Jianghu was not even a small puddle. Who would lower their heads to look at this small puddle? However, the rolling torrent that was about to engulf Chang and would start from this small puddle. Living at the top of the imperial court and far away from Jianghu, if the Jianghu and the imperial court were to mix together, what kind of scene would that be? Thinking of this, Yang Fan could not help but smile. Abdullah looked at him strangely and said, "My dear Mu, what makes you smile so happily?" At this time, the two had already left the Qiao family's Hall of Righteousness and were walking side by the Wei River. Yang Fan's bodyguards and Abdullah's warriors followed behind them at a moderate pace. Abbas was the only one following behind the two of them. "Nothing." Yang Fan smiled and said, "I'm going back to Chang'an soon. What plans do you have, Mr. Abdullah?" Abdullah rolled his eyes and said, "I'm also going to the city. My jewelry, slaves, spices, and expensive tapestries can only be sold at a good price in the city." Yang Fan smiled and said, "That's just right. You and I are going the same way. Is Mr. Abdullah going to live in the city?" Abdullah said, No. I'm going to the city to discuss business, but the goods are still here. I have to come back at night. Especially today, I met such a charming lady here, so I'm even more reluctant to leave." Abdullah beamed with joy. I want to pursue her passionately. I want to ask Allah to grant us a chance to share a bed and sleep with her. Yang Fan slowly stopped, and the smile in his eyes gradually became cold. Mr. Abdullah, please don't make fun of my woman anymore. Otherwise, I may really tie you up like an ostrich egg and sink you into the Wei River to draw the rare sweet spring water, even if you were sent by Shenmu. Abbas looked at the serious Yang Fan in surprise, and then looked at his master. It was rare that he did not interrupt. Yang Fan said righteously, "We men from the Central Plains have always been very petty in this aspect." Abdullah said in surprise, "I did not reveal my identity to you. How did you know?" Yang Fan turned his head to look at the flowing Wei River and said lightly, "Because I'm smarter than you think." Abdullah immediately smiled and said, Good. General, Abdullah promises you that I will not do anything rude to that lady again." Yang Fan glanced at him and said, "That better be the case. I hope you did not come all the way here just to show off in front of me." Abdullah laughed dryly and shrugged his shoulders. "Actually, I am usually like this. I did not mean to offend, General, but you men from the Central Plains are too rigid and reserved when it comes to relationships. You are not humorous enough and not bold enough." Yang Fan frowned and said, "All right, I don't have the time to listen to you. Now that the plan has begun and Z has been set up, there's still 2 months before the mid-game strangulation and only 3 months until the dust settles. During this period, I hope that you can fully cooperate with me and that there will be no mistakes." 3 months? 3 months. A month had passed, and Chang, and had become a world wrapped in silver. Everything had withered, and the pedestrians on the streets had become sparse. It seemed that the whole world had gone into hibernation under the cold winter. But Wu Yizong was busy all the time. He was like a hard-working woodpecker, sometimes flying to the east, sometimes flying to the west, pecking here and there a few times bang-bang sounds. Under his supervision, the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works were in full swing. The Ministry of Revenue was conducting a census of the population of Chang and the surrounding prefectures and counties according to his arrangements. They ordered the prefectures within the Guanyi Pass to report the latest household statistics and to check the amount of grain stored in Chang and warehouses. The Ministry of Works was calculating the cost and manpower needed to repair the palace, government offices, widen the roads, repair the city walls, and dredge the moat, as well as the amount of grain needed for transportation in the coming year. Construction could not be carried out during the cold winter. They had to wait until the next spring, which was the beginning of the year and the most important time for farming. So they had to wait for the statistics from the Ministry of Revenue to calculate the number of able-bodied men that could be transferred without affecting the spring plowing. Only then could they carry out the next step. At the same time, Wu Yizong was also in close contact with the generals of the Chang and garrison. He also wrote to the imperial court, suggesting that troops should be stationed in the Guanyi Pass. It went without saying that the purpose of stationing troops to build the palace and dredge the moat was for the sake of military power. On the other hand, Yang Fan's side was much quieter than Wu Yizong's. Yang Fan seemed to only be interested in his own small territory. He had designated a large area in the northern suburbs of the palace as the barracks for the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion. The area was so large that it could accommodate not just 1,000 horsemen, but even 10,000. In the barracks, he ordered the soldiers to level and widen the drill ground. He built 4 polo fields and 6 kuja courts. If it were not for the heavy snow and the sudden cold weather, Yang Fan would have changed the entire northern suburbs of the palace before the Ministry of Works sent craftsmen over. The people from the Censorate and the Ministry of Justice were still working hard. The emperor wanted to move the capital, so he first had to clean up the officials in Guangzhou and rectify the local law and order. Chen Dong and Sun Yuxuan from the Ministry of Justice and Hu Yuanli and Shi Yu from the Censorate had a clear division of labor. One was in charge of law and the other was in charge of the officials. After the Ministry of Justice's crackdown, the prisons were filled with ruffians and the number of wanderers in Chang and city decreased sharply. Those who swindle, bully, and dominate the market were also severely punished. They also accepted complaints from the people and reviewed all the case files in Chang and in recent years. During this process, if there were any officials who engaged in corruption or violated the law and order, the case would be handed over to the censorate for Hu Yuanli ensure you to take over. Apart from this channel, Hu Yuanli ensure you could not really clean up the officials' cases. If the emperor wanted to move the capital, he would have to make a big move on the officials in Guangzhou. He would purge some, transfer some, promote some, and demote some. The vacated positions would be filled by the emperor's trusted officials. This was for the purpose of political stability. The decision-making power was in the emperor's hands, so they could only catch the small fish and shrimp. Censorate Hu ensure you could only catch the small fish and shrimp. So procurator, one could only catch the small fish and shrimp. When Ao had been in charge of the counties under the jurisdiction of the Chang and local government for a long time. He was arrogant and noisy, but he did not solve many serious criminal cases. Most of them were neighborhood disputes, theft, and adultery. Wu Yizong almost laughed his teeth off when he heard that. But even so, the 6 departments of Gong, Granary, Revenue, Army, Judiciary, and Sure were all busy. The Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Justice, and the censorate were all officials who came from the imperial court, so the specific affairs could not be separated from these local officials. Not only them, but the whole Chang and local government, including the prefectural magistrate Lu Xiantian, was also busy. Later, Lu Xiantian had a brainwave and adopted a people-to-people strategy. He reported to the Ministry of Revenue every day, the junior magistrate to the Ministry of Works, the judge to the Ministry of Justice, and the censorate. The 6 officials were on standby in the government, and Chu Qianxing, the military advisor, was in charge of passing down orders and mediating. In this way, it was much more orderly. When the emperor was about to move to the west, all the high-ranking officials and dignitaries in Chang and city used all kinds of means. Some wanted to show off and get promoted, some wanted to escape, and some wanted to take advantage of the good opportunity to bring down their enemies. The whole Chang and city was in chaos, and the small Jianghu world of Ba, which was ignored by everyone, was not peaceful in the past month. The Shun faction, which had been in decline for a long time, suddenly rose to power. Somehow, it managed to curry favor with the Duga family. Then, it merged with 8 other factions, including the Flood Dragon Gang, and became a first-rate faction in Bashan. In the past month, the Shun school had been integrating and digesting internally, and some dissidents were eliminated. At the same time, Miss Gu, the helmsman of the Chaoquan school, and Duga Wenao, the helmsman of the Caoco school, accompanied Master Chiao to visit all the gangs, and soon formed an alliance with the Life League and the Three River Society. Because the main members of these 3 gangs were concentrated in the east of the town, they were called ASEAN, and the 5 Elements Association, the Circle School, and the Taiping Gang immediately formed an alliance to oppose ASEAN, and they were called the West League. As soon as the East and West Leagues were established, they began to draw in and annex the small and medium-sized gangs. Wei Yongtang's Tianyin Gang chose to join the West League. Once there was a clear division, hostility naturally grew. These boorish Jianghu men usually got drunk and started fights, not to mention now that they had a clear opponent. Fights between the 2 sides occurred frequently, and the friction became more and more intense. One morning, the cold sunlight tore through the clouds, dispersing the darkness on the ground. In a small alley, a few frozen corpses were revealed. These were the gang members of the Circle sect. There was no way to find the culprit, but the people of Jianghu did not need evidence. As long as they were certain that it was you, that was enough. The next morning, 4 gang members of the Three River Society were found lying naked on the street leading to the dock. A layer of frost had formed on their cold bodies. The conflict had escalated. The West League's revenge came so quickly and so ruthlessly. The East and West Leagues were immediately at each other's throats. The gang spared no expense in recruiting Jianghu masters to settle in Ba, and the situation gradually became chaotic. Chapter 964. On New Year's Eve and the morning of New Year's Day, people in the ancient city of Chang and stayed up all night to celebrate the new year. Colorful lanterns were hung everywhere in Chang, and dragons and lions were dancing, Firecrackers were set off to ward off evil spirits, and paper money was burned to offer sacrifices to their ancestors. It was a lively scene everywhere. Ba was even more lively than Chong, and because more than half of the people here were single men without families, they could not stay up all night with their families during the New Year's Day. Naturally, they would go to the taverns with their friends to celebrate the New Year together. In a small tavern, Yang Fan, Renwei, Abdullah, and Abbas sat at a table in the innermost part of the tavern. Originally, Renwei and Abbas did not dare to sit, but in such a small tavern, it would be too much of an eyesore if someone stood beside them to wait on them. So they could only sit. Abdullah frowned and looked at the bustling scene in the tavern. He said loudly to Yang Fan, "You and I are so comfortable in the inn. Why do we have to come here?" His voice could not be less loud. There were people setting off firecrackers on the street outside the tavern. They were the kind of firecrackers with saltpeter added. They were loud and bright, and when they were set off, thick smoke billowed. The tavern was full. There were people singing drinking games, talking and laughing loudly. If he did not shout, Yang Fan would not be able to hear him. Even if he spoke loudly, he had to be in someone else's ears. Yang Fan, who still had a big beard on his chin, said loudly in his ear, "It's so lively here. This is a grand festival for the people of the Eastern Land. I don't have families here. What's the point of hiding in the lonely inn? It's better here, huh?" The government had been sealed, and the officials had gone to celebrate the New Year. That night, Yang Fan disguised himself and went to Ba again. Abdullah shook his head. He did not think much of this Eastern carnival. He approached Yang Fan and asked loudly, "How's the preparation on your side?" Yang Fan said, "The dry wood has been set up, and even the oil has been poured on it. Everything is ready. How is it on your side?" The firecrackers outside the door caused a cloud of choking smoke to roll into the tavern. Abdullah coughed and waved his sleeves to fan the smoke away. He said to Yang Fan, "What else can I do? I've already tied the camel's hooves to the grill. Now, as long as there's a spark, Mother asterisk her, your Three Rivers gang is too arrogant. If it wasn't for the New Year, I would have crushed your balls. Bullsh asterisk T, do you think we, the brothers of the Three River gang, are afraid of you? Come, as long as you dare to come. Next year's New Year's Eve will be your death anniversary." Before Abdullah could finish his sentence, the guests at the two tables beside him, whose faces were flushed from drinking, started to quarrel. Abdullah had just turned his head when he saw cups, plates, bowls, and chopsticks flying. Two square tables were flipped into the air. Two groups of men pounced on them and started punching and kicking them. The entire tavern was in an uproar. Soon, the other gangs that belonged to the Eastern and Western alliances joined in the fight. This time, all the tables and chairs were thrown into the air. Renwei had already stood up and caught a table that had been kicked over and placed in front of him. Although Abbas had a sharp tongue and did not seem to be good at martial arts, he also jumped up and loyally stood in front of his master to protect him. The gang fight in the tavern soon spread to the streets. The disciples of various sects who were strolling in the streets for the New Year joined in the fight. Some of them had no idea what was going on, nor did they know where the main battlefield was. They only knew that their own people were fighting with their enemies, so they pounced on the enemies who were walking toward them. Chaos quickly spread throughout the entire Ba. The owner of the tavern didn't move. He stood firmly behind the counter and shouted, "We, the Wei River Gang, are not part of the Southeast Asian Alliance or the Western Alliance. We mind our own business and mind our own business. You've borrowed my place to settle your grievances. You've ruined my business and destroyed my property. Please compensate me for the losses." Yang Fan smiled at Abdullah and said, "Look, there are plenty of sparks. Do you still need to look for them?" Abdullah's expression froze, and he said in a low voice, "Are you ready to fight?" Yang Fan's gaze slowly shifted outwards. The people fighting in the tavern had already joined the crowd on the streets. Countless people were waving their fists, punching and kicking each other. Some people were hugging each other and wrestling on the ground. Their clothes were torn and messy, and their faces were bruised and swollen, but they did not know why they were fighting. Yang Fan said, "From now until the Lantern Festival, the government will be closed and sealed off. During this time, we can let Ba cause a ruckus. After the 15th of the first month, they won't have the chance to be in the limelight. Abdullah took a deep breath and said, "When do we start?" Yang Fan said, "Tomorrow. Today is New Year's Eve. It's a good day. It's better not to see blood." As Yang Fan spoke, he stood up and walked out. Abdullah asked, "Where are you going?" Without looking back, Yang Fan waved his hand and said, "I'm looking for someone to stay up on New Year's Eve." The street was still a chaotic battlefield of scuffles. Yang Fan was like a loach, burrowing into the crowd and disappearing in a few moments. Abdullah grabbed his beard and struggled for a long time. Finally, he let out a long sigh and muttered to himself, "I'm also looking for someone to stay up on New Year's Eve." Today was New Year's Eve, and the fifth day was the 66th birthday of Old Master Qin of the Five Elements Guild, Qin Ziyuan. The Qin family celebrated this year's New Year's Eve especially grand. San Lang Jun, who had stayed in Yangzhou for a long time, also brought his wife and children back to Ba to celebrate the New Year's Eve and celebrate the old master's birthday. The whole family sat around the stove on Sun Qinghuan's knees. Old Master Qin, who had worked hard for half his life, felt very satisfied. As long as this happened every year, he would have nothing else to ask for in this life. His children and grandchildren were very filial. They were very careful in front of him and said things to make him happy. Old Master Qin was very comforted. During this time, the family steward secretly reported that the gangs of the Eastern and Western Leagues were fighting on the streets again. The whole town was in chaos, and many disciples of the Five Elements Guild were injured. Qin Dalong suppressed this news and said, "Today is New Year's Eve. We have to make the old master happy. Even if the sky falls down, we have to deal with it tomorrow." Qin Ziyuan was already in his 60s and did not have much energy. Although he said he was staying up on New Year's Eve, how could he not take a nap? When it was almost midnight, Old Master Qin felt a little tired. He was about to ask his wife to help him rest when the vice steward hurriedly walked in. The sky did not fall down. He was only holding a visiting card in his hand. However, when Qin Dalong took it and looked at it, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately rushed over and whispered a few words in his father's ear. There were no words at the place where the visiting card was signed. There was only a picture, a very strange picture. It looked like a boat, but also like a fish on the top of the waves. Qin Ziyuan's expression turned solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "Bring him in through the corner door. Father will wait for him in the study." The person was brought into the study. This person was tall and well-built. He was wearing a black bell that covered him from head to toe. There was a bonnet on the collar of the robe that covered his head. When his head was lowered, it was impossible to see his face clearly. When this person entered the study, he lifted his hand and took off the bonnet. Qin Zin, who was hurriedly walking over, was instantly dumbfounded. He recognized this person because this person had once come to his door to sell him some petite and charming maidens. This person was the Arab merchant who had booked an inn in the town. If he had not already checked the visiting card and confirmed that there was no mistake with the secret seal, Qin Ziyuan would not dare to believe his eyes. He composed himself and exclaimed, "You are here on young master's orders?" Young master is truly resourceful. He actually, Abdullah smiled faintly and continued, "Even who like me can be used by him. Is that so?" Qin Ziyuan was slightly embarrassed and hurriedly said, "I didn't know that Mr. Abdullah was one of us. If I have offended you, please forgive me. Does young master have any orders for Mr. Abdullah to come tonight?" Five Elements Association, Qin Ziyuan, a member of the hidden sect. Currently, the profits from the water transport business were not attractive to the aristocratic families. Based on their connections and abundant capital, they had plenty of profitable businesses to do. However, Shenmu cared. Shenmu started from a humble background. In order to fight against the obvious sect, which was much larger than him, he would not give up on any power that could be won over or used, even if it was just a little. Thus, no one knew that the hidden sect had secretly planted an ambush at the water transport port. Back then, Shenmu supported the Five Elemental Association because he wanted to develop a new source of income. He also wanted to use the Five Elemental Association to recruit various heroes for his own use. When the hidden sect gradually grew stronger, Shenmue no longer cared about the five elemental association's benefits. From then on, he rarely gave any orders to the five elemental association. It was until the last food war in Chong, and that the obvious sect and the hidden sect started. To the hidden sect, the five elements association, which was tasteless and a pity to abandon, played an unexpected role. Back then, in order to defeat young Master Jiang, Shenmue not only used all his stored rations, but he also borrowed a large amount of ration from the Li clan, Guo clan, and other aristocratic families in Shandong who supported him. He even used some corrupt officials to extort from them. However, even if the rations were obtained, they wouldn't be of any use unless they were transported to Chang'an. Back then, the Five Elements Association played an important role. This time, what was Shenmue going to use the Five Elements Association for? After Abdullah sat down, he slowly said, "Recently, many things happened in Ba, and I am here for this matter." Qin Ziyuan was surprised and asked, "Young master already knows what happened here?" Abdullah smiled slyly and said, "He already knew what happened here before it happened." Qin Ziyuan pondered for a moment, and his old eyes instantly burst out with two rays of brilliance. Could it be the rise of the smooth sect is young master's doing? Abdullah said, "Although it's not accurate, it's not far." Qin Ziyuan was astonished. "How can this be? What is young master trying to do?" Abdullah smiled wholeheartedly and said, "This is the reason why I am looking for you tonight." Chapter 965. Abdullah had sold a great deal of jewels, spices, carpets, and slave girls, but he had bought a great deal of oriental goods, porcelain, silk, and the like, which were very delicate, and so he continued to rent the whole inn. Abdullah had servants to serve him, and even his food was cooked by himself. The innkeeper was happy and relaxed. During the new year, the waiters were on leave, and the innkeeper's family returned to the city for the new year. The entire inn was left to Abdullah, and it became his home. A long string of red lanterns was hung in front of the inn, and many firecrackers were piled up. There were even dozens of boxes of fireworks on Ba, which ordinary people were reluctant to buy. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and let his entourage of warriors celebrate the Tang people's festival. The pole of the inn was very tall, and the string of red lanterns was very long. There were lights everywhere on Ba, but this string of lanterns was not particularly eye-catching. But Gu Zhuding saw it, and so she quietly came in amidst the sound of firecrackers. It was the same room that Yang Fan used to stay in. There was wine and food on the low table in the room. Yang Fan sat cross-legged. The door opened, and a delicate deerskin boot entered first. Gu Zhuding walked in lightly, and took off the warm cover of Zhao Jun with air on her head. She said cheerfully, "A Lang summoned you. Are you going to fight?" There was a small red clay stove in front of the table, and wine was warming on the stove, and the fragrance of the wine filled the air. When Yang Fan saw her, he smiled and pointed to the opposite side, saying, "Come, sit down and talk." Gu Zhuding hesitated, but did not walk to the opposite side of the low table. Instead, she walked slowly to the side of the bed, bent down, and took off her boots, leaving only a pair of snow-white stockings. She sat cross-legged on the bed and gently leaned against Yang Fan's body. Her bright cheeks seemed to be illuminated by the fire in the stove, and a faint blush appeared. Yang Fan was slightly surprised. He did not know how much courage she had to muster to make such a bold move. Yang Fan could not help but hold her hand and said, "Let's not talk about other things first. This is the end of the year and also the beginning of the year. How about you and I stay up together?" Of course. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Gu Zhuding's eyes were as bright as the fireworks outside the window. She was a woman who was easily satisfied. This year's New Year's Eve was destined to be the most unforgettable New Year's Eve of her life. When Yang Fan woke up, he heard the sound of firecrackers. It was the morning of the first day of the new year. His head was dizzy, his mouth and tongue were somewhat dry. Only now did he realize that it was New Year's Eve. He had failed to keep watch on New Year's Eve, and he was completely drunk. Yang Fan, who had just woken up from his hangover, vaguely remembered that he and Gu Zhuting drank to their heart's content last night. It was fine at first, but later on, when he was drunk, he told her many stories of the past. He told her about how, by a freak combination of factors, he mixed into the imperial court, and how he wanted to achieve great things after he took up his position. He also talked about women. He mentioned Xiaoman, Anu, and Wan. Finally, he talked about Ning, who died early. He remembered that at that time his face was full of tears, and he drank faster and faster. Gu Zhuting was like a gentle elder sister, comforting him softly. He remembered that he staggered to stand up and wanted to raise his glass to Ning Ke's soul. Then he fell down. It was Gu Zhuting who dragged him to the bed. She seemed to be using his arm as a pillow. She lay with him for a long time and talked for a long time. Yang Fan gradually regained consciousness. He turned his head and saw that the animal charcoal in the brazier was still flickering. He was still wearing his clothes. He was wrapped in a Persian blanket that was as soft as a feather, and there was a thick quilt on top. The quilt was very warm, but the tip of his nose was a little cold. Yang Fan took out his hand and touched his nose. There was still a lingering fragrance on his hand, a wisp of a woman's fragrance. Yang Fan lay in a daze for a while. Then he sat up, grabbed the kettle from the table, and drank a few mouthfuls of water to moisten his throat. Then he lifted the quilt and put on his boots. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he staggered, and the feeling of dizziness did not disappear. Yang Fan touched his dizzy head and opened the door. He saw Ren Wei standing outside, dressed in new clothes. Behind him was a row of sword-like icicles under the eaves. Ren Wei grinned, showing his white teeth. He cupped his hands to Yang Fan and said with a smile, "Ah Lang, you have a new life, and your longevity has been extended." Yang Fan blinked his eyes and then reacted. He hurriedly cupped his hands to return the salute. "Everything will be smooth, and good luck will come." Several guards who were in the courtyard heard the commotion and rushed over to greet Ah Lang. Yang Fan cupped his hands in front of his chest and repeatedly returned the salute. "Everything will be smooth, and good luck will come." Because he was drunk last night, he did not untie his hair and did not comb his hair in the morning. Now the bun was tilted to one side. Coupled with his cupped hands in front of his chest, he looked like a little squirrel holding a pine cone and nodding its head. After the New Year's greetings were exchanged, Ren Wei held back his laughter and said, "Ah Lang, your bun." Yang Fan touched his head and exclaimed, "Boil some hot water for me." Just as Yang Fan was about to turn around and return to his room, a figure flashed by the door. It was Abdullah, leading his little attendant Abbas in high spirits. Both master and servant were wearing new clothes and hats. As soon as they saw Yang Fan, they laughed loudly from afar and said, "Everything will be smooth, and good luck will come." Yang Fan was startled. His auspicious phrase was snatched away by Abdullah. Yang Fan first cupped his hands in front of his chest, and then thought of a phrase, "Congratulations on making a fortune. Congratulations on making a fortune." Just as he said this, he heard a commotion outside the east wall. Someone was speaking in an intense tone, as if loudly complaining about something. Someone else's voice was angry, as if constantly cursing, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps of a large group of people passing through the alley. Standing in the courtyard, one could see a scene of sticks and spears flashing across the top of the wall. Yang Fan had just woken up from his hangover, and his mind was not very agile. He stared blankly at the chaotic scene outside and asked in surprise, "What's going on?" Abdullah turned his head to look at the main culprit and asked curiously, "Didn't you say that it's going to start today?" Yang Fan's words before he was drunk caused Ba to be restless for the whole night. The chaos on New Year's Eve lasted until the third watch before it gradually calmed down. At this time, Gu Zhuting had just settled the drunk Yang Fan and returned to the Shun Gate. As soon as Gu Zhuting returned to the Shun Gate, she summoned her 3 elder brothers who were drinking with Zhua Yiqing and the others around the stove and gave them some detailed instructions. At the Qin Fu, Abdullah quietly left through the corner door. Qin Ziyuan immediately summoned his eldest son and his trusted chief steward into the study. The 3 of them discussed in secret for a long time before the 2 of them left. Qin Zin then summoned a concubine to serve him on a small couch in the study to rest. Qin Ziyuan's concubine had received instructions from the old master beforehand to wake him up at the 5th watch, so she did not dare to sleep at all. She only leaned against the head of the bed and pretended to sleep. At the 5th watch, the sound of firecrackers could be heard on the street. The concubine immediately woke the old master up and helped him wash up and change his clothes. Qin Ziyuan had finished washing up and was dressed neatly. The chief steward immediately rushed over to help him up and reported something in detail along the way. Afterwards, Qin Ziyuan rushed to the main hall. The entire Fu from top to bottom entered the hall one by one according to the order of sons, daughters-in-law, grandchildren, stewards, accountants, servants, and maids, and kowtowed to the old master to wish him a happy new year. Afterwards, the whole family ate breakfast, drank 2 su wine, ate steamed cakes, popcorn, gelatin, spring cakes, and so on. Then they opened the Fu's doors to receive their relatives and friends who had come to wish them a happy new year. The leader of the Chuan gang was the first to come to wish Old Master Qin a happy new year. Old Master Qin personally went to the gate to welcome him, but unexpectedly, he was assassinated in front of the Fu's mansion. The assassin was extremely skillful. Fortunately, the major gangs in Ba had been hiring highly skilled Jianghu masters to help them these days. Old Master Qin and third brother, the leader of the Chuan gang, each had 2 highly skilled bodyguards. They acted in time, and the assassin only injured one of Old Master Qin's arms and then escaped. Almost at the same time, gang leader Qiao of the Shun gang was assassinated on the Long Street. Gang leader Qiao was going to pay a Happy New Year visit to Huang Yinshan, the leader of the Sana gang. The Shun gang was now an ally of the Life League and the Sana gang. Among the 3 major gangs, Huang Yinshan of the Sanha gang was the oldest and the most senior. Unexpectedly, Xiao Mu encountered an assassin in full view of the public when he was halfway there. The disciples protected Xiao Mu as they fought and retreated. On the bloody Long Street, they happened to run into the people of the Life League who were also here to pay a Happy New Year visit to Huang Yinshan. They joined the fight in time, and after losing a few good fighters, the assassin retreated. On the side of the West Alliance, because Old Master Qin was injured, the 5 Elements Association was furious. The leader of the Chuan gang, who happened to be there, also felt a lingering fear and flew into a rage out of shame. The 2 of them immediately informed the Taiping gang, who were also their allies, about the situation. They sharpened their swords and were ready to fight back with blood. On the side of the ASEAN, because the leader of the Shun gang was assassinated, the Life League also lost a few good fighters. The leaders of the 2 gangs were also assassinated on the way to pay a Happy New Year visit to Huang Yinshan of the Sana gang. Huang Yinshan was also furious when he heard the news. He immediately visited Qiao Mu and the Life League in person and deployed his troops, intending to pay a tooth for a tooth. The riot last night lasted until the 3rd night watch period. At this time, it was just dawn. The disciples who participated in the gang fight had not calmed down yet. When they heard that their leaders were assassinated again, the contradictions and hatred accumulated by the constant friction between the 2 sides finally went out of control. If someone had been paying attention to the movements of the big gangs on Ba and the actions of the imperial envoys of the Ministry of Justice and the Sensory in the city, he would have noticed a very strange phenomenon. There seemed to be a very strange connection between the 2 sides, which were completely unrelated. Some of the actions they took were always in coordination with each other. If this could be considered a coincidence, then today was undoubtedly another one. When the 2 major gangs of Ba's alliance had triggered a grand armed melee due to the assassination attempt, the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate had immediately taken action. Early in the morning on the 1st day of the 1st lunar month, Lu Qietian was wearing a dark red-purple silk robe with 5 birthday flowers on it. He sat in the main seat in the main hall with a ruddy face. His family members came forward one by one to kowtow to Lang and give him a New Year's greeting. When his 6th concubine came forward with his little daughter, who had just turned 1 year old, to greet him, the little girl said the auspicious words her mother taught her in a childish voice. "Daddy, the new year is auspicious and your future is boundless." Lu Qietian beamed with joy. He opened his arms and was about to hug his daughter affectionately. Suddenly, the housekeeper ran in breathlessly and reported that Hu Yuanli of the Censorate and Chen Dong of the Ministry of Justice had come to visit. Lu Qian was very surprised. So early in the morning, these two were even more enthusiastic than the officials who came to pay a Happy New Year visit. Chapter 966. Lu Xiantian was the assistant prefectural magistrate, a higher rank than most prefectural officials. He was a third-rank court official, and Yang Fan's rank as a loyal general was half a rank lower than his. Although Yang Fan, Chen Dong, Hu Yuanli, and the others were all imperial envoys, and even if he wanted to curry favor with them, there was no reason for him to greet them as a high-ranking official. Moreover, those who could become the Chang and prefectural magistrate were also the emperor's trusted aides. There was no need for him to curry favor with them. Therefore, Lu Xiantian couldn't take the initiative to greet them. However, according to Lu Xiantian's estimation, it wouldn't be strange if they came this afternoon or tomorrow. After all, he didn't welcome them when they first arrived in Chang'an. Although that was due to the Lord of Hanoi's interference, he was the one who was rude first. Now that Chen Dong and Hu Yuanli had come together early in the morning, Lu Wutian was a little overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. He hurriedly went out to personally welcome them and invited them into the study. After exchanging auspicious words of congratulations for the new year, Chen Dong's expression turned serious, and he took out a travel book. Lu Xiantian took the travel book and opened it. He was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. How could people celebrate the new year? You were sent here by the emperor with no relatives, nothing to do, and nowhere to go. We have a bunch of friends, relatives, and colleagues to visit. Lu Xiantian opened the book and said with a troubled expression, Hu Qianxian, Chen Xianlang, both of you are dedicated and diligent. I admire you very much. However, on the day of a new year, the whole country is celebrating. Isn't it a little unreasonable to put people in jail at this time? Chen Dong said solemnly, Prefectural Magistrate, you are wrong. We have come to Chang and to rectify law and order and clean up the government. We are in fear and trepidation and don't dare to slack off for even a day. Over the past month or so, we've already caught a lot of criminals. However, most of their leaders have escaped the net. The reason for this is that these people have been operating for many years. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Coupled with the fact that they value profits highly, some government officials acted as their eyes and ears and escaped in advance. If we don't capture these people, we won't be able to deter the thieves and evildoers, and we won't be able to truly ensure long-term peace in Chang'an. Lu Xiantian said, Chen Xuanlong's words make sense, but we don't have to arrest criminals on the first day of the new year. Hu Yuanli stroked his beard and smiled. Prefectural Magistrate Lu, the government seals the new year and all business stops. This is also the time when the criminals are the most careless. Plus, who doesn't want to reunite with their family during the new year? These criminals may take advantage of the government's break to return home for the new year and come. Lu Biantian still tried to shirk the responsibility. That's true, but it's too late. Now that the government has been sealed, all the officials are on leave. Other than the ones on duty during the new year, there's no one else available in the Chang'an government. I'm afraid we won't be able to catch criminals and thieves. Hu Yuanli said, Master Lu need not worry about this. Today, the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion is stationed in Chang, and the loyal general of the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion, Yang Fan, is personally appointed by the emperor as the investigating and punishing officials. His assistance in apprehending the bandits is within General Yang's responsibility. Lu Xiantian was surprised. General Yang has such an appointment? How come I know nothing about it? Chen Dong's mouth twitched. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you later. For now, I hope you could transfer as many officials as you can help us. We are not familiar with the situation in Chang'an. Yang Fan did have an appointment as Magistrate Investigating Magistrate. When Wu Ziqian appointed him, she didn't add the word Luoyang in front of it. In fact, even without the word, his authority was limited to Luoyang because he was also the commander of the cavalry and needed to stay by the emperor's side. How could he be sent to other places to investigate? But coincidentally, the relocation of the capital happened. Yang Fan, the commander of the Imperial Guards, was sent to Chang'an. His position as magistrate was still there. This was worth considering. Should his position as investigating magistrate be transferred? Since he wasn't limited to Luoyang, wouldn't it be reasonable for him to be in charge of Chang'an? This might be a loophole in the appointment of an official, but Yang Fan took advantage of this loophole and intervened confidently. Moreover, this was likely the emperor's intention. Without this authority, his 1,000 cavalry battalion and Wu Yizong's golden guards would mind their own business. How could he restrict them? He didn't even need to provide patrol officers. He only needed to ask for some officials familiar with Chang and geography to cooperate with their arrest operations. How could Lu Xiantian avoid it? He could only summon all the officials he could find to the magistrate's office. Ignoring their complaints, he left them to Chun Dong and Hu Yuanli to deal with. Hu Yuanli and Chun Dong immediately arranged for these people to lead the soldiers of the 1,000 cavalry battalion through the streets and alleys, squatting in the pits and waiting to catch the fish that slipped through the net. In Ba's previous fight, both sides suffered casualties and quickly entered a stalemate. The leaders of both sides knew that they were evenly matched. Even if all their men fought, there would still be no winner. Moreover, it would be meaningless to decide the winner then. However, there was one thing that neither of them knew, and that was that this evenly matched situation had been deliberately facilitated by someone else. At this time, they began to feel that the strategy of capturing the leader and beheading the leader might be the most effective way to resolve the dispute. The ordinary gang members actually cared most about whether they had food to eat. As for who owned the boats and whose flag they were flying, they didn't care. Otherwise, Li He wouldn't have been able to smoothly merge the 2,000 men of the Flood Dragon sect into the Shun sect after decisively killing a few dissenting stewards. If they wanted to win now, it seemed that they had to use the same method. As long as they killed the leader, the rest would be scattered. After both sides realized this, assassinations began to appear one after another. Third brother, the leader of the Circle sect, was the first to suffer. One of the bodyguards he hired was killed, and the other was disabled. He himself lost his life in the ambush. Then, Sheng Long, the leader of the Chao Fist of the Life League, was assassinated. Wei Yongtang of the Sky Eagle sect was assassinated. He luckily escaped with his life, but he was also seriously injured. The series of assassinations caused the leaders of both sides to feel insecure. They had to be escorted when they went in and out, and they had to be heavily guarded. There were very few pedestrians on the streets. The strange calm was brewing an even bigger storm. The whole of Ba had lost the festive atmosphere of the spring festival. There was only a chill, a bone-piercing chill. Everything that happened on Ba was not noticed by anyone in Chang'an City, which was very close to them. Although the massive crackdown on the spring festival led by Chun Dong and Hu Yuanli had attracted most of the attention and energy of the Chang'an officials, the main reason was that the government had always ignored the special group of Ba's Chao men. It had always been like this. Regardless of whether it was the imperial court or the local governments, they all knew the importance of the Chao River, and they all knew the importance of the transportation. However, in this process, the only thing they overlooked was the use of people. They overlooked those who braved the winds and waves, drove the boats, passed through the Chao River, and transported the grain to the capital. Because of the importance of the Chao River, the imperial court would allocate special funds to dredge the river and build dams and gates. Because of the importance of the Chao transport, there were special officials for the Chao transport. They had formulated detailed rules for every step from the collection of grain to the transportation and storage. However, during this process, no one mentioned those water laborers. Perhaps it was because they knew that these water laborers had relied on this line of work for generations. They did not have to worry about them slacking off, nor did they have to worry about them fleeing. That was why they overlooked their existence. Therefore, the Ba, where the Chao men gathered, and Chang'an City, which was very close to them, could only hear each other. Even if some people in the city knew something about it, they would turn a deaf ear to it because it had nothing to do with them and because of the barbaric and bloody nature of Ba. But this kind of isolation and independence was not absolute. especially for the leaders of the gangs. They could think of using the Chow men as a middleman and bribe the officials to work for them. How could they not think of using the government at this time? The leaders of the Five Elements Association, the Circle Sect, the Taiping Gang, and the other Western Alliance gathered together. Qin Ziyuan said in the name of the founder, "The Lantern Festival is coming soon. Once it's over, we have to make arrangements for Yangzhou. But if we don't solve the problem here, how can we go? I think that the only way to break the current situation is to ask the government for help." The leader of the Taiping Gang, Yuan Zhiheng, frowned. "I'm afraid that will be difficult. Those officials are all people who turn their backs on us. We promise them benefits, and they provide us with convenience. This is a business, not a friendship. If we want them to go into battle for us, it's impossible." Sitting next to him was the son of the third master. The third master had been assassinated, and he had just become the leader of the gang. He was still wearing mourning clothes. Although he had to avenge his father, he was not a reckless person. He said, "Leader Yuan is right. Besides, it's not like they don't have officials behind them. I heard that the Qiao family is from the Dugu family?" Qin Ziyuan said, "I've already asked around. Although the Dugu family used to be a rich and powerful family in Guanlong, it's not what it used to be. The Dugu family lost their power in the court, so they turned to the industry and commerce for profit. Don't be scared by the so-called reputation of the Dugu family. Those officials have been feeding us for so long. Shouldn't they do something for us? They don't care about us, but they care about their authority being challenged by others. So if we want them to help us, you two are smart people. I don't think I need to make it clearer, do I?" The two hesitated for a moment, looked at each other, and nodded slowly. "We'll do as you say, sir." At the same time, the leaders of the Shun faction, the Life League, and the Three River Gang were also discussing countermeasures. The two sides were already incompatible as fire and water, but when the warm spring came and the flowers bloomed, both sides would have to make a living on the same river. If the dispute could not be resolved on the Bar River and then extended to the water, then the loss would be too great. They had forgotten the reason why things had come to this point. They couldn't remember how they got into conflict with other gangs, or how they formed an alliance with the Shun faction. They only knew that they were in a difficult situation now. If they didn't solve the dispute as soon as possible, they would be like farmers who missed the sowing in early spring. They wouldn't have a harvest for the whole year. In for a penny, in for a pound. Let's just tear down their hall. The one who spoke was Xiao Mu. The sick lion of the past was now strong, and he also showed his sharp fangs. Huang Yinshan raised his eyelids and looked at him seriously. He said, "Brother Qiao, what's your good plan?" Xiao Mu said, "We can't fight anymore. It's too damaging for us to kill 1,000 enemies. I think we should use the power of the government to suppress them." Huang Yinshan was slightly stunned. He hesitated and shook his head. "No, although you successfully sent Wenbin to prison, that's because the Flood Dragon Society has fallen and their background is not strong enough. In fact, there are many powerful people in the city, and many of them may not be willing to give in to the Dugu family. Our current opponents are rich and powerful, far more powerful than the Flood Dragon Union. Their backers are all influential bigwigs in Chang'an. If we can get the government to help, so can they. By then, both of us will be meat on the chopping block, and the result will no longer be up to us." Xiao Mu smiled and said, "Senior Huang, you are well informed, and you know everything about the Dugu family. However, what Senior Huang said is right, but the situation is a little different now." Huang Yinshan raised his eyebrows and said, "What's different?" Gan Qinhui of the Life League also widened his eyes and listened carefully. Xiao Mu said, "As both of you know, the helmsman of our Shun School, Saoko, is Dugu Wen Tao. He is a member of the Dugu family. He has a cousin. His name is Dugu Hueji, currently the Imperial Army's Yulin Guard's 1,000 Cavalry Battalion, holding the position of Minister General. Now, this commander is in Chang'an. He is here because the Emperor is about to move the capital." This news was a little shocking to Huang Yinshan and Gan Qinhui. They didn't know that a large number of officials and an imperial army came to the capital, but they didn't know the purpose of their visit. They heard that some officials from the Ministry of Works came to Chang and to dredge the river. They inquired about the details to see if there was any profit to be made. They didn't expect to hear such news from Qiao Mu. Even if those aristocratic families had declined, the official news was still far better than them. Since Qiao Mu said that this news came from the Dugu family, it should be true. The two almost simultaneously thought that after the emperor moved the capital, the water transport in Chang then would be more prosperous. They were happy at first, but then they thought of the current stalemate and couldn't help but frown. Qiao Mu said in a low voice, "This group of people is not only from the imperial army, but also from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue. There are also a group of officials from the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate. Think about it. What are the officials from the Ministry of Justice coming to Chang'an for?" With Qiao Mu's description, a clear picture of the situation slowly unfolded in front of Huang Yinshan and Gan Qianhui. The emperor was going to move the capital, but she had been away from Chang and for 20 years. Of course, she needed to renovate Chang and first. Therefore, she sent the Ministry of Revenue to investigate the people's livelihood and census, the Ministry of Works to repair the palace, bridges, and roads, and the Ministry of Justice to arrest those who broke the law. Then what were the censorate doing? Around the emperor, there were also differences between close and distant relatives. Now that the emperor was going to move the capital back to Chang. And what about these close people? Of course, someone in Chang, and had to make room for them. The corrupt and mediocre officials had to be purged, and the officials the emperor didn't trust had to be driven away. The censorate was here to pick a fight. Now the situation on Ba was changing, and the city of Chang and was in a storm. The Chang, an officialdom, was facing a situation of reshuffling. The officials we had made friends with over the years might be transferred to distant places in the next moment. In that case, why not let them do something for us in the end? Don't they want to make a profit before they step down? Huang Yinshan and Gan Qianhui understood Qiao Mu's words very well, but it couldn't dispel their doubts. When Qiao Mu finished, Gan Qianhui said, "If that's the case, we don't have to worry that they won't be used by us. But if we can do it, so can our opponents. How can you be sure that if we let the officials get involved in our fight, we will be the winner?" Qiao Mu said, "As I said just now, Dugu Weiji is the commander of the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion, and the commander of the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion, Yang Fan, has a close personal relationship with the officials of the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate Station in Chang. So, who do you think will win this battle?" Huang Yinshan and Gan Qianhui looked at each other and nodded in unison. Chapter 967. It was snowing heavily at night on the third day of the Upper Yuan dynasty. The emperor had issued a decree before the new year to officially change the name of the dynasty on New Year's Day and grant amnesty to the world. It was the first year of the Dazu dynasty. The origin of this name was because Yang Fan went to Fangzhou to rescue Prince of Luling. In order to get out of prison, he forged a huge footprint left by a golden-armored immortal in prison, so the emperor changed the name of the dynasty. Although it was easy to change the name of the Wuzhou dynasty, a big star appearing in the sky or the emperor growing a new tooth could be the reason for changing the name of the dynasty. But this time the name was changed because of Yang Fan. Yang Fan, who was sitting in the Furong Tower, had a strange feeling in his heart. How many people could leave such a mark in history? The heavy snow fell and sprinkled all over the Chu-Chi. The red plum blossoms downstairs bloomed in the snow. Their pink petals reflected the red in the snow, making the temples, buildings, gardens, and the river more warm. All kinds of lights decorated the branches, making the petals on the branches crystal clear. Half drunk, Yang Fan pushed open the window and looked at the Chu-Chi under the shadows of the lanterns in the night. The Chu-Chi River was a vast expanse of whiteness, but in Yang Fan's eyes, there was still a pool of water, half of the green leaves, and the graceful figure of the beautiful woman, with a lotus fragrance, riding a leaf orchid boat, looking at him with a smile. There seemed to be a jingle in his ears, gently knocking on Yang Fan's heart. Ning Ke's face was like a blooming lotus lingering in his mind. But the beautiful woman's beautiful smile, even if he was willing to exchange everything in the world, he could not make it appear again. Someone was setting off fireworks by the river. The brilliant fireworks suddenly lit up, just like the beautiful woman was sitting under the osmanthus tree. The setting sun was like blood, the osmanthus fragrance floated in the air, and a wisp of smoke curled up. Her slender fingers rolled up the warm evening wind, accompanied by falling petals, playing a song for him. Yang Fan slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the moisture in his eyes had disappeared. He gently closed the window, and the warmth in the room immediately wrapped his whole body. Yang Fan did not look back, but just stood there quietly for a long time. He was dressed in white, but he didn't have young Master Zhang's aloof and arrogant coldness. Instead, he gave off a feeling of gentleness. Behind him, Dugiyu silently stood there, gazing at Yang Fan's back. He seemed to know what Yang Fan was thinking, and his heart was both comforted and sorrowful. Yang Fan slowly raised his cup and took a sip of the wine. The wine had already turned cold, but it felt like a ball of fire as it entered his throat. When the Jiannan braised spring began to burn in his stomach, Yang Fan said in a low and hoarse voice, "Bigfoot is a good sign. Let us kick them away." The leader of the Heavenly Eagle clan, Sauko, Su Lin, got off the carriage. In front of him, a servant carried a lantern and walked into the alley. Although the alley was wide, the snow in the alley had not been swept, so the carriage could not go in. A gust of wind blew, and the snow was sucked into his collar. It was a little cold, and Su Lin pulled his cloak tighter. This was the third day of the Upper Yuan dynasty. The number of people on the streets to watch the lanterns was not as much as the previous 2 days. Coupled with the heavy snow tonight, the streets were even more deserted. Of course, this was only compared to the previous 2 days. In general, the streets were still very lively, and there was a constant stream of people coming and going in the alley. The thousands of lanterns still glowed dimly in the vast snow. Walking along, it was as if one was in a fairy tale world. The leaders of the Tsauko of the various sects on Ba were all dispatched, entering the city to look for their backers. In fact, they had already been here for a few days, but they had not seen the people they were looking for. It was not because these officials had too many social engagements and did not return at night, but because Chun Dong of the Ministry of Justice and Hu Yuanli of the Censorate were in full swing during the Spring Festival. Almost all the officials, including some officials with no duties, had been seconded by them. Once Chun Dong and Hu Yuanli borrowed these people, they had the officers and soldiers of the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion watch over them, in the euphemistic name of to prevent leaks. As a result, these people were under the eyes of the officers and soldiers every day and even had to stay in the barracks at night. Although this made the officials very dissatisfied, Chen Dong used a righteous reason that the emperor was about to go west and wanted to clean up Chang and into a clean world, so they could not refuse. Moreover, Hu Yuanli had even said very sinisterly while stroking his beard, "The reason why those wanted criminals could escape before we could arrest them must be because someone had tipped them off. The tip-off must be the Chang and officials who had been bribed." In order to avoid arousing suspicion, these officials could only take the initiative to cooperate, never leaving their line of sight, to prove their innocence. Until today, it was said that the joint rectification campaign to crack down on and clean up public security had been a great success. These officials who had worked hard for half a month could finally go home to reunite with their families, and those who had been waiting for them at the Tsauko of the various gangs in Bashang could finally see them. Su Lin came to the front of the house with black bricks and white stone steps. A manservant came forward with a lantern and knocked on the door knocker. Hearing the news that his master was at home, Su Lin was overjoyed. Soon, his figure disappeared at the door, and a beam of light moved toward the second courtyard in the misty snowflakes. Ma Qian, the helmsman at the Tsauko of the Circle Gate, was in the study of Gao Jingxian, the administrator of the Chang and local government. Most states and prefectures in the Tang dynasty had idle officials, and the quota of officials was far higher than the actual number of officials that should be allocated. In other words, officials who had no official position and only received salaries. At the same time, some states and prefectures that were busy with affairs often set up more officials than the quota. For example, as an assistant capital, the Chang, and local government should have a member of the record councilor. But in fact, besides Chu Tianxing, there was also Gao Jingxian, who was also an official. There were 3 other record councilors in the Chang and local government, but they had no official position and were not responsible for specific affairs. Ma Qian told Gao Jingxian what happened on Ba Shang to him, who had just returned to the mansion. In addition to describing how arrogant and domineering the ASEAN gangs were, he cleverly hinted at how unscrupulous the officials and gentry behind the ASEAN gangs were, and how they did not care about Gao Jingxian and the others at all. Gao Jingxian understood that Ma Qian's words had a hint of provocation, but this was not the point. The point was that Ma Qian spread out a box of gold and several land deeds on the table. Most people in the Chang and officialdom knew that this year the so-called Emperor's Tour of the western capital of Chang was actually to move the capital back to Chang'an, but it had not been publicly announced to the world. And once the emperor moved the capital, he would inevitably bring a large number of officials from the capital Luoyang. Even if the original officials in Chang were not purged, most of them will be transferred to make room for the emperor's trusted aides. Gao Jingxian's qualifications and background weren't enough for him to stay in Chang'an. It was inevitable that he would be transferred. At that time, he would no longer be able to provide convenience to the Canal Gang, and he wouldn't be able to receive enough benefits from them. Therefore, it seemed like a good choice to make some money before he left. Gao Jingxian paced slowly in the room. The shadow of the lamp cast a shadow on the wall, and there was a golden flash in the shadow, like a reflection of the river. It was the reflection of a box of gold under the lamp. Adjunct Gao stood still and looked at the golden light in the projection. He said in a deep voice, "Tomorrow morning, I will send people there. The people behind them will not be idle. You have to be clean. Don't let others get hold of your weakness." Ma Qian was overjoyed and quickly bowed to the ground. "Rest assured, Adjunct, I've already made arrangements." The Chang and Major Zhao Haochen's mansion also welcomed a guest. The guest was the Taiping Gang's canal head. Tang Long had also brought a generous gift, one that was difficult to refuse, so Zhao Haochen was hesitant. Zhao Haochen was the trusted subordinate of Lu Xiantian, the magistrate of the Chang and government. Once the emperor moved west, he might not be able to hold the position of Minister of War anymore. However, as a trusted subordinate of Lu Xiantian, he might not be transferred away from Chang'an. Therefore, he hoped that he would be safe during this period of time. With this goal in mind, he did not want to do anything, especially stand up for the Taiping Gang and directly use the power of the government to suppress the other canal gangs. But the Taiping Gang's gift was too generous. It was more than 5 times the previous gifts. Tang Long also promised that if they could eliminate the ASEAN gangs in one fell swoop, the 5 Elements Guild, the Circle Sect, and the Taiping Gang would be in charge of the Canal Gang, and the annual gifts would increase by 40%. After thinking for a long time, Zhao Haochen thought to himself, Chun Dong, and Hu Yuanli can crack down on Chang, and to help the emperor move the capital. As local officials of Chang, and it is also reasonable for us to clean up the surrounding areas of Chang. Everyone wants Chang, and to be peaceful when the emperor moves the capital. This time, I take advantage of the current situation. I not only cater to the imperial envoy, but also smuggle some goods. If I do it well, the emperor will be pleased, and maybe it will be beneficial to me. Thinking of this, Zhao Haochen secretly made up his mind. A guest also came to the mansion of the founding Marquis Wang Shishio. After listening to the guest's story, Marquis Wang sneered, "The Dugu family? The Dugu family has long been in decline. They have no influence in the officialdom. Since they don't care about me, I will let them know how powerful I am." Marquis Wang slapped a box of expensive gifts and proudly raised his eyebrows at the guest. "Don't worry. Go back and tell your grandmaster that I will take care of this. Isn't it just some bullshit shungate? I will destroy it and let the Dugu family know who has the final say in Chang'an City." The next morning, Chang'an County Officer Wu Luoran strode into the county government office. Along the way, firecrackers and broken lanterns were scattered everywhere. It was like this just after the Upper Yuan Festival. Basho did not have time to arrange for the workers to clean up. It was the new year before the first month, so it was normal to be a little lazy. But for County Officer Wu, who liked cleanliness, it was a little unbearable. County Officer Wu rushed to the county government office. When his colleagues saw him, they all cupped their hands and greeted him. County Officer Wu smiled and returned the greeting. When he was about to go see the county magistrate, Arrestor Xiong suddenly rushed over. When he saw County Officer Wu, he said, "The Imperial Magistrate has finally arrived. I have just received an urgent order from the Ming Mansion, asking the Imperial Magistrate to lead 3 teams of constables to the Wanyan County Government Office to act together." County Officer Wu was shocked. What is the idea of Imperial Envoy Chun and who? Arrestor Xiong smiled bitterly. This time it is not the Imperial envoys who are stirring up trouble. It is said that Major Zhao, Adjunct Gao, Marquis Wang, and others have jointly reported to the government office, saying that the Barren Plains fishermen have formed gangs and fought, causing many deaths and injuries. The Imperial Magistrate has ordered Chang and Wanyan County to act together to rectify the public order of Barren Plain. Chapter 968. Wu Luoran, the county magistrate of Chang, and led 3 teams of bailiffs to the Wanyan County Yamen and saw that the 3 teams of bailiffs had already assembled. Not only was county magistrate Wen present, but so was Gao Jingxian. Gao Jingxian decided to teach the Shun school a lesson after receiving the generous gifts from the Chuan school. Early in the morning, he rushed to the Yamen to report the security problems on Ba to Qian Ruin. Unexpectedly, Chancellor Li Jianbai of the Imperial Academy was also there. Qian Ruin and Li Jianbai had always been close because both of his sons were studying in the Imperial Academy. Thus, Gao Jingxian did not think much of Li Jianbai's presence. He wanted to meddle in the affairs of Ba out of selfishness, but he did so in a dignified manner. Thus, he did not conceal his intentions even though Li Jianbai was present. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished, he saw a strange expression on Chancellor Li's face. Gao Jingxian was very astute. He asked in a roundabout way. It turned out that Chancellor Li was also here for this purpose. Gao Jingxian immediately knew that this Chancellor Li was definitely the backer of some gang. Fortunately, both of them had the same goal, that was to punish the Shun Gate side. This way, both of their relationship immediately became much closer. The two were chatting and laughing when Zhao Haochen, the county magistrate of Chang, and Wang Shixiu, the founding Marquis of Chang, and also arrived. The two indignantly reported to Qi Shaoyin that the gangs on Ba fought openly and covertly before and after the Spring Festival, which caused a large number of servants to be injured or disabled. Zhao Haochen said, "Now that the Emperor's Western tour is near, the Imperial Court has sent an Imperial envoy to Chang and to manage the security within the pass. The Chang and judicial officials cannot escape the blame and should respond to the Imperial Court's order to crack down on the tyrants on Ba." Young Master Qi knew that there must be a reason for so many officials to come to the government office after the Lantern Festival to question the security of Ba. However, since the reasons given by the officials were reasonable, young Magistrate Qi did not question them further and immediately agreed. He took the opportunity to order Adjunct Gao to take charge of the matter. Gao Jingxian was secretly delighted. Since Wu Luoran had not arrived, he went to the Wanyan County Yamen first. Wu Luoran led more than 60 bailiffs from Chang and to Wanyan County Yamen. Gao Jingxian had already given instructions to the bailiffs from Wanyan County Yamen. As soon as Wu Luoran arrived, Gao Jingxian urged the bailiffs from Wanyan County to set off immediately to Ba. Chang and was divided into Chang and Wan County Yamen and County. Yamen of the 2 counties were in the same city, but this was the first time. The constables from the 2 counties totaled to 120 men. They rushed to the Ba River in a formidable array. These days, Yamen had been living in County Wan Yamen, Nian County Yamen, Chang, and Yamen, the county. Yamen, Luan Yin County Yamen, Chang, He Yamen, then Wan, Yinwen Yamen, Long Yamen. Wen Ao had been staying in Wan Yin County Yamen for a long time. He lived in the side yard of the County Yamen. Even the slightest movement in Wan Yin County Yamen could not be hidden from him. In previous years, Ba was the busiest time after the Spring Lantern Festival. After 2.5 months of idleness, the workers had to meet with the stewards of the clan to receive their tasks. Some of the advanced workers had to prepare to leave for Yangzhou to prepare for this year's transportation. The ships that had been docked for the entire winter had to undergo their final maintenance. But this year, Ba still maintained a strange calmness. The docks were deserted. The ships were still docked there. The bare masts were like trees in winter. There was not the slightest hint of spring. The deck had not even been cleared of snow. There was not even a single footprint. The town was also deserted. There were hardly any pedestrians on the streets. Usually, there was not a single person on the busiest central street. Even children would avoid this road. This road had become the dividing line between the ASEAN and the Western Alliance. This made life difficult for the taverns and brothels that relied on the workers of Ba. Seeing that the reconciliation between the two factions was still far away, many people had moved from Ba to the west of Chang and to make a living. That was the main route for the camel caravans from the western region to enter the city. A large number of porters and laborers were gathered there. It was another abnormal and prosperous place in Chang. However, along with the coldness of the day, Ba was the busiest at night. From time to time, there would be sounds of fighting and killing. The battle between the two alliances never stopped. The sneak attacks and attacks at night never stopped either. Many workers had been injured because of this. One morning, when the sun was high up in the sky, the coldness and tranquility on Ba was suddenly broken. A group of constables in black clothes and boots appeared on Ba. They carried chains in their hands and swords on their waists. After the sudden appearance of a group of constables in front of Wen Changxing's memorial and the arrest of the young master of the Flood Dragon Society, Wen Bin, this was the second time in many years that a public errand had appeared on Ba. The whole of Ba was quiet. Countless eyes were watching for the top of the walls, the roofs, and the cracks of the doors. Soon they found that this time, the targets of the public errand were the ASEAN gangs. Teams of constables and patrol officers broke into the houses of the main figures of the ASEAN gangs. Recently, because of the battle between the two alliances, the families of the main figures of these gangs had a large number of thugs and guards. The families of important figures like the gang leaders even hired martial arts experts to protect their homes. But this time, they were facing the officials of the government. Unless they were determined to rebel, they wouldn't dare to resist. Soon people were surprised to find that even Xiao Mu, the leader of the Shun faction, Gan Qianhui, the leader of the Life League, and Huang Yinshan, the leader of the Three Rivers Gang, were taken out. Many of their stewards and disciples were following behind them. They looked shocked and angry, but they didn't dare to make a move. They were all people under the control of the government. The transportation they relied on for a living was given by the government. How could they have the guts to fight against the officials? The constables of Wanyin and Chang and counties were extremely cautious when they arrived at Ba, which had always been unfamiliar to them. They unsheathed their steel swords and took strict precautions. As soon as they caught the leaders of the ASEAN gangs, they quickly retreated. When they left Bashang town, the disciples of the West Alliance immediately ran to the streets, cheering and jumping as if they had just celebrated the new year. The whole Bashang town was in an uproar. The leaders of the ASEAN gangs were caught in one fell swoop. What else did they have to worry about? Meanwhile, the disciples of the ASEAN gangs were dejected. They didn't resist the verbal provocation or physical contact of the disciples of the West Alliance. Once they lost their backbone, they didn't know what to do next. Li Hei, Yin Shiwei, Xiao Sun, and other stewards looked as if they had lost their parents. They chased after the captured Xiao Mu all the way out of Bashang town. They watched as the officials escorted the leaders of the gangs back to Chang and city. Only then did they return to the entrance of the Shun faction with gloomy faces. They didn't say a word in the face of the mockery and ridicule of the West Alliance gang members. But as soon as they entered the hall of the Shun faction, the gloomy expression on Li Hei's face was swept away. The important figures of the Shun faction all knew about today's change, especially him. He controlled the largest force of the Shun faction. If he didn't know that the Shun faction had a backup plan, no one could predict how he would react. facing this cruel and merciless old man. Gu Zhuding used and guarded against him. She couldn't hide the things that she should let him feel at ease. And Li He was very calm because he knew that the Shun faction still had a trump card. If he could stay calm, then the whole Shun faction would naturally stay calm. Gao Jingqian rode on the horse. He occasionally looked back and saw Gan Qianwei, Huang Yinshan, Qiao Mu, and the others who were caught. They were dejectedly wearing the big shackles and staggering on their way. He couldn't help but sneer. To tell the truth, when he came to Ba Shang to arrest the people, he secretly broke out in a cold sweat. He was afraid that these unruly Jianghu people would really resist at all costs. In that case, although Ba Shang's laborers were doomed to be publicly resisting the law, they were the first to bear the brunt and would definitely be the first to die. Now that the arrest went so smoothly, Gao Jingjun couldn't help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. Just 3 miles away from Ba Shang, they could see the tall and majestic city gate of Chang and in the distance. Suddenly, a group of sentries rushed out from the gate like 2 black dragons, outflanking them from afar. Gao Jingxian was delighted and thought, Junior Magistrate is really good at doing things. Did he send soldiers to help? The sound of hooves was getting closer, from weak to loud, from dull to clear. In an instant, the earth shook, the hooves were like thunder, and the clanking sound of armor colliding could also be heard clearly. There were only about 200 riders, but their momentum was like that of a magnificent army. It was like a hurricane whistling over. Banners fluttered, horses galloped like dragons. The riders on the horses were all dressed in black armor, holding long spears and big halberds. They looked murderous. Such military attire was not the ordinary Chang and garrison, but the emperor's personal guards, the soldiers of the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion. For the past half a month, the soldiers of the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion had been cooperating with the Ministry of Justice to rectify public order. Gao Jingxian was already very familiar with them. When Gao Jingxian saw that the soldiers of the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion were mobilized, he thought that Director Chun of the Ministry of Justice had heard the news and volunteered to lead troops to wipe out Ba Shang. He hurriedly lifted his horse and went to meet them. On the opposite side, there were 2 groups of cavalry moving side by side along the official road. As soon as they came into contact with them, they immediately flanked them, forming a tight encirclement around the entire team of constables. Gao Jingxian rode his horse forward alone. When he got closer, he saw 2 horses in front of him, with a civil official and a military official sitting on the horses. The civil official was Director Chun Dong of the Ministry of Justice. He also knew the military official, who had once asked him to lead the way and capture the fugitives of Chang'an. He was a general of the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion, named Ma Qiao. Gao Jingxian laughed and came forward, cupping his hands and said, Director Chun, General Ma, thank you for your welcome. The Ba Shang gang is afraid of the imperial court and dare not resist. They have already surrendered. Chen Dong's face suddenly darkened, and he shouted, Who came to welcome you? How dare you? Gao Jingxian, I have received a report from the people, accusing you of colluding with the tyrants of Ba Shang to oppress the good people. Now that I have seen you, it is indeed true. Come, arrest Gao Jingxian and his men, and bring them to the imperial palace for trial. When Gao Jingxian heard this, he could not help but be dumbfounded. He turned pale and said, Director Chun, Ma Qiao held the reins in one hand and pointed the horsewhip forward with the other. He shouted sternly, Arrest everyone except Gao Jingxian. The 1,000 soldiers of the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion, who had already formed an encirclement around the constables of Wanyin and Chang and counties, pointed their sharp spears forward in unison and shouted, Disarm and be bound. The 2 county lieutenants, Wu Luoran and Lang Wan, looked at each other. What's going on? At the same time, another group of horsemen arrived. They whizzed past the snow-covered, fertile fields on the side of the official road. The scarlet capes of the military leaders fluttered in the air like red clouds. They were heading in the direction of Lake Ba. Chapter 969. The disciples of 5 Elements Guild, Circle Faction, and Peace Gang swaggered around Ba, as if it was New Year's Eve. Rong Shu from Five Elements Guild called his friends to a tavern he frequented. Seeing that the tavern was still closed, he banged on the door. Open up! Open up! Old Who, what time is it? Why aren't you up yet? After a while, the window opened halfway, and the shopkeeper Hu Xiong poked his head out with sleepy eyes, carefully looking around. Seeing him like this, Rong Shu couldn't help but laugh, pointing at him and said, "Look at your cowardly look. Hurry up and get up to do business." The leaders of Shun Faction, Three Rivers Gang, and Life League have all been arrested by the authorities. From now on, we will be united in Ba, understand? Hurry up and get up to do business. We need to celebrate and bring out the best wine in your tavern. Oh, all right. Shopkeeper, who was overjoyed and quickly agreed. He closed the window and put on his clothes. Then he slapped the fat buttocks of his wife, who was still lying lazily on the couch, and shouted, "Get up, don't sleep anymore. Ba's gone to bed, ha ha." At the Wei River Pier, Li Qingchuan, the captain of the boat, jumped onto the deck excitedly and lovingly caressed the side of his boat. Seeing that the deck was covered in snow, he yelled at his men, "Why are you all so lazy? Hurry up and clean up. We have to go to Yangzhou soon. From now on, we will dominate the water transportation and everyone will have a good life. I don't need anyone who wants to be a lazy bum." At this moment, the captain of another boat, Yang Jiangbua, appeared alone at the bow of the boat, looking like he had lost his soul. Li Qingchuan leaned on the side of the boat and shouted, "Yang Jiangbua, Yang Laosi, haha, your Three Rivers gang is going to be finished soon. What are your plans for the future?" Yang Laosi spat at him and did not say a word. Li Qingchuan said with a smile, "Brother, I have to admit that you are indeed good at steering a boat. Although we have fought a few times, and you even injured my leg, I am a generous person and will not hold it against you. If you have no way out, how about you work on my boat? I will reward you with a bowl of rice." Fourth Bro Yang flicked his sleeves and left while Li Qingchuan laughed out loud. The West disciples filled Ba, a scene of martial prowess everywhere. The ASEAN disciples either shut themselves in or gathered in front of the gang leader's mansion. Even though the gang leader had been taken away, the two leaders and many stewards were still there. They stood there in silence, waiting for these people to come up with a plan. Almost all the mansions of the ASEAN leaders were closed. Some stewards who came late after hearing the news arrived. The disciples silently made way for him and watched him pass by in a hurry. The corner door was open in time for him to go in, but it was immediately closed again. The important figures of the gangs were urgently discussing countermeasures. At this moment, there was a sound of people shouting and horses neighing. Countless knights dressed in battle jackets, outer coats, leather armor, and black attire appeared on Ba with bows, swords, and crossbows. The red tasseled spears in their hands were thick and heavy. The entire body was painted black, and the sharp blades made of steel were covered with blood grooves. Coupled with the flame-like bright red tassels, it was a menacing sight. The cheering crowd on Ba immediately quietened down. For many years, even the government officials rarely came to Ba. But today, not only were the officials and constables here, even the soldiers were here. Many people were at a loss as to what to do. There were also some knights with black lacquered cowhide shields painted with images of ferocious beasts hanging on the side of their saddles. They were wearing mighty iron armors, half-armored battle robes, and had sabers hanging on their waists. Obviously, they were the commanders of the cavalry. Each of them led 9 knights and rushed into the narrow alleys that were as narrow as sheep intestines. They shouted sternly, "Everyone, go home immediately. Do not enter or leave without permission." Chu Kuanga and Dugu Hueji appeared at the end of the long street, clad in golden radiant armor. Dugu Hueji's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, then fixed on Rong Shu, who was waiting at the entrance of the tavern. Dugu Hueji pointed at him and asked, "You, which clan are you from?" Rong Shu looked around, and his companions immediately moved away from him. Rong Shu said slowly, I'm from the Five Elements Guild." Dugu Hueji said, "Very good. I'm Dugu Hueji. I've been ordered to arrest the leaders of the Five Elements Guild, the Circle faction, the Peace faction, and the other gangs who have gathered to cause trouble and disrupt public order. Lead the way for me, Duga Hueji. The people who heard it immediately thought of the helmsman of the Shun faction, Duga Wintao. The Duga family had come. ASEAN's revenge was so fast. They had only been cheering for a quarter of an hour before the situation was completely reversed. The West Alliance had invited the officials of Wanyin and Chang and counties to jointly enforce the law, and ASEAN actually invited the military. Bam! Hu Xiong, who had just removed 2 of the door panels, hurriedly put them back together again. He kicked the butt of the woman who was still standing in the central room and shouted in a low voice, "Get back into the house and keep an eye on little 5 and little 6. Don't let them go out onto the street." Young Laosi, who had just returned from the pier, stood at the end of the long street in a daze. When he finally understood what had happened, he suddenly let out a maniacal laugh, turned around, and sprinted towards the pier. Li Qingchuan saw young Laosi sprinting back from the bow of the boat and teased him with a smile. "What's wrong? You've thought it through? If you want work on my ship, kneel down and kowtow out to me 3 times. Puffed. Young Laosi puffed out his chest and said proudly, "What's so great about inviting a few officials? Our leader even brought the military here. Haha, you think you're worthy of fighting against us, Sana clan?" Puffed. Li Qingchuan was dumbfounded. He loosened the rope in his hand and slid into the river. Wanyin County and Chang and County jointly enforced the law and arrested Xiao Mu of the Shun faction, Gan Qianhui of the Life Alliance, and Huang Yinshan of the Sana clan. Halfway there, Chen Dong from Ministry of Justice arrived with his men and intercepted the 2 county officials. He took away the leaders of the 3 major clans in the name of being witnesses. He also arrested Gao Jingqian, Wanyin County Magistrate Lang Wan Chang, and County Magistrate Wu Luoran, and more than 100 patrolmen under the name of colluding with the tyrants to oppress the good. Not only that, Sun Yushuan also brought Chu Lang and Dugu Lang from the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion to the Bar River and arrested Qin Ziyuan of the 5 Elements Guild, Yuan Zhiheng of the Taiping clan, Fu Kaiyao of the Circle faction, Wei Yongtang of the Heavenly Eagle clan, and other leaders in one fell swoop. When the news spread, it immediately caused a great disturbance in the officialdom of Chang. Li Jianbai, the Chancellor of the Imperial College, Zhao Haochen of the Chang and local government, and Wang Shishio, the founding county magistrate, went to find Qi Anruan together. Qi Anruan was greatly annoyed by the actions of the Ministry of Justice. Although he had no connection with the clans on the Bar River, this action was approved by him, which was undoubtedly a great challenge to his authority. Qi Anruan immediately brought his men to see Lu Qiantian. Lu Qiantian had no intention of having a conflict with the imperial envoy, but it did not mean that the one who held the title of imperial envoy could do whatever he wanted. He would not sit back and watch those who seriously challenged his authority and interests. Now, the people who came to find him included his deputies, his trusted followers, and his supporters. He had to take a stance. Moreover, the Ministry of Justice did not inform him in advance before doing this, which was a challenge to his authority. The interests of the officials in Chang and were affected, which ultimately affected his interests. The whole officialdom was like the roots of a big tree. He was the main root, the officials below him were the branches, and the officials below him were the countless roots under each branch, thus forming a complete network of interests. If the roots were damaged, the branches would definitely be damaged. If the branches were damaged, the nutrients gathered to the main root would definitely be greatly reduced. It was the same in the Chang and officialdom. As the magistrate of the Chang and local government, Lu Qiantian had a high position and power. He would not directly deal with the ruffians on the Bar River, but the officials under him would. These officials received the Baishang Chao gang's filial piety. Each of them divided a portion and handed it over to the officials of the higher level. And the officials of the higher level each took out a portion of the filial piety they received from various places and then sent it over to his hands. He had an even stronger backer in the capital, so during festivals, big or small matters, he had to offer from time to time. This was a complete chain of benefits. He could tolerate Chundong and Hu Yuanli cracking down on ruffians and rectifying the law and order in Chong, but if they did something that harmed the fundamental interests of the whole Chong and officialdom, he had to step in. Didn't people usually transfer benefits to him in order to get his protection at critical times? However, he did not dare to act rashly because of the reasons given by the two envoys. He did not know what evidence the two envoys had and who informed them to make such a brazen move against the local officials of Chang'an. The experienced and astute Liu Qintian pondered for a long time and secretly instructed Qi Shaoyin and Li Jinjiu. The few of them understood tacitly and immediately left. Liu Qintian then sent someone to the Ministry of Justice to gather information. Then he arranged the ceremonial guard and left the Chang and local government. He went straight to the imperial envoy's residence of the Lord of Hanoi, Wu Yizong. These two envoys had never been on good terms. Now that the situation was unclear, he would be in a passive position if he went into battle bare-chested. Ever since Wu Yizong arrived in Chang, and he had always cooperated with him, now it was time for Wu Yizong to return the favor. The fight between the underlings on Ba entered the eyes of the Chang and officialdom. The storm that was stirred up in the small Jianghu on Ba finally caused a huge wave in the Chang and officialdom. The gangs of the Western Alliance used the power of the officialdom to attack the ASEAN gangs. The ASEAN gangs' counterattack was so swift and fierce that the dispute between the Eastern and Western alliances on Ba was no longer a big deal. The situation evolved into an open and secret struggle between the officials from the capital city and the local officials whose interests were harmed. As the local tyrants, the Chang and local officials' counterattack was equally swift. The next morning, a large number of the gang disciples of the Western Alliance and the families of the arrested people gathered at the Yamen of the Ministry of Justice. They cried out their grievances with great momentum. 2 hours later, thousands of students from the Shijing Imperial School and the Imperial College were mobilized by Li Jianbai and the others. They first went to the Chang and local government to petition, then marched to the Yamen of the Ministry of Justice and gave speeches to the onlookers. They severely criticized the officials of the capital city for harassing the local government and destroying the water transportation. Wasn't it right and proper for the students to plead for the people? On the big wild goose pagoda, Yang Fan looked down at the Chang and city that was as orderly as a chessboard with a smile. Before he arrived in Chang, and he had already started to make arrangements in a corner of this chessboard. Now it was finally time for the middle game. Chapter 970. Crying people of all ages and genders blocked the front and back doors of the Ministry of Justice. Among them were the families of the leaders of the gangs in Bashang, as well as the families of the arrested officials such as Adjunct Gao, County Lieutenant Wu, and County Lieutenant Luo. Children were crying and adults were screaming as if they had been wronged. The door of the Ministry of Justice was tightly shut, ignoring the commotion outside. The people blocking the gate of the Ministry of Justice had been informed in advance by someone that they could only complain in front of the Yamen and not against the Yamen. Otherwise, the nature of the matter would change and the situation would get out of hand. Therefore, they only complained tearfully outside the gate and did not engage in any violent conflict. Of course, in addition to the imperial envoys, there were also 200 fully armed soldiers in the Ministry of Justice, led by Chu Kuanga. If they really dared to break into the Ministry of Justice, it would not end well for them. At the top of the wild goose pagoda, Yang Fan looked into the distance. He could vaguely see the dense crowd in front of the Ministry of Justice. Yang Fan picked up the green jade wine pot and poured himself a cup. He also filled up the empty wine cup on the opposite side. The sunlight shone at an angle, and there were specks of dust floating gently in the light. It was incomparably tranquil. "Do you want a cup? I have been weak since childhood, so I never drink. Although it is called wine, it is not really wine. It is just a cup of fermented rice. It has no alcoholic power and can activate blood vessels." Therefore, the girl was moved. She pursed her pale lips, took the cup and sniffed it. Then she frowned and said, "It doesn't smell good, but it's sweet." The curious girl looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, she quickly licked it with the tip of her tongue. The taste was really good. The green jade wine cup, the white jade fingers, The gentle lines interweaved to create a magnificent scene. The wine was clear, the wine cup was moist, and the fingers were white. They interweaved into a beautiful texture. Yang Fan thought and smiled. He raised his cup to the air across the table and put it on his lips. The students of the Imperial College and the Imperial College swaggered through the streets, angrily complaining to the passers-by about the brutality of the officials of the Ministry of Justice, talking about the hardships and poverty of the Baishan Plain, and preaching the importance of the canal transport to the people of Chang'an. They attracted more and more onlookers to the Yamen of the Ministry of Justice. Compared to the families of the victims, the scholars were much more emboldened. They had set their hearts for heaven and earth, and set their lives for the people. They were hot-blooded and had a strong sense of justice. Therefore, they stood in front of the Ministry of Justice and spoke to the gathered people and the families of the people who had been arrested. Then, they elected 3 people as representatives and knocked on the door, requesting to see the Imperial envoy. On top of the great wild goose pagoda, Yang Fan raised his cup to his lips and drained it in one gulp. Then, he held the empty green jade cup and stared blankly at the opposite side. Under a ray of sunlight, amid the dust, there seemed to be a girl who was also drinking carefully, bit by bit. That was the only drink she had ever had in her life. Yang Fan watched her raise her cup, sip the wine, and swallow it. Moving, charming, seductive. Her elegant gestures disappeared from his sight one by one, but they were fixed in his mind. That kind of beauty made people want to become a drop of wine under her tongue and flow in her body. Yang Fan smiled at the dust and the sunlight and said, "They always thought that we wouldn't fight as long as Shunmu was in Luoyang. But when the pig-riding general and I arrived in Chang, and together, we would definitely fight. It's too late to find out the truth now. In fact, they're not smart, but you must have seen through it long ago, right?" Yang Fan stood up with his hands on his knees and said softly, "Because you are the smartest girl in the world. You always have been." The Imperial College of Chang and was located in the administrative square outside Chang and city. The Imperial College was in the west of the square, occupying half of the square. Li Jianbai, the chancellor of the Imperial College, and several registrars, professors, and teaching assistants were gathered in Chancellor Li's living room. They seemed to be discussing something. Judging from their expressions, the atmosphere in the room was very tense. There were few people in the Imperial College who could be directly used by the Imperial College. After all, they were only responsible for teaching and had limited administrative power. But most of the enrolled students were children of officials. Through the teacher-student relationship, they could get to know many elders whose children were officials. This kind of wide network was unparalleled. Therefore, most of the officials in the Imperial College were officials from the Imperial College and the Imperial College. They could not directly provide all kinds of convenience for the Chao Gang, but because of their wide network, they became the best brokers for the Chao Gang. Now that there was a problem in the Ba, they were the ones who were directly affected. Naturally, they reacted the most strongly. Chancellor Li said with a sullen face, "Is the Ministry of Penalty still not willing to open the door to accept the student's report?" A registrar said, "Yes, I just came back from the Ministry of Penalty." The door of the Ministry of Penalty was closed, and there was no movement. Li Jianbai stood up and slowly paced a few steps in the hall with his hands behind his back. He clenched his fists and said resolutely, "If they don't open the door, let's break in." A professor said uneasily, "Chancellor, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Once we break into the Ministry of Penalty, it will be a big deal. The current emperor has always been strong. If we encourage the students to break into the Ministry of Penalty, I'm afraid it will backfire when the emperor hears about it." A teaching assistant also said, "That's right. Let's not talk about the emperor's reaction. After all, the emperor is still far away in Luoyang. But the Ministry of Penalty is an imperial envoy, and now the Ministry of Penalty is an imperial envoy's office. We can't break in. Once they're determined to go against us, they can make a big deal out of breaking into the official gate." Li Jianbai smiled coldly and teased him. "Is that so? What if we carry the statue of the ancestors to knock on the door?" The registrars and professors were stunned at first. Then they clapped their hands and praised. "Wonderful! This is a wonderful plan." Li Jianbai said proudly. The students have come forward. As teachers, it is reasonable for us to come forward for the students. Let's go to the temple of Confucius and invite the most sage master. Then we will go to the Ministry of Penalty. The temple of Confucius was located in the most prominent position of the first courtyard of the Imperial College. It was an independent courtyard with a heavy door. When the Tang dynasty was first established, it was not called the Temple of Confucius. At that time, the Duke of Zhou was the chief priest, and Confucius was the one who enjoyed it. When Li Shimin became the emperor, the ministers asked the emperor for permission to stop the worship of the Duke of Zhou and promote Confucius to be the ancestor of the ancestors. From then on, the Duke of Zhou Temple became the Temple of Confucius. The Imperial College and the Imperial College became the world of Confucius. Immediately, Li Jianbai led the registrars, teaching assistants, professors, and others to the Temple of Confucius. After burning incense and worshipping, they hurriedly carried the statue of Confucius down from the pedestal and placed it on the bridge. Li Jianbai personally carried the left front pole of the bridge, and another 3 registrars carried the other 3 poles. The professors and teaching assistants followed behind. They walked out the gate of the Imperial College with their heads held high and chests puffed out. As soon as they walked out of the Temple of Confucius, they heard a commotion in front of them. Several low-ranking officials of the Imperial College staggered over and shouted, "Libationer! Libationer! Some soldiers have broken into the Imperial College." Li Jianbai was stunned and looked forward. He saw dozens of cavalrymen rushing to the front like tigers and horses. They suddenly pulled on the reins and stopped. A general on the horse looked down and asked them with a smile, "Gentlemen, where are you going with this wooden statue and clay figurine?" Li Jianbai was startled and said angrily, "This is the place where the country nurtures scholars and educates people. It's the place where the virtuous people are locked up. You rough soldiers gallop on your horses and have no respect for anyone. How dare you do this?" It was Huang Xuchang who asked him. Huang Xuchang picked his ears and turned to Ma Qiao and asked, "Brother Ma, what did this old man say?" Ma Qiao thought for a while and answered, "He seems to mean that this is a place for scholars, a place of refinement. He thinks we are too rough." The status of generals in the Tang dynasty was not lower than that in the Song dynasty. Huang Xuchang was furious after hearing Ma Qiao's answer. He immediately glared at Li Jianbai and spat at him. He pointed at him with his horsewhip and said, "Bullshit! A place for refinement? Don't the refinement need to be put in prison when they break the law? Do we have to find another refined place to settle you just because you are refinement? How dare you?" Huang Xuchang waved his horsewhip and yelled, "Guards, capture Li Jianbai, Lu Xinyu, Wang Pan, and I, Jiabin, Su Rue, and Yang Jinwen." Li Jianbai was shocked and angry when he heard this. He yelled, "Who ordered you to capture this official?" Huang Xuchang asked curiously, "Who are you?" Li Jianbai puffed out his chest and said, "This official is Li Jianbai, the Chancellor of the Directorate of Studies." Huang Xuchang was amused and said, "Good, I'm going to capture you. Guards, take him away." A few soldiers jumped off their horses and strode forward to capture Li Jianbai. Li Jianbai was confused and panicked. He yelled, "Wait! Who dares to be rude in front of Master Kong Shang?" The several officers and men immediately halted and turned their heads to look at the 2 generals. Huang Xuchang roared, "T. According to what you said, if all the scholars who committed crimes hid behind this clay statue, then everything would be fine? It's useless to reason with us soldiers. Why the CK are you trying to reason with us? Capture him, capture him." Ma Qiao said sarcastically, "The mason and carpenter by Lu Ban, the silk weaver and silkworm rearing by Lu Zhu, and the restaurant owner by Ya. Every industry has its own ancestor. Is this old man Kong the ancestor of you scholars? We are martial artists, not scholars. What does your ancestor have to do with us?" Since the 2 generals said so, the soldiers were emboldened. They immediately rushed forward and pulled Li Jianbai over. They shook off the rope and tied him up. The sedan chair that was carried by 4 people suddenly lost a corner. Fortunately, Master Kong's statue was made of wood and was not too heavy. The sedan chair swayed a few times, and the remaining 3 people quickly put it down. Only then did Master Kong's elegance was not ruined. At the same time, a group of soldiers rushed to Sima Zhaohaochen and Junior Magistrate Qi Anruin and directly took them away. The founding Marquis Wang Shixiu had just returned home. Before he could sit down properly, a group of soldiers also rushed in and took him away. Over the past few days, the soldiers had been beating the city hard and were very familiar with the geography of Chang. They did not even take a wrong step. The news was sent to the Chang and prefectural magistrate Lu Qietian. Lu Qietian was furious and immediately went straight to the Ministry of Justice. Chapter 971. Lu Wutian held back his anger and walked out of the door. He was in the warm room with a brazier burning. He was only wearing a thin official robe. He didn't even put on his cloak and rushed out of the room. By the time he reached the yamen of the Ministry of Justice, he was already shivering from the cold wind. Lu Wutian was almost frozen when his attendants announced his arrival, and Chun Dong and Sun Yuxuan came out to greet him. Chun Dong and Sun Yuxuan ignored the clamoring students and the crying families of the criminals in front of the door. They just smiled and asked Lu Wutian why he was here. The families of the suspects were actually instigated to come and didn't have the guts to offend the officials. Moreover, there were more than 20 military academies guarding the Ministry of Justice officials with a murderous look on their faces. Therefore, they could only cry out their grievances. As for the students from the Imperial College and the Imperial College, although they were angry, most of them were deceived. Only the leaders knew the inside story. However, they had already received orders to wait for the Chancellor and the others to bring the headmaster's statue before storming the yamen. Therefore, they didn't make a move. Lu Yuqian said with a sullen face, since the 2 officials said that they received a complaint and wanted to investigate the case of the brawl and officials taking bribes, I don't know what's going on and don't want to get involved. However, the 2 officials sent people to arrest the junior magistrate Qi Anruin, Sima Zhaohaochen, County Marquis Wang Shixiu, Imperial College Chancellor Li Jianbai, and the others. What's the reason for this? Could it be that all of the officials in this mansion are involved in the transport of the Ba River? Chen Dong said in surprise. Why do you say that? This official received a report saying that there were gangs of boatmen on the Ba River. They were fighting and causing trouble, causing the transportation to be halted, and many people were injured. Among them, there were also officials and gentry accepting bribes and sheltering tyrants. Therefore, this official sent people to lock them up and interrogate them. Now, only General Gao, County Lieutenant Wu, and County Lieutenant Lang are in the Ministry of Justice's yamen and haven't been mistreated. As for the officials mentioned by the Lu officials, I didn't arrest them. Lu Wutian was startled and asked suspiciously, they really weren't arrested by Chancellor Chen? Chun Dong said unhappily, Master of the Lu residence, is there a need for me to be secretive and speak nonsense? Sun Yuxuan stroked his beard and said with a smile, Master Lu is really reckless this time. Look at the front of our yamen. It's a sea of people, and people are angry. Even if we only bring 1 person in, how can we hide it from the eyes of the crowd, let alone so many officials? Lu Qietian replied, Does Sun Xinling mean that I lied? Sun Yuxuan was not annoyed. He smiled and said, Why don't you go to the censorate? The Ministry of Penalty is not the only one who has the power to arrest people in Chang'an. Lu Qientian came to a sudden realization. Not bad. There was also the Imperial Censor. Could it be that those people were arrested by the Imperial Censor? Lu Qietian immediately saluted them and said, Dear candidates, I will go to the censorate now. If I have offended you in any way, please allow me to apologize. Lu Qietian then turned around and left. He hurriedly got on his horse and galloped towards the censorate. He was not wearing much to begin with. After all the running, his face had turned blue from the cold. After being delayed in front of the Ministry of Penalty for a while, the anger in his heart gradually subsided and his rationality gradually returned. If the censorate arrested people, it would not be as simple as the Ministry of Penalty arresting people. The censorate would not interfere with ordinary criminal or civil cases. If they were to intervene, it would definitely be related to an official breaking the law. The more Lu Qietian thought about it, the more suspicious he became. When he arrived at the censorate, he no longer had the aggressive attitude he had when he went to the Ministry of Penalty. I did not know that the master of the Lu residence had arrived. Sorry for not coming out to greet you. Ha, Master Lu, please. Hu Yuanli heard the news and came out of the censorate. He smiled before saying anything and politely invited Lu Qietian into the second hall of the censorate. After the two of them sat down, Lu Qietian immediately explained the purpose of his visit. However, his tone was no longer questioning, and his words were much more cautious. Hu Yuanli listened to him and said with a troubled expression, "That's right, I did arrest those people. However, the case is still under investigation. The details of the case should not be revealed to anyone," but Hu Yuanli smiled at Lu Qietian and said, "As the governor of Chang, and you are an important official of the emperor. Naturally, you are not included in this. Someone come." Hu Yuanli gave the order, and a low-ranking official immediately walked in front of him and bowed respectfully. Hu Yuanli said, "Bring me the files that have been sorted out." In a short, while a pile of files was piled in front of Lu Qietian, Lu Qietian opened the file and read it carefully. The more he read, the more shocked he became. His body was already frozen stiff from the cold, and now his fingers seemed to be even more stiff. He flipped through the file several times, but couldn't open a single page. These files were filled with all kinds of crimes committed by these arrested officials, such as corruption, bribery, such as Marquis Wang Shishio abusing his power to bully others, forcibly occupying people's land, and so on. Every crime was clearly investigated, and there were witnesses and material evidence. It was completely possible to convict them based on this. Such detailed information could not have been gathered and sorted out by interrogating these officials right after they were brought to justice. In other words, these things had been in existence for a long time. They were only officially used as evidence today to bring these officials to justice for interrogation. Just these files alone, how many people and how much effort did they have to expend to complete them? The officials from the censorate had only been in Chang and for slightly more than a month and had been accompanying the Ministry of Justice on some kind of public order reform. When did they find out about these things? They came from Luoyang and had no foundation in Chang'an. Even if they didn't do anything else during this time and investigated these people's cases with great fanfare, they still wouldn't have been able to obtain such detailed and conclusive evidence, unless there was someone who had the full support of a powerful local figure. But who was this person? Most importantly, they made such a big fuss. Could it be the imperial court's intention? Why didn't I hear anything about it beforehand? Could it be the imperial court is suspicious of me? Lu Qietian returned from the censorate without accomplishing anything. When pressed by junior magistrate Qianruan, military advisor Gao Jingqian, Marquis Wang Shishio, and other family members, Lu Qietian was vague and didn't give a clear answer. At this moment, his mind was not on these people. He was anxious to know if the emperor had ordered such a huge upheaval in Chang and officialdom. Why didn't he, as the emperor's confidant, hear anything about it beforehand? Had he lost the emperor's trust? So when Lu Qietian returned to the government office, he immediately sent his confidant and family members to Luoyang to wait for an opportunity to gather information. Many officials placed their hopes on Lu Qietian, but Lu Qietian did nothing. After returning from the censorate, he sat in the government office and no longer cared about this matter. The families of the officials were greatly disappointed. But whether it was an official or a member of the royal family who had hereditary titles, they all had a lot of connections. He was not the only one who could be entrusted with this matter. Lu Qietian couldn't go this way. In order to save their loved ones, they all used their various abilities and entrusted others everywhere. The connections they had built over the years played a huge role. Aristocratic families, rich families, relatives of the emperor, nobles, officials. All of Chang was in a precarious situation. Some powerful families even sent people to Luoyang to use their connections in the capital to directly attack the Ministry of Justice and the censorate. Wu Yizong naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. He secretly fanned the flames while he sent people back to Luoyang to report the situation in detail to Wu Sanci. The aristocratic families, rich families, relatives of the emperor, nobles, officials, and gentry of Chang, and were like intersecting points. Together, they formed a huge web. This web was occupied by many big and small spiders. Ingyang Zheng Yu was one of the spiders. He kept staring at the spider with the surname Yang squatting in the other corner of the web, but the spider didn't move at all. Now, the entire spider web suddenly shook violently. The shaking was so intense that it seemed like it was going to tear the entire web into pieces. Zheng Yu was panicking and at a loss. He saw everyone jumping up and down, but the person he had been staring at remained motionless. But all the signs indicated that this turmoil seemed to be related to that person. Zheng Yu didn't know how things would develop, nor did he know what that person planned to do. What role did that person play in this turmoil? Zheng Yu originally wanted to keep his eyes on that person. If the enemy didn't move, he wouldn't move. But the web was shaking more and more violently. He had to move because someone had already used their connections to get in front of him. At the same time, countless people in Chang'an's officialdom would be implicated. Among these people, there was no lack of agents who had been cultivated by the aristocratic families. If these people were all lost, the years of painstaking efforts of the aristocratic families in Chang'an would be for naught. He had to think of a way to stop this storm. In Luoyang, Wu Sanci received Wu Yizong's secret report as if he had found a treasure. This time, the court officials sent to Chang'an for the emperor to move the capital were divided into two factions. The Ministry of Justice was clearly not on the same side as the Wu family. If he could use this reason to topple the Ministry of Justice and the censorate, the Wu family would be able to monopolize Chang'an. In the past, the Wu family only focused on managing Luoyang. They were too short-sighted. But who would have thought that Wu Zetian would come up with such a drastic measure, like moving the capital? Now, if they could make good use of this opportunity, they could seize back the initiative. However, how could Yang Fan, who was well-prepared, and Chun Dong, who was astute, be unprepared? They were stirring up trouble in Chang'an. Would they consider the possibility of interference from Luoyang? More importantly, the reason why Wu Zetian decided to move the capital, other than the threat of the flood, was partly because she wanted to return to her roots after getting old. She wanted to return to Chang, and where she had lived most of her life. But without a doubt, her main goal was to ensure that the Wu and Li families could reach a balance. Because of this goal, would she sit back and watch the Wu family take over Chang'an again? Luoyang, lovely spring terrace. Wu Zetian squinted her presbyopic eyes and read Yang Fan's secret report seriously. In the secret report, Yang Fan described in detail the situation he had investigated in Chang'an. He roughly calculated the annual food consumption of Chang, and after the emperor moved to the west, as well as the amount of food that needed to be transported from other places other than the Guangzhou area. He also calculated the current transportation capacity. There were no flowery words in his report, but his words were meaningful and persuasive. In the end, after Yang Fan proposed dredging the river to ensure the transportation, he highlighted the situation of the servants forming cliques and the serious internal friction. He suggested that the government should step in to integrate the transportation and reduce the internal friction. At the same time, he mentioned the serious exploitation of officials along the transportation route and the fact that a large number of officials benefited from it. He suggested that the imperial court strictly regulate it. After reading the secret report, Wu Zetian said to Fu Qingqing, who was standing solemnly in front of her, "I am about to move to the west. The matter of the transportation grain is of utmost importance. Yang Fan's report must be resolved immediately. Where's Wan? Quickly ask her to see me." Fu Qingqing hesitated for a moment and said, Wait to control her." Wu Zetian raised her eyebrows and said unhappily, hemming and hawing, "What about her?" Chapter 972. Fu Qingqing bowed and said, "Princess Chongning has built a new garden called Qin Garden. It is said to be splendid and beautiful like a heavenly palace. The garden has just been completed. Today, she has invited many guests to enjoy the garden. Shangguan Dai Zhao is also on the list." After entering winter, There were not many affairs in the court. The first month was especially free, so Wanner had more freedom. Wu Ziqian once told her that if she had to leave the palace, as long as she did not spend the night outside, there was no need to ask in advance. For people in the palace, it was a great favor to be able to enter and leave the palace at will. Therefore, Wanner did not tell Wu Zetian that she was leaving the palace. Princess Chongning was the eldest daughter of Li Xian and Empress Wei. She was married to Yang Shun. After the couple got married, they built a mansion on the outskirts of Luoyang. The mansion was extremely luxurious. The garden was filled with strange flowers and strange rocks. There was a pond in the mansion that took up more than 200 mu of land. There was also a polo field built on the west side of the mansion. Today, when the mansion was completed, Princess Chongning invited many guests to celebrate. She wanted to show off. This was a villa built after squandering all the wealth of the Yang family. Wu Zetian glanced at Fu Qingqing and said, "It is just an appointment with Chongning. Why are you hesitating? Is there a hidden agenda?" Fu Qingqing was shocked. He lowered his head and said, "The sage is wise and perceptive." "I only thought for a moment, and the sage knew." Wu Zetian said impatiently, "Speak. What else is there?" Fu Qingqing stammered, "It's because I've been out of the palace more frequently recently. I've often been drinking with people. Most of the people I befriended are marquis qi, poets, and famous scholars. Because of this, there's a lot of gossip going around. Even though the rumors were unbearable, Cui Shi, Gao Zhu, and the others were all distinguished and elegant, outstanding talents of their generation, while Shangguan Daiji was young and beautiful. It wasn't strange for them to frequently attract criticism. What was strange was that Shangguan Daiji only attended King Liang's banquets a few times, yet there were still many unbearable rumors about King Liang and Shangguan Daiji. Just now, when the saint asked, I suddenly thought of these things, which is why I seemed a little strange. Wu Ziqian reclined on the bed and looked at her deeply. She smiled lightly and said, since he had just celebrated his 60th birthday last year, now he is already an old man in his 60s. Wanner is exceptionally beautiful with a slim figure. Moreover, she is talented and virtuous. If there is something she yearns for, what kind of handsome man can she easily get? How could she fall in love with an old man in his 60s? Fu Qingqing's expression changed. She hurriedly bowed and said, the sage is right. The common people are ignorant. Wu Zetian's smile gradually turned cold. She said, Sansi is a prince. As long as he wants to, he can obtain any beauty in the world. Would he be willing to risk angering me and touch someone close to me? The common people were ignorant? You are very shrewd. You told me, such a ridiculous rumor. Are you trying to take advantage of my old age and think that I am muddle-headed? Fu Qingqing was shocked. She hurriedly knelt down and repeatedly kowtowed. Her voice trembled as she said, Qingqing does not dare. Qingqing only when the sage asked, I did not dare to hide it and told the common people. Shut up. Wu Zetian slowly sat up and said coldly, at that time, Wei Tuan was favored by me. She became complacent and brought about her own death. There are still traces of her blood in the cracks of the green bricks in front of the hall. Qingqing, your status in the palace is comparable to Tuan Er's in the past. You must reflect on yourself and not follow in her footsteps. Fu Qingqing was shocked. She repeatedly kowtowed and said, I do not dare. I do not dare. Please forgive me, sage. Get out. Yes, yes. Fu Qingqing trembled and retreated on her knees. She did not dare to stand up until she was out of the hall. On the outskirts of Luoyang, there was an extremely luxurious mansion. The garden was filled with arches and cornices. However, standing outside the walls, it was difficult to see the whole view of the garden. However, just from the snow-white walls of the garden, the neat and tight black roof tiles, the drainage ditch that was meticulously decorated with green bricks, the bright red lacquer door, and the spotless white marble steps, it was enough to show how luxurious this mansion was. At the corner of the courtyard, there was a long row of carriages. There were horse carriages, ox carts, and horses tied there. There were many servants sitting or standing beside them. They were obviously the attendants and carriage drivers of the nobles attending the banquet. A coachman wearing a yellow robe and holding a large whip in his arms, leaned lazily on the carriage. He looked at the magnificent garden in front of him and sighed leisurely to the person beside him. Some people in this world are too shallow. Suddenly obtaining wealth that can rival a country, they immediately become nouveau riche with the stench of money all over their bodies. There are also some people who suddenly obtain a noble identity that no one can match, so they are arrogant and domineering. I have been working in the prince's mansion for many years. Although my experience and vision are not bad, my mind is also good. If I am given wealth that can rival a country or a noble identity that no one can match, I can remain calm and will never be ridiculed as a nouveau riche or a villain. But I have waited for so long, but I am still a carriage driver. Several people next to him giggled. The man who spoke was called Meng Shua. He was the driver of Liang Wangwu Sansi. Only because of this, he dared to make such a joke. This garden was the new garden of Princess Changning. This princess was also the biological daughter of Empress Wei and was the eldest daughter of the crown prince. Compared to her younger sister, Princess Anil, Changning could be considered a well-behaved woman, but that was only when compared to her younger sister. Since marrying into the Yang family, the Princess of Chang, and who had suddenly recovered her noble status from being a prisoner in the wilderness, began to squander and enjoy life. She used both carrot and stick to force her in-laws to agree to build this garden. Just this garden alone consumed all the savings of her husband's family. As a result, before the garden was built, the imperial court spread the news that the emperor would move the capital back to Chang'an. The villa, which cost a lot of money, would be sold in a few times. Once the emperor moved the capital, all the nobles and ministers would have to accompany him. How many people in Luoyang could buy such a gorgeous and precious manor? So they would definitely lose money. After hearing this, her in-laws were even more furious. Princess Changning didn't care. She simply said, "When the time comes, you can do whatever you want with the garden. I'm a princess. What's wrong with building a garden? So stingy." Her parents-in-law nearly died from anger. Princess Changning still didn't care. Now that her in-laws were ill in bed, she was holding a banquet in the newly built garden to show off her new residence. Now that early spring was approaching, the weather was still cold. The banquet was held in a gorgeous and exquisite hall. There was a table at the head of the table. The dishes had already been removed. Shanghai was invited to compose a poem for Changning's new residence. Princess Taiping, Princess Changning, Prince's son-in-law Yang Xinjiao, Prince Wu Sansi of Liang, and Zhang Changzong's cousin Zhang Tongxiu stood to the side to watch. A table could not accommodate so many people. The others continued to sit behind the table, waiting for talented Lady Shangwan to finish writing and then recite it in public. Cui Shi, who was seated with Cui Yi and Cui Qi, advised in a low voice, "The two of you quickly come up with an exquisite poem. Everyone here today is an outstanding talent, including Shangwan Kairan and His Royal Highness Prince Liang. If your talents can catch their eyes, your future will be limitless." Cui Yi proudly said, "Brother, with our talent, we can write a poem immediately. Why do we need to prepare first?" Cui Shi said, "Don't be careless. Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changyi, and Zhang Changqi are also good at poetry. Zhang Shuo and Gao Jian are even more talented men of the present age. With our family background, if we use this kind of thinking, we may not be the best. If we just do it half-heartedly, we will inevitably become mediocre. A real man should first control others. How can we silently be controlled by others?" At this time, Princess Changning suddenly clapped her hands and said happily, "Shangwan's masterpiece is finished." When Cui Shi heard this, he immediately pretended to be overjoyed and said, "Princess has already seen it first. Do you still want to keep us in suspense? Quickly show us Shangwan's masterpiece. Let us see the masterpiece of the most talented woman of the present age." This is the poem that Shangwan wrote for Princess Changning's new residence. Cui Shi praised Shangwan's talent, so Princess Changning naturally felt proud. She happily took Er's masterpiece and said with a sweet smile, "Cui Xianlang, don't be anxious. Let me recite it for everyone to hear. Princess Chongning cleared her throat and recited in a clear voice. The fields of Qin River are many. The buildings of Qi City are even more flawless. Beautiful words to Zhang Qian. Don't work hard from now on. I know the Milky Way. Jagged green peaks with towering lotuses, gurgling green waters with golden sand. There is no need to visit 3 mountain roads. Today, I've already arrived at the home of the 9th immortal. Looking down from a high vantage point is enough to please the heart. The mushroom garden is too beautiful to look for. The remaining snow in the forest becomes a jade tree. The remaining flowers touch the mountain peak and become the Yaoxin. Zhang Shuo and Gao Jian listened and nodded their heads. They stroked their beards and praised. Shangguan Er's masterpiece. Every word is like a gem, fresh and elegant. The magnificent scenery of Qin Garden vividly reflected on the paper. Cui Shi, Zhang Tongxiu, and the others cheered loudly. Shangguan has experienced many occasions of poetry and wine, so she has long been immune to the crowd's unrestrained praise. She only smiled lightly, and her expression was very calm. Princess Chong, and smiled and ordered people to keep Er's masterpiece for mounting. She then smiled at the crowd and said, "Today, all the honored guests have to leave a poem. Who will be the next to make a move? Let me. Cui Shi hastily stood up. While walking forward, he said with a laugh, Shangguan Daiji has already produced a fine piece of work. In a moment, Tongxiu, Changqi, Changyi, the few scholars, and Zhang Xiongdi and Gao Xiongdi, the 2 famous scholars, will produce another fine piece of work. The old Cui will not dare to make a move. Why don't we quickly make a fool of ourselves while we still have the courage?" The crowd roared with laughter. Cui Shi joked half-jokingly and rushed forward to pick up his brush. Cui Yi and Cui Qi immediately followed to cheer for Big Brother. Wu Sanci smiled and took the opportunity to retreat to the side. He stroked his beard and said to Shangguan, "The sage is moving the capital soon. As the emperor's first official, is still busy with official duties?" Shangguan smiled faintly and said, "It's okay now. Unless there's something very important in the first month, the officials will not bother the sage. There's also a lot more free because of this." Wu Sanci laughed and said, That's good. Wanner is usually overworked. It's best to steal a few days of leisure." "Ah, that's right. I recently received a letter from my cousin, Izong. In it, he mentioned the transportation. He treated it as gossip, but when I heard it, I was deeply concerned." Shangguan Er's crescent moon-like eyebrows slightly raised, and her expression became serious. Wu Sanci said, "Whether the emperor is in Luoyang or Chong, and the transportation is of utmost importance. If there's a problem with the transportation, the millions of people in the capital will be greatly affected. If it's light, it will cause the price of goods to skyrocket. If it's heavy, the emperor will have to move the capital again to seek food, causing the court to lose all its dignity. If there's a flood or drought, there will be a serious consequence of starvation, which will shake the foundation of the country. We must not be careless." Shangguan it was moved and said, "Your Highness's words are very reasonable. Did something happen with the transportation?" Wu Sanci said, "This matter has something to do with the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Censorate. Speaking of which, the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Censorate have good intentions. The emperor is moving the capital soon, and they want to rectify the law and order of Chong, and then create a peaceful world to welcome the emperor's move. But they are too demanding. The drivers of the transportation are all rough and reckless men. Usually, they drink, cause trouble, and fight. It's a common thing, but it's not a big deal. But the Ministry of Justice's Chundong, the Imperial Censorates who Yuanli and the others treat them severely. How can we expect those rough men to become refined scholars? Ruling a big country is like cooking a small fish. Now, Master Ba is in a state of panic. I heard that the driver should go to Yangzhou at the beginning of the year. Because of this matter, they haven't set out yet. If they miss this year's transportation, the consequences will be unthinkable." Shangguan was surprised and said, "Is there such a thing? Your Highness should report this to the sage as soon as possible." Wu Sansi said, "This naturally should be reported to the sage. But I also know that the sage has always disliked officials who do not abide by their duties and stretch their hands too far. I am now in charge of the military affairs in Luoyang. If I rashly intervene in political affairs and make the sage unhappy, it won't be good. But if it's something else, after a few more days, there will be news from Chang'an. At that time, the sage will know, and I don't need to be meddlesome. But the transportation is as important as the sky. I can't wait. If something goes wrong, this year's transportation will be greatly affected." So, Shangguan Wana smiled and said, "Waner understands. But Waner lives deep in the palace. If there is no news from Chang, and Waner can't speak to the sage. Now that the news from Chang and has not arrived, if there is an imperial censorate who hears of this, Waner can speak to the sage and respond early." Wu Sansi was overjoyed and said, "That's easy. I can send someone to present a memorial immediately. Next, I will have to trouble you." Waner sweetly nodded and said, "Praising the painting for His Majesty is Waner's duty. There is no need for Prince Liang to thank me." Wu Sansi laughed and said, "You gave me a peach," and Sansi returned the favor with a plum. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Since Daiji has said so, then this prince will remember Daiji's good intentions. At this time, Princess Chongning excitedly said, "Cui Xuanlong's masterpiece has been completed." Wu Sansi and Shangguan Wana looked at each other and smiled. They walked toward the tables. Shangguan Wana walked slowly. Her bright eyes swept around and saw Princess Chongning standing to the side. She was pointing at an antique on an antique shelf. There were a few people beside her nodding in agreement. Hearing Princess Chongning's voice, they also turned around and walked over. There were at least 2 imperial censorates among them. Princess Chongning and Shangguan Wan's eyes met. Their arched eyebrows slightly raised, and a mysterious smile flashed in their eyes. These 2 ladies had elegant figures and were both extremely beautiful. However, their appearance and charm were different. When they smiled, it was extremely charming. Chapter 973. Zheng Yu finally made his move. Although the power of the aristocratic families was formless like water, once it was used, it was mighty and majestic. It was like a river that gurgled silently, and it was also when it roared and destroyed everything. In today's Chang, and only the aristocratic families had the ability to bring together the millennium-old aristocratic families, century-old rich and powerful families, the noble families that had taken root in Chang, and since the founding of the Tang dynasty, and the various important officials in the officialdom of Paidu. On this day, the Chuchi Riverside Hibiscus Tower was bustling with activity. Many important people who were rarely seen in ordinary times and could shake the 9 cities with a stomp of their feet had arrived here. Those who were qualified to appear in the Hibiscus Tower were all important and influential people. The Furong restaurant had received many dignitaries before, but it was the first time that so many dignitaries had come to the restaurant at the same time. The manager of the Furong restaurant had come in person to play the role of a waiter, for fear that his staff would make any mistakes and be seen by others. It was no exaggeration to say that today's scene was the scene of the entire Chang'an. The important people who controlled the city and ensured its operation were all present today. It was not time yet, but most people had arrived. These important people were used to having a table of people or a group of people wait for their late arrival before the banquet. But today, no one dared to be careless. They were not giving face to Chen Dong and Hu Yuanli, but because among the people who came today, there would always be an old guy who was above them in terms of seniority and status. Chen Dong and Hu Yuanli had not arrived yet. With their current status, if they were from Chang, and if they had already retired and returned to their hometown, then based on their birth and status, they could completely become a member of the gentry and call most of the people at the Banquet Brothers. But today, they might not be qualified to participate in such an occasion. But now it was different. Now they held great power. As imperial envoys, the judicial power of Chang and was now in their hands. The power in their hands was not as stable as that of these aristocratic families, but at this moment, they held great power bestowed by the emperor. Once they held great power in their hands, It was like holding an unsheathed sword that could destroy everything. Who would dare to touch its edge lightly? Therefore, even though they hadn't arrived yet, the various dignitaries were still waiting patiently. They weren't inexperienced kids, and they wouldn't flick their sleeves and leave just because they were slighted. Of course, Chun Dong and Hu Yuanli would have to pay for their disrespect sooner or later, but now wasn't the time. Now, these two shit-stirrers were quite lethal. They had stirred up the whole of Chang'an. What were they trying to do? Did they want to imitate Zhou Xinglai and a group of cruel officials in order to advance? This was no longer the time before the Empress had ascended the throne, and it was no longer the time when the Empress had just ascended the throne. It was practically a colossal joke to want to be an isolated official. At the same time, Ba also held a new round of peace talks. There was no middleman like Zheng Yu who mediated between them. Instead, after the leaders of both gangs were arrested by the government, the leaders and managers of both sides tried to get in touch with each other and gradually reached a consensus. The main reason why they were fighting openly and covertly was that they wanted to control more resources and interests in the transportation industry, and they did not want to perish together. Now that the leaders of both sides had been caught in the net and were entangled in a lawsuit, Ba was like a group of dragons without a leader. The river was thawing, and the ice on the Wei River was thinning day by day. Every time the sun shone warmly, the icicles hanging under the eaves began to drip water. The water droplets fell to the ground, but they were like drumsticks beating on their hearts. They were very anxious. The water transport needed to use the river network, but the river network was not always suitable for boats. Some sections of the river could only be used by boats during the flood season, and some sections of the river could only be used after the flood season because the current was too fast. The complexity of the water was closely related to the climate. Once the journey was delayed, the entire water transport would be greatly affected. If the water transport was affected, they would not be able to make money. Then what would the hundreds of thousands of people on Ba eat in the coming years? Because of this, the disciples of the two alliances were pressuring the stewards. They really could not afford to delay any longer. After noon, Hu Yuanli of the censor and Chan Dong of the Ministry of Justice were still nowhere to be seen. The nobles of Furong Restaurant began to whisper and discuss with each other, their anger evident in their words. These two dared to be so arrogant. Seeing that the time for the banquet was approaching, did they really dare to let the nobles of Chong and wait here? Downstairs, Zheng Yu was like an ant on a hot pan. The weather was especially cold, but he was sweating profusely. Along the way, people were sent out to inquire about the news, but there was no sign of the two imperial envoys. The magistrate of the Chong and local government, Lu Guitian, found a break and came down from Furong Restaurant. He found Zheng Yu and said with an unfriendly expression, "Nephew, why are they not here yet? Did you make an appointment with them?" Zheng Yu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said to Lu Guitian, "I sent invitations to Chun Qianxian and Chun Xianlang the day before yesterday. At first, they naturally declined. The day before yesterday, I sent another invitation. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. They said that if they have time, they will definitely come to the banquet." Hearing this, Lu Guitian's expression softened. Since Hu Yuanli and Qindong had said so, it meant that they had agreed. The people of the country were very particular about being reserved, tactful, and measured in their interactions. They rarely made any promises and were straightforward like the Westerners. If they have time, they will definitely come to the banquet actually meant that they had agreed. The so-called if was just pretending to be reserved and manipulating their status. Lu Guitian nodded and said, "If that's the case, I will go upstairs first. The guests upstairs are a little unhappy. I will go and comfort them. You don't have to wait here. If you really can't do it, send someone to urge them again." Zheng Yu hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, uncle. Thank you for your trouble." Lu Guitian nodded. He lifted the hem of his robe and slowly walked up the stairs. He had only taken 3 steps when he heard someone calling out anxiously from behind, young master, the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Censorate have sent a message. They said that they are busy with work and have no time to attend the banquet. They will personally apologize to you another day." Lu Guotian's foot missed a step, and he almost fell. He hurriedly held onto the railing and suddenly turned his head. He saw Zheng Yu's face was as white as a sheet. He stood there in a daze and said, "How is this possible? How could they not come? How dare they not come?" Lu Guotian stood there silently for a moment and walked up 2 more steps. He stopped and thought for a while. He suddenly shook his head and sighed. He turned around and walked down the stairs. "Uncle!" Zheng Yu's eyes stared straight at Lu Guotian. Lu Guotian didn't look at him and calmly walked past him. He quickly ordered a family member who came to greet him. "Prepare the carriage. Let's go back." Very quickly, the news spread upstairs. It was silent upstairs. No one made a ruckus. All the nobles who had been waiting for a long time just stood up silently and walked out one by one. They walked past the dumbfounded Zheng Yu as if he didn't exist. Those present were either extremely shrewd officials or elders of high status. Even if they were extremely angry, they wouldn't explode like firecrackers. They would curse and roar to vent their humiliation and anger. However, their silence was more terrifying than their roar. Zheng Yu's face was as white as paper. His body swayed, and he only muttered to himself, "How is this possible? How do they not come?" He really couldn't understand why Hu Yuanli and Chun Dong dared not to come. They either didn't agree at all, or since they had agreed, they made a fool out of everyone. Did they really think that they could succeed just because they had the emperor's decree? They didn't understand that they had offended all the powerful groups in Chang'an. That they didn't understand that even if no one could do anything to them now, with so many powerful groups in Chang'an counterattack, they would die a tragic death sooner or later. How dare they not come? However, no matter how he couldn't understand, he knew that Hu Yuanli and Chun Dong were not finished. He was finished. From now on, he had become a joke in Chang'an. These humiliated people would not hesitate to ridicule and humiliate him. He would be abandoned by everyone, including his family. Zheng Yu suddenly began to regret. Why did I take this task? Why should I rush to do such a thing when everyone else is staying away? Liu Binmi, Liu Binji, Cui Lin, all of them have fallen. Even Xin Mu is badly battered by the matter of the 3 prefectures. Now he's hiding in Luoyang and refusing to fight with him. Why should I? Once I saw Yang Fan, I ruined my whole life. At Bashang Pier, the Cao Masters, Chaoquan Masters, and other Western Alliance gangs, as well as the main stewards with great power, sat on the left. The main figures of the Shun faction, the Life League, the 3 River Society, and other ASEAN gangs sat on the right. The 2 sides were clearly separated, and there was no space between them. Uncle Xiong was not there, and the sword was between their lips and teeth. Although both sides wanted to keep the peace, they were not willing to make big concessions to each other. For the ASEAN gangs, their leaders were only witnesses in the Ministry of Penalty, while the leaders of the Western Alliance gangs were detained. They had the upper hand. The Western Alliance gangs thought that all the forces in Chang and were on their side. If the 2 sides continued to be in a stalemate, they might not lose. Both sides had their own backings, so they were not willing to make too many concessions. But the leaders of both sides were detained, and it was up to the government to release them. What they needed to discuss now was to give up the fight and let the boat go south. If they could not reach an agreement, everyone's jobs would be affected. The necessary compromises and concessions were necessary, so both sides were very patient. Gu Zhuting, as the helmsman of the Chaoquan of the Shun School, was also sitting at the table. Her attention did not seem to be on the negotiation between the 2 sides. Her eyes seemed to be secretly glancing to the side. The tip of her eyebrows and the corner of her eyes seemed to have a touch of indescribable joy. That's right, it was joy. It was like the shy joy of a new wife. Behind her stood a row of high-spirited men, all of them wearing short clothes. Among them, there was a bearded man who was very handsome and mighty. Like the other strong men, he intentionally rolled up his sleeves and trouser legs, revealing his calves and forearms. The muscles on his calves and forearms were strong and powerful. That was the man she would accompany for the rest of her life. He was there. Gu Zhuting's heart was as sweet as if she had drunk honey. At this time, a few people in the distance quietly approached the 2 parties who were negotiating under the cover of the ships being repaired and the goods waiting to be shipped. The sunlight shone on them, and as they moved stealthily, there were cold flashes of light. Bashong used to be the place where Liu Bang, the Duke of Pei, stationed his troops. It was here that he confronted Xiang Yu's army and finally put on a Hongmen banquet. Would there be a Bashong banquet here today? Chapter 974. The Waterway Gang chose Bashong Pier as the location for negotiations because they had made thorough preparations beforehand. None of the negotiators from either side carried any weapons, and 3 lines of defense were set up around the pier and the perimeter of the pier. The armed warriors from both sides stood guard together, preventing unrelated people from approaching. However, even the tightest line of defense was meant to be broken through. Those people dressed in ash-gray robes, wearing dogskin hats that covered their heads and faces, had already broken through the first line of defense and were currently approaching the pier step by step. 6 armed warriors were patrolling an area that was 100 zhang wide. This area was not a spacious and empty piece of land. There were temporary stacks of all sizes built on the pier. During the busy period of the water transportation, large amounts of goods that couldn't be sorted out, stored, or transported in time will be temporarily unloaded and piled up here. Right now, even though the stacks were empty, the wooden raft-like walls that were half the height of a person provided excellent concealment. The group of people who were quietly approaching were hiding under the wooden rafts, and no one discovered them. The 6 people patrolling the pier belonged to the Eastern and Western alliances, with 3 people from each alliance. They pressed down on their sabers, unhurriedly walking past each other. The way they looked at each other was somewhat unkind, even somewhat provocative. The people hiding behind the stacks couldn't go any further. If they went any further, there would be an open area that was several dozen steps long. It was impossible to avoid the patrolling warriors from both sides. They hid behind the stacks, took out a pitch-black weapon from under their spacious robes, and lightly placed it on the wooden raft. Then, they slowly pulled out an arrow from their boots. Unexpectedly, what they were holding were crossbows, military crossbows that could penetrate heavy armor within 100 steps. The shaft of the arrow was made of birchwood, 2 feet and 4 inches long. The shaft was decorated with black peach skin, and the tail was made of black eagle feathers. The sharp iron shaft was nearly 6 centimeters long. The string of the crossbow was noiselessly pulled back, and the terrifyingly sharp arrow was slowly knocked. Kill! Once the order was given, the 6 patrolling men didn't even see the shadows of the arrows clearly before the arrows accurately penetrated their vitals. Like rain hitting a withered lotus, the 6 men fell to the ground. Almost at the same time, the people hidden behind the wooden raft rushed out, drew their sabers, and ended the lives of 2 of the heavily injured men who weren't dead yet. There was no gap in the entire attack. Shooting, abandoning the crossbow, dashing forward, unsheathing the sword, and stabbing. The whole process was seamless and flawless. Although the 2 dying people let out a cry of pain, their cries were not loud due to their heavy injuries. Furthermore, their lives were quickly ended, so it did not attract the attention of others. The corpses were either lying or lying on the ground on the snowy ground. Other than the 2 who had been stabbed once, the other 4 had almost no blood on their bodies. The crossbow bolts had pierced deeply into their throats and came out from the back of their necks. Only the places where the bolts had pierced through their necks did a few drops of blood splash out. A young lady walked out from behind the raft. She was 17 or 18 years old and had a slender figure. Her thin lips were tightly pursed, and her pair of phoenix-tail, almond-shaped eyes were fiercely slanted, revealing a fierce, murderous aura. It was Wei Xiaoxiao, the daughter of the Heavenly Eagle Gang's leader, Wei Yongtang. Wei Xiaoxiao didn't even look at the corpses on the ground. She only said in a low voice, "Let's go." The corpses were quickly dragged behind an obstacle. The bloodstains on the ground could be easily covered with some snow. The group of people took their crossbows and quietly moved forward again. The leader of the Heavenly Eagle Gang, Wei Yongtang, was dead. When the 2 sides sent assassins to assassinate the other side's leader, he was seriously injured. Before his injury had recovered, he was dragged away by the Yamen runners and thrown into prison. Wei Yongtang was angry and afraid. His injury worsened, and no one knew if he had been tortured during the trial in prison. In the end, he died. Although Wei Xiaoyu resented Wenbin's womanizing, it was not easy to find a man of equal status and pleasing to the eye in a place like Ba. It was common for men to womanize outside. After her anger subsided, her hatred also faded. She didn't want to give up her fiancé just like that. Unfortunately, she could no longer save Wenbin. Wenbin had been sentenced to death by Chun Dong of the Ministry of Justice. Now her fiancé was about to die. Her father was also dead, and Wei Xiaoxiao's family was almost ruined. The Eastern and Western alliances were actually going to reconcile. Her father was dead, and her fiancé was also about to die, but no one asked her if she agreed to reconcile. She didn't agree. The righteous Jianghu brothers of the Western Alliance didn't seek justice for her. She would seek justice herself. She knew she was alone. After her father's death, she couldn't even command the gang. She couldn't take revenge on her own. So she spent all her money and hired a few killers from faraway Long. These killers were good at using crossbows. Crossbows were strictly controlled by the imperial court. Even soldiers were not allowed to use them from the armory when there was no war. Once discovered, the private possession of armors, crossbows, and long weapons among the common people would be regarded as rebellion. Even so, there were still many people who kept illegal weapons. Liu Bingji had once used a sleeve crossbow to threaten Yang Fan. In recent years, the Northwest region was not peaceful. Wars broke out frequently, and crossbows were easy to lose. Once a woman was filled with hatred, she would lose all reason. Exterminating the entire clan was meaningless to Wei Xiaoxiao. After the assassination, the two sides fell into a fierce battle again. She didn't care about how the tens of thousands of people in Ba would live. Her fiancé was killed by Dugu Wentao, the helmsman of the Caoco of the school of Shun, and her father was killed by the girl surnamed Gu, the helmsman of the Chaoquan of the school of Shun. On the pier, Li He said to Shu Zixuan, the helmsman of Chaoquan, "Helmsman Shu, the matter of the leaders of our two gangs is now an official matter. It's not up to you or me to decide. In this situation, we must first reach an agreement and let everyone go to Yangzhou to start this year's transportation." Shu Zixuan said, "That's right, but you won't budge an inch. How can we continue? Don't tell me we don't need to mention our great losses. We have hundreds of people injured. Who should we find to settle this debt?" Li He said, "You have people injured. Don't tell me we don't. What's more, we have the upper hand. Don't tell me you want to put aside all disputes and follow the same rules as in previous years. Even if I agree, will the other gang leaders agree? Even if we agree, will our tens of thousands of brothers agree? Helmsman Shu, I don't want to see any more fights to the death on the transportation road. If that happens, the boat will capsize and the boat will capsize. Who can bear that kind of loss?" Shu Zixuan laughed coldly and said, "Are you threatening me?" Li He said coldly, "If you think I'm threatening you, I think there's no need for us to continue talking." Yang Fan, who was disguised as a rugged man with a curly beard, stood there with his hands behind his back. He listened to the two of them bickering and was not moved at all. He knew that even though Li He was still speaking tough, he was just putting on an act. Today, he would definitely make some concessions and finally reach an agreement. Even though Yang Fan's move was on Ba, which caused a huge earthquake in Chang'an's officialdom, the main battlefield of the struggle had already shifted to the city. The dispute on Ba was no longer that important. Yang Fan did not want these Jianghu heroes to suffer a great loss. After all, the transportation still depended on them. Yang Fan looked at the sky and thought to himself, the banquet by the Tuchi River should have ended. Chun Dong and Hu Yuanli deliberately did not attend the banquet to infuriate the various forces in Chang and cause the two sides to be unable to reconcile. This was Yang Fan's real purpose. As long as the two forces in Chang entered the stage of a life-and-death battle, the reconciliation of the Ba Shang Chao gang would be irrelevant. Even though Zheng Yu vaguely felt that Yang Fan, who was hiding behind the scenes, seemed to play a great role in this, he did not think that Yang Fan could be the mastermind. Otherwise, he would not have mistaken Chun Dong and Hu Yuanli as the main culprits of the series of conflicts and invited them to the banquet. He even found the wrong person in charge, So how could the mediation succeed? Zheng Yu originally thought that he had integrated the aristocratic families, nobles, officials, and celebrities in Chang, and to forge a heavenly weapon, which was enough to fight against Chen Dong and Hu Yuanli's sword of the emperor. But he failed. Now Wei Xiaoxiao was trying the same thing. The difference was that one of them was intentional, while the other was unintentional. The intentional one failed, but what about the unintentional one? Sometimes, national affairs only required the anger of a common man. There were some goods piled up on the dock. The transport boats had to sail from here back to Yangzhou. Naturally, they could not travel empty-handed. There were already some goods consigned by merchants piled up on the dock. Because the Bashang Chao gang had been delayed, there was a lot of goods piled up. So Wei Xiaoxiao led a few crossbowmen and quietly climbed up a pile of goods, looking down at the dock from above. Still, no one noticed. Of the 3 layers of defense, only the outermost and the innermost layer of defense were really tight. The outermost layer of defense was for the outside world, and the innermost layer of defense was actually to prevent the 2 sides from fighting. The people in the middle were only patrolling the layers of obstacles to prevent people from hiding. Now Wei Xiaoxiao approached from the area guarded by the Western Alliance's guards and suddenly killed them. Along the way, she also took out a few more hidden posts. Now, she was close to the 2 sides of the negotiation. Although the 3rd layer of guards was patrolling ahead, they did not need to break through. The crossbows in their hands could directly kill the people on the dock from here. The patrolling guards on the dock did not expect that someone would silently approach here and use a long-range weapon to kill the target. Their attention was focused on the leaders of the 2 sides. The assassin hid himself and glanced at the Wei River not far away. They were all good swimmers and could immediately dive into the river to escape after they succeeded. Although the spring was cold and the water was bone-chilling, the bounty offered by this client was too generous. They could wash their hands of the business after this deal was done. It was worth it. Wei Xiaoyou's eyes were red. It took her a long time to steady her trembling fingers. She glared at Gu Zhuting and said through gritted teeth, "Shoot them. That man in cyan and that woman in white, that bitch. Just those 2. The leader of the assassins smiled coldly. His eyes locked on the 2 Wei Xiaoyu pointed at. TSK, 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 and a great beauty. It'd be a shame to kill her. Cut the crap. Kill her. I want her dead. She must die." Wei Xiaoyou's voice was very low, but there was a hint of madness in it. The leader of the assassins glanced at her and said slowly, "Don't worry. I, Yin Suzhuan, have the nickname Living Hades. Do you think it's for nothing? With my reputation, she must die today." As Yin Suzhuan spoke, he slowly pulled out a crossbow from his boot and placed it on the notch. The crossbow string was slowly tightened. "After this deal, we brothers can wash our hands of the business. Be alert. We must hit the target in 1 shot. Crow, Great Immortal, Porter, the 3 of you kill the man. Be polite. Don't be annoying. The 2 of you follow me to kill the woman." A few quiet replies came from all directions. Yin Suzhuan put his eyes on the mountain gazing of the crossbow, and the sharp arrowhead was aimed at Gu Zhuting's throat. Just as the word kill was about to come out of his mouth, his lips suddenly curled into a devilish smile. The crossbow moved slightly, and the arrowhead was aimed at the girl's voluptuous breasts. The jet-black, sharp arrowhead pierced through the tender, red, freshly peeled chicken head and pierced straight into the soft, jade-like chest, piercing through the beating heart. Thinking of that scene, Yin Suzhuan suddenly felt an inexplicable excitement. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Shoot." Chapter 975. Swoosh. The 6 assassins cooperated with tacit understanding, pulling the hanging blade almost at the same time. The hooks separated, the crossbow teeth pulled back, and the taut string suddenly sprang back. 6 crossbow bolts left the string at the same time. "Go!" Yin Suzhuan shouted and rolled to the right. When he reached the edge of the pile of goods, he suddenly leapt onto the ground. With a nimble forward roll, his entire body was already 30 feet away. He bent his back and shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. When he reached the edge of the dock, he threw himself forward without a moment's hesitation. Thump! His graceful figure submerged into the river. The surface of the surging ice only produced a slight splash. His figure completely disappeared into the water. He was as quiet as a virgin, but as agile as a rabbit. The other 5 assassins reacted almost at the same time. After their attack succeeded, they immediately fled far away. In fact, in the past, when they succeeded in their crimes and quickly escaped, they would always bring their livelihood, the crossbow, with them. They would not be willing to abandon it. This kind of thing was not something that could be obtained at any time, especially an excellent and incomparably sharp high-grade military crossbow. But this time, they were killing people in the territory of the Chow gang. It was truly too dangerous. Moreover, the reward they received was enough for them to live a life of riches and honor after this success. What was the use of these crossbows? Of course, it was to flee as fast as possible. Before washing their hands in a golden basin, they would first come to the Wei River to cleanse themselves. When the last assassin also jumped into the river, the turbulent water quickly calmed down. The sparkling and translucent ice continued to collide and grind against each other as if nothing had happened. Wei Xiaoxiao had wanted to escape as well. She had just heard from Yin Sichuan about their escape plan after they attacked. Living on Ba, she was also good at swimming. Although the water of the Wei River was bone-chilling and was a terrifying experience for someone as delicate as her, she didn't want to fuss too much about it since she was running for her life. But while the living king of hell, Yin Sichuan, could be 100 times more confident in his attack and immediately flee after one attack, Wei Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel a bit doubtful. She wanted to personally see her enemy die. This wasn't just because she was worried, but also because of the pleasure of avenging a great hatred. Thus, when Yin Sichuan shouted, "Go!" her figure paused for a moment, and she glanced at her target happily. With just that one glance, she couldn't leave. "Helmsman Shu, we can reduce our demands, but you should at least make some concessions so that we can give an explanation to our tens of thousands of brothers. We, Helmsman Dugu and Helmsman Gu, are actually very sincere in resolving the dispute through peace talks." Following Gu Zhuting's instructions, Li He was prepared to make some concessions. Dugu Wintao and Gu Zhuting, whom he mentioned, smiled and nodded to the Western faction leaders. Just then, 6 crossbow bolts flew through the air. Before the sound of arrows piercing through the air could be heard, they were already within reach. The position Yang Fan was standing and was facing the sunlight. The light in his eyes changed slightly when the 6 sharp arrows flew across the sky. It suddenly aroused his vigilance, and he reacted almost without thinking. Fortunately, the minute the arrows were released, the slight change in light caught his attention. Fortunately, his vigilance was as quick as his reaction. Otherwise, if he only noticed the arrows that could pierce through heavy armor within 100 paces of him, he wouldn't have a chance no matter how skilled he was. Although martial artists devoted themselves to the development and improvement of physical strength, no matter how high one's physical strength was, it couldn't surpass the speed and strength of machinery. Machinery was the crystallization of human intelligence. As the most intelligent of all creatures, humans could become the rulers of this world, not because they had the enormous strength of an elephant, the ferocity of a lion, or the agility of a leopard, but because of their intelligence. Yang Fan made his move the moment the arrows left the bowstring. They were so fast they left behind a blur in the air that the naked eye couldn't follow. Yang Fan was relying entirely on the initial fluctuations of light to make his judgment. He didn't even have time to shout a warning. Yang Fan leaped up like an eagle, and with a whoosh, he arrived in front of Gu Zhuting. Gu Zhuting was smiling and nodding at Xu Zixuan and the others. The light above her head dimmed. She clenched her fists and was about to counterattack in the air, but what she saw was Yang Fan. Gu Zhuting could not help but be startled. Yang Fan's hands and feet moved at the same time. He kicked with all his might, and, at the same time, he used his sleeve to grab another blur. 3 arrows were fired at the same time by 3 people. But even if it was only a millisecond, by the time the arrows arrived in front of Yang Fan, there was still a distance of 10 feet between them. BZZ. Yang Fan only felt the bottom of his boots shake. Half of his leg went numb. A thin arrow could reach a speed of more than 100 meters per second after passing through the military crossbow. It was a terrifying kinetic energy, but Yang Fan's kick still hit the arrow. The arrow deviated and pointed to the sky, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Gu Zhuting's shoulders shook slightly. A pearl fell from her earlobe. The pearl was not big. The small beads were connected by a thin chain. This was the only ornament on Gu Zhuting's body. Normally, she didn't wear any ornaments. Today, this pair of beads was specially worn because Yang Fan came in disguise. It was just a small thought of a woman putting on makeup to please her lover. But now, the thin chain was broken. The pearl fell to her shoulder. The wind from the arrow cut Gu Zhuting's jade-like face in pain. Yang Fan wrapped his hand in his sleeve and stretched out his hand to grab the arrow. A shadow flashed, and he caught the back half of the arrow shaft. The arrow slid through his hand. Although the sleeve was thick, it was still torn into pieces. Then the arrow flew past his palm, leaving a deep cut on his palm. His palm was badly mutilated, but his grab was effective, especially on the wings of the arrow. It changed the direction of the arrow. The arrow that was originally aimed at Gu Zhuting's throat flew past Gu Zhuting's right arm. Gu Zhuting cried out in pain. A piece of flesh was scraped off from her shoulder. Then, there was a muffled groan behind her. The arrow had pierced through a guard's lower abdomen. At this time, Yang Fan's strength was exhausted. He fell in front of Gu Zhuting. The third arrow shot out like a ray of light. Yang Fan's body fell from the sky. At this time, even if a skilled martial artist stabbed him with a sword, he wouldn't be able to block it, let alone an arrow that was as fast as the netherworld. The sharp arrow pierced through Yang Fan's chest with a pu sound. He was knocked into Gu Zhuting's bosom by the sharp arrow. On the other table, Dugu Wentao was also hit by an arrow. The powerful kinetic energy of the arrows caused Dugu Wentao's body to fiercely fall backwards. The first arrow accurately pierced through his throat, and the second arrow shot through the top of his head as he fell backwards, nearly ripping it open. The third arrow brushed past his scalp, and fortunately, it passed through the gap between two guards, disappearing into the distance across the river. Gu Zhuting looked at Yang Fan in her arms in horror. An inch of bloodied arrowhead could be seen from his back. There was a black arrow feather in front of his chest. The sharp arrow had pierced through his body. Gu Zhuting felt as if she had fallen into an ice house. Her hands and feet were cold, and her body was stiff. She had been used to death for so many years. She would never have reacted in this way, whether she was putting someone else to death or falling into an ambush. But this was different. For so many years, she had lived only to live. It was not until she had fallen in love with him, until she had been acknowledged by him, that she had lived with taste, that she had lived like a woman. But now, her man was lying in her arms, his body pierced by a sharp arrow. Gu Zhuting wanted to call out to Lang, but her voice was stuck in her throat, and she couldn't make it out. Her vision turned black, and she almost fainted. All of this happened in a flash. When Yang Fan fell to the ground and Dugu Wentao fell on his back, the whole dock was silent. Everyone was shocked and didn't have time to react. A moment later, the sound of drums was heard. The leaders of the ASEAN gangs jumped up. Those who didn't know martial arts quickly retreated. Those who knew martial arts didn't wait for the guards to come forward. They roared and pounced on the leaders of the Western Alliance. They didn't give the other side any time to explain before they started fighting. Some of the guards outside pulled out their swords and rushed towards the pile of goods, while others tried to rush back to protect their leader. However, both sides suspected that the other side's guards were going to harm their leader, so they each took a few steps forward and shouted at each other to stop. Seeing that it was useless, they pulled out their swords and started fighting. The scene was chaotic. On the outside, there were swords and swords flashing. On the outside, there were guards shouting and fighting. On the dock, there were punches and kicks from the leaders. Gu Zhuting held Yang Fan in her bosom. She murmured, Lang, Lang. Tears were welling up at her eyes. Her cheeks were as white as snow. Get out of my way. Guda's fists were as large as bowls. The wind howled as he swung his fists fiercely to knock away the two martial arts experts higher by the other side. He leapt to Gu Zhuting's side and stretched out his hand to check Yang Fan's breathing. He shouted anxiously, "He's still breathing. Take Ah Lang to the doctor." Oh, oh. When she heard that Yang Fan was still alive, Gu Zhuting suddenly came to her senses. She didn't know where she got the strength from, but she suddenly stood up from her cross-legged position while carrying Yang Fan. She staggered and ran. Gouda was like a ferocious tiger released from its cage. His fists were unstoppable as he rushed in front to clear a path for her. Gu Er and Gu San also saw the situation. They didn't want to get entangled with the others and quickly approached. The three of them formed a triangle around their little sister, who was carrying Yang Fan, and rushed out to protect her. No one knew why Helmsman Gu was so concerned about an ordinary bodyguard, nor did they have the heart to think about it. The scene was already a mess. If they hesitated for even a moment, the other people's fists would land on their faces. Everyone was roaring and fighting to the death with the enemy in front of them. They couldn't care less about anything else. Xu Zixuan, who was hidden in the middle of the bodyguard, jumped up and shouted, "Don't do it. Don't fall into their trap. We didn't send the assassins. We didn't send them." But his shout had no effect. Not to mention the fact that the leaders of the ASEAN gangs were as furious as lions. Even if they still had some sense left, they would still choose to fight with the other side. Who knew if the assassin with the crossbow had another target? At this time, fighting with the other side was the safest option. It's Miss Wei. It's Wei Xiaoxiao. It's the daughter of the Heavenly Eagle Gang's leader. Come down. Come down right now. The guard surrounding the pile of goods shouted in a stern voice. Wei Xiaoxiao slowly stood up from the pile of goods. She looked at Gu Zhuting, who was staggering away with a corpse in her hands, with a bit of disappointment. She then turned her head to look at the chaotic scene of battle and that terrifying corpse, and suddenly began to laugh crazily. What a pity! What a pity that she only killed one. But it doesn't matter. They can no longer talk peace now. That bitch betrayed her father. Her allies will now go all out to kill her. Wei Xiaoxiao laughed maniacally as she pulled out a dagger and pressed it against her throat. This crazy woman is dead. The other woman is crazy. Chapter 976. The deer antler was placed on a plate of pure silver and heated up with charcoal, slowly turning into ashes. The deer antler ashes were then mixed with black grass root, Angelica dehurica, Angelica root, dried Rehmannia root, Coptis chinensis root, raw Rehmannia root, dragon bone, blood, amber, and other herbs, mixed with sesame oil to form an ointment, which was then stuffed into the wound. Then, the wound was stitched up using mulberry bark as a thread. A top-notch ointment mixed with fresh chicken blood was applied on the outside, and the wound was then carefully bandaged with steamed white cloth. Some of these medicines were used to stop bleeding, while others were used to relieve pain and reduce inflammation. Even the thread used to stitch up the wound was made from mulberry bark. The mulberry bark itself was a type of traditional Chinese medicine. It had sedative, analgesic, anti-inflammatory, and bactericidal effects. After the wound was healed, it would naturally be absorbed and the exposed parts would fall off. Even removing the thread was unnecessary. Back when Wei Tuaner framed the crown prince, Li Dan, the musician, and Jin Zong, in order to clear the crown prince's name, cut open his abdomen in front of everyone and pulled out all of his intestines. The imperial physicians in the palace also used mulberry bark to stitch up his wound. This bastard was lucky and actually survived. After Li Tang restored the throne, he greatly rewarded this musician. In the end, he was promoted to a duke and was even given the posthumous title of Zhong after his death. Of course, this was a story for another time. Yang Fan remained unconscious from start to finish, while Gu Er and Gu San assisted the famed physician from the side. Even so, the famed physician was still sweating profusely by the time they were done. His disciple helped him to the side, and he drank a few mouthfuls of water using his disciple's hand. Only then did his breathing stabilize. Gu Zhuting asked with a pale face and weak legs, "Teacher, my Alang, how is he?" The famed physician was washing his hands in the basin. The blood on his hands quickly turned red as it mixed with the water. His disciple brought the basin down and changed it for him. Only then did the famed physician slowly say, "This is a formula passed down in my family for nourishing the muscles and promoting blood circulation. It has the miraculous effects of cooling and stopping bleeding, detoxifying and relieving pain, and removing rotten flesh." Gu Zhuding was not in the mood to listen to him boast about his ancestral prescription. But now that her Longjuan's life was in his hands, she had to listen even if she was impatient. Guda became impatient and said, "Sir, we just want to know, is our Lang Jun all right?" Although this famous doctor was someone invited by the Dugu family, and he knew that the Dugu family valued this person greatly, he was certainly an honored guest of the Dugu family. However, people with outstanding achievements in their profession would always have an air of arrogance. He was very unhappy with Gu Da's disrespectful tone. He glared at Guda and said, "Nothing? No matter how good this old man's medicine is, it can only save people who shouldn't die." Although this person's body was strong and he had avoided being hit in the vital organs, he had still been pierced through the chest by an arrow. His injuries were too severe. Even if he woke up, he might not be out of danger. Whether or not he could survive would depend on the will of the heavens. Oh, by the way, you mustn't let him eat too much porridge for the next few days. And you must avoid sour and salty food as much as possible. You can eat dry food or fatty food to quench his thirst. Although this doctor was arrogant, he was still very attentive to the patients he was treating. His disciple brought a basin of water over. As he continued to wash his hands, he carefully reminded Gu Zhuting, who was more good-looking than Guda. Gu Zhuting nodded her head and remembered his words. Not long after the doctor left, Dugu walked in with a calm face. Putting aside his personal friendship with Yang Fan, he had already linked the future and interests of his entire family to Yang Fan. The fact that Yang Fan's life and death was unknown was a big blow to him. Compared to Yang Fan's life and death, Dugu Wentao's death was nothing. He had clearly asked the doctor about Yang Fan's injuries. After he came in, he did not ask Gu Zhuding about Yang Fan's condition. He silently stood in front of the sickbed and looked at the unconscious and pale Yang Fan. After a long silence, he said in a low voice, "I will invite another famous doctor. I will invite all the famous doctors in Chong, and who specialize in treating external injuries. I will definitely do my best to save Erlang's life." Dugu turned around and walked out of the room. He hurried along the long corridor until he reached the end of the corridor. His hands tightly grasped the railing. His figure dived into the water. The fish in the water thought that their master was going to feed them. They all crowded over, splashing everywhere. There were two people following closely behind Dugu. Dugu pursed his lips and turned his head slightly. He said to one of them, "Send out the order. Tell our people to stop all actions. Everything will wait until the condition of Yang Fan's injury is clear." That person nodded and quickly left. Dugu let out a long sigh and painfully closed his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Erlang, don't blame me. Every step I take concerns the future of the entire family. I can't be careless. I can't be careless." Chen Dong and Hu Yuanli did not know about Yang Fan's situation. From the moment they refused to attend the banquet at Furong Restaurant, they knew that the crazy counterattack from the various forces in Chong was about to begin. They were hurriedly making preparations according to the established plan. The generals of the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion also did not know about Yang Fan's current situation. Since Yang Fan had fought his way to Chong, and he often left alone, they had long gotten used to it. They still trained the soldiers and repaired the barracks as usual. According to Yang Fan's request, they firmly controlled the two key areas in the north of the imperial city where they could control the two Xuanwu gates. Rinwei and the other guards had always been close to Yang Fan. But this time, when Yang Fan had an accident, they had not been by Yang Fan's side. This was because it was not convenient for the ASEAN gangs to bring too many unfamiliar faces to Bashang Pier. This time, there was actually no danger, and Yang Fan was skilled and daring. So they had all stayed at the Shun Gate. When Yang Fan had an accident and was rushed to the Dugu residence for treatment, they had also followed. At this time, they were by Yang Fan's side. Ever since they had become Yang Fan's personal guards, Yang Fan had always tried to rope them in. At this time, they finally saw results. Once the news that Yang Fan's life and death was unknown was made public, it would cause Xianzong to once again fall into a situation where there was no leader. Many of Yang Fan's arrangements would also be greatly affected. Dugu had his concerns and slowed down his cooperation with Yang Fan's actions. It would not have too big of an effect. If Xianzong stopped because of this, then Chun Dong and Hu Yuanli, who did not know, would have to fight alone and be crushed to pieces. On the surface, Xianzong did not play any role in this matter. But no matter in Chang, or Luoyang, countless people and matters were developing according to their wishes under their quiet influence. Rinwei and the others did not report the news to the succession hall. On this matter, they all maintained silence. In the Bashang Inn, Abdullah paced with a heavy heart. His usual frivolous smile had completely disappeared. He had not thought that such an accident would occur in his meticulous and flawless plan. Everything was ever-changing. Indeed, no one could predict everything, especially when it came to human nature. It was too unpredictable. Who would have thought that such an important person would ultimately fall into the hands of a little woman who had been ignored by everyone? Humans could treat others like ants, but humans were not ants. When an ordinary man was angry, blood could be spilled within 5 steps, and the world would be covered in white mourning clothes. "Master!" Abbas rushed in and raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He said to Abdullah, "Master, I'm back." Abdullah rushed forward and asked, "How is it?" Abbas said, "Bashang is very chaotic. Fortunately, I look very strange." They knew at a glance that I was not one of them, nor was I their enemy. Otherwise, I might not have been able to return. They were fighting, constantly fighting, one against another, one against a group against a group, a group against a group, a group against a group. Abdullah said angrily, "Abbas, if you continue to talk nonsense, Master will beat you to death." When Abbas heard this, he quickly concluded, "It's very scary." In short, it's very scary. Bashang is now more chaotic than ever before. "Master, if there's nothing important, it's best not to go out on the streets. It's too scary." Abdullah stared at him and said, "That's it. That's it." Abdullah could not restrain his anger. He grabbed him by the collar, picked up the handsome boy, and shook him like a broken doll. He roared, "Where's the city? How is it? Why did I ask you to go out and find out? Damn it, did your mother sleep with a scorpion to give birth to an idiot with a brain smaller than the tip of a needle?" Abbas was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly shook his hands and said, "There's no news of him in the city. Everything is safe and sound." Abdullah was stunned and stopped his crazy movements. He asked suspiciously, "You mean there's no news of his death in the city?" "He's not dead, Master. It's only a matter of time." "More importantly, there's no news of his death in the city?" "Yes, Master. No one knows. The officials don't know. The imperial envoys don't know. Even the imperial guards stationed in the north of the city are as usual. There's no change. I heard that Yang Fan was sent to the Dugu family the moment he entered the city. Moreover, it was in the name of that unlucky guy Tao who died. In fact, at this moment, his face was red from being grabbed by his collar. Abbas quickly pointed to his neck. Abdullah snorted coldly and put him down. Abbas took a few deep breaths and said, "Merciful Master, in fact, until now, it seems that no one knows his identity. The people in Ba don't know. They all think that the guy who saved the beautiful lady that you're so infatuated with was an ordinary guard. And no one in the city knows that he's General Yang." Abdullah's eyes narrowed. He slowly paced around the room. After a long time, he slowly said, "According to the original arrangement, continue with our plan." Abbas adjusted his collar and tidied his beautiful golden hair. Suddenly hearing Abdullah's words, Abbas became anxious. "Master, that general is already dead." "He's not dead yet. He'll die sooner or later." This is what Master said. "So what? He's about to die. Without his cooperation, how can we complete the mission? This is too risky." Abdullah narrowed his eyes and said, "It's not important whether he's dead or not. What's important is that no one knows that he's about to die. So, our plan can still be carried out. This is the agreement between him and I, and also the promise I made to Shinmu. The prophet said that if either party breaks the agreement, it should be mentioned before the separation. I must keep my agreement with them." Abbas clasped his hands in front of his chest and said with admiration, "My master, your integrity and perseverance are admirable. You're a true gentleman." Abdullah smiled and nodded. He thought fiercely to himself, it was originally a double kill. I'm not an idiot raised by scorpions. How can I give up? Chapter 977. The Taiping clan's Chaoquan master, Qin Xiaolong, slowly walked into the inner chamber with tired steps. He waved his hand to dismiss the people around him. He sat on the chair and gently rubbed his eyebrows. The ups and downs of the past few days had exhausted him mentally and physically. Because of what happened at the pier today, peace talks were no longer possible. They could only use force to solve the dispute. He met with many stewards that night and mobilized people, preparing to use force to fight for a path of survival with the ASEAN clans. Today's fight between the two sides was just a chaotic battle after an unexpected accident, but tomorrow's days would not be so good. Qin Xiaolong sighed, got up, and walked to the bedroom. He had just taken a few steps when his body suddenly stopped. Other than the flickering light in his eyes, his whole body was like a clay statue. He felt his heart palpitate, as if there was an unknown ghost peeping at him from the shadows. That sense of danger made his hair stand on end. After standing still for a moment, Qin Xiaolong suddenly jumped up. Like a withered leaf blown by the wind, he silently floated to the wall, where a good long saber hung. "Guards!" With the saber in hand, Qin Xiaolong's heart calmed down. He shouted loudly, but the expected response did not come. Qin Xiaolong's heart sank again. Ever since the relationship between the two of them became like fire and water, his mansion had increased its security. After today's events, there were even more guards in his mansion. Not only were there 2 bodyguards hired with a large sum of money, there were also 10 experts from the gang, and there were also 4 fierce dogs. But right now, it was completely silent. After he shouted, no one responded. Qin Xiaolong's eyes turned, and he took 2 steps back. His body stuck to the wall and escaped to the door. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When he quickly rushed out of the room, he still did not encounter any danger. Qin Xiaolong did not dare to be careless. The long saber was hidden behind his elbow. Just as he was about to break through the nearly 50 feet distance of the courtyard and escape to the outer chamber, a figure suddenly appeared like a ghost from under the eaves. Before the word, who came out, the figure pounced at him. Qin Xiaolong turned his hand and slashed at the person. Pooh! With a ding sound, the sharp blade entered Qin Xiaolong's body. Qin Xiaolong was stunned for a moment, but in the next second, he realized something was wrong. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The silhouette that was stabbed did not make a sound, but another silhouette materialized from that silhouette. It was an even more slender silhouette, followed by a bright sword light. Qin Xiaolong staggered backwards, throwing away his saber. He clutched his throat in vain, but it was useless. Blood gushed out from the gaps between his fingers. Qin Xiaolong's eyes widened in despair as he watched the slender figure disappear over the wall. From the beginning to the end, he didn't see the person's face clearly. Keep your spirits up tonight, and be on your guard. Don't doze off. Tomorrow, I will move back to the city, and I will reward you handsomely. The circle gates, Cao Ruju, Ilu Shui, carried a lantern and personally patrolled the entire rear residence under heavy security. He encouraged the many guards in the rear residence. Only when he returned to the inner chamber did he let out a long sigh of relief. Alang is back. Under the bright and soft light, a charming young woman with her hair tied up in a lazy bun, wearing a translucent silk nightgown, gracefully came up to him. She politely helped him to sit down, spread out the bedding, and then went to extinguish the candle on the wall. Wait, Lu Shui hurriedly stopped her. The lights are on. All the lights in the room are on. The beautiful young woman coquettishly said, Alang, there are dozens of people guarding outside our bedroom. What is there to be afraid of? Even if they have great skills, unless they have learned some invisibility technique, do you think they can break in? He Luxue suddenly screamed, pointing at the beautiful young woman's back, and said with a trembling voice, "Ew." The beautiful young woman stamped her foot and said, "Ah Lang, how old are you? Why are you still joking with me?" He Liushue's goatee trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear as if he had seen a ghost. It didn't look like he was faking it. The beautiful young woman's expression gradually changed, and she suddenly turned her head. Unfortunately, she didn't see anything. She felt a weight on her neck, and her vision went black. She was thrown onto the big bed, unconscious. "Help! You!" A bright sword light floated over, and a spray of blood splashed on the window frame. With a few loud rumbles, the doors and windows collapsed, and a few bodyguards suddenly rushed in. The blood-stained sword light trembled, and the kettle on the table suddenly shattered, exploding into countless sharp porcelain shards that flew rapidly in all directions. At the same time, the 4 lamps on the table went out at the same time. The room was plunged into darkness, and the sound of tables and chairs breaking, utensils breaking, curtains tearing, and heavy wind breaking intertwined like a turbulent whirlpool. Clanging shouts and clangs rang out incessantly, but this unusually intense scene only lasted for a moment before it abruptly fell silent. The doors and windows of the room were completely broken, but it was dark inside. The people who rushed over didn't dare to rashly break in until someone fetched a torch. Holding the torch in one hand and a sword in the other, they moved into the room step by step. On the soft and bouncy carpet, there were people lying all over the floor. There was a man on He Liushue's legs and another man on his face. When those 2 men were flipped over, He Liushue's face was revealed. Blood was gurgling from his throat, his eyes were bulging with anger, but the divine light had disappeared. He was already dead. "Ha ha! I knew you'd take revenge tonight. That's why I didn't sleep tonight. I waited for you until the 3rd watch, and now you're finally here." 2 warriors carried lanterns, and one stood in the middle. It was the 5-Element Guild's chief steward, Xiao Naihe. He was one of the Western gang leaders who had participated in the negotiations at Ba Shang Pier during the day. A man stood proudly in the courtyard, almost as dark as the curtain of night. Many people rushed out from all corners and surrounded him. Xiao Naihe stood on the steps and laughed arrogantly. "You got guts. You dare barge into my dragon's pool and tiger's den alone? Today I'll make sure you don't go back. Kill him." At Xiao Nai's command, the warriors immediately swarmed forward. Light swords, sharp knives, long spears, short halberds, copper and iron pestles, all sorts of light and heavy weapons, long and short weapons, and strange weapons rained down on the man like a storm. The man's body was as slender as a blade of grass on the crest of a wave. A wave could drown him, a small whirlpool could drag him down to the bottom, but in the end he always resurfaced. He didn't make a sound, as if he had only come to kill. Under this crazy attack, his figure was like a ghost constantly flashing and moving. He didn't casually attack, but every time he attacked, he would take a life. Suddenly, after stabbing a warrior to death, the man rushed out from a momentary opening. He twisted his waist and moved forward, his speed increasing. In a flash, he had escaped the encirclement, and the sword in his hand stabbed at Xiao Naihe. Xiao Naihe didn't expect this man to be able to escape the encirclement. He hurriedly retreated and shouted, "Stop him!" 2 long knives crossed and chopped down, but the rushing figure of the person suddenly seemed to stop. The 2 bodyguards chopped down according to the expected speed, but they hit nothing. The assassin was just 1 knife away. The 2 bodyguards were shocked. Before the knife light disappeared, another knife crossed and chopped down. The 4 knife lights looked like a Yao character, but this time, the man suddenly sped up. When the knife light slashed down, the man crashed into the 2 bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards were shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. But the man didn't kill them. He only lightly bumped their chests with his shoulder and then bounced back like a ball. 1 jump, another jump, and another jump. The warriors who were chasing after him could only watch him jump and disappear at the end of the corridor. They couldn't catch up anymore. The 2 bodyguards hurriedly turned their heads and asked, "Master Qiao, are you okay?" Xiao Naihe didn't say a word, and the 2 bodyguards suddenly had an ominous premonition. They slowly picked up the lantern and the light shone on Xiao Nai. His head was lowered, as if he was staring at his toes. His chest was dark red, and the dark red color had spread to the hem of his robe. Where did the blood come from? It was the fourth night watch period, and the sky was faintly clear. The Heavenly Eagle Gang Su Lin stood behind the 3 rows of bodyguards with a bitter expression. He said bitterly, "It's almost dawn. Miss Gu, you have been killing for the whole night." Gu Zhuting's green attire had almost turned black. It was dyed black by the blood that had splashed on it. Her face was very haggard, and her face was as pale as paper. The arrow wound on her arm had already ruptured again in the fight, and blood had soaked her sleeves. But her eyes were abnormally bright, and there was a cold glint in her eyes, like 2 ghost fires in the netherworld. The sword was in her hand. This was a top-notch treasure sword. Fresh blood could not stop dripping from the sword edge. The sword edge shone with a cold light, as clear as water. Following the slight change in her posture, the sword would emit a dark light that was as dark as frost. Gu Zhuting, who held the sword in her hand, was full of killing intent, like a female Azura born from the sea of blood. Su Lin licked his lips and explained weakly, "Miss Gu, although Miss Xiao Xiao is our gang leader's daughter, we didn't know about her actions beforehand. We didn't order her to assassinate you." Gu Zhuting's voice was like the icy water of the Wei River, cold, clear, and indifferent. "It doesn't matter, I don't care." Su Lin was extremely angry and said, "But aren't you fine? You only suffered a small injury on your shoulder. Is there a need to be so unforgiving? You have been killing for the whole night, and how many people have died in your hands? Is this not enough to appease your anger?" "Not enough." Gu Zhuting's voice was very calm, but there was a deep coldness and hatred in her bones. "I haven't married yet. I've finally found someone I want to marry, but you want me to be a widow. Then I'll make it so that you won't even be able to be widowers." Su Lin was shocked and said, You and Dugu Wentao are?" Gu Zhuting sneered and pounced forward with her sword. Su Lin shouted anxiously, "Stop her! Kill her!" In the midst of the enemies, Gu Zhuting was like a flowing light, like a bolt of lightning, appearing and disappearing at times, like a ghost. The sword in her hand flashed, and every time it moved, a life would be lost in this bitter battle. With a flying kick, she broke open a person's lower abdomen, and like lightning, she slid 3 feet to the side, and the sword in her hand flashed, and another person's throat was cut open. With a wave of her left hand, a flying knife from her sleeve pierced into a person's eye. In the midst of a mournful scream, she bent her waist and wedged in between the whistling knives and axes. Her elbow hit heavily on a person's ribs, and just as the sound of bones breaking could be heard, her left leg kicked out, and like a whip, it hit the bottom of another person's groin. In the midst of the chase and killing, the people in the courtyard became fewer and fewer. Such a bloody method made the guards and thugs scared, and no one dared to chase after the phantom that specialized in harvesting souls. Su Lin saw that the situation was not good and started to run. As he ran, he shouted madly, "It was not my idea. His death has nothing to do with me. You can't kill me. You are unreasonable." Gu Zhuting's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "I have always been unreasonable." In the 4th watch period, Yang Fan's heavy breathing suddenly stopped, and he weakly opened his eyes. The 3 Gu brothers, Ren Wei, and the others had been guarding him, and there were always at least 2 people who were awake, paying attention to his movements. As soon as Yang Fan woke up, Ren Wei immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Ah Lang is awake." In an instant, everyone gathered around the bed. Yang Fan's listless eyes stared at them for a while, and then he gradually woke up. He still remembered the moment when he was shot by the military crossbow. His eyes turned, but he did not see Gu Zhuting. Yang Fan asked nervously, "Where's Miss Gu?" Guda hurriedly said, "Little sister has been holding Ah Lang since he was shot by the arrow. We wanted to change hands, but she refused. She was really tired after the journey, so after Ah Lang was bandaged, I let her go back to her room to rest." As soon as Yang Fan's expression calmed down, Gu-san interrupted, "But when I went to see her later, she was gone." Guda glared at Gu-san, rubbed his hands, and said to Yang Fan, Alang knows her temper. Alang doesn't need to worry, as long as Alang is fine. Yang Fan closed his eyes. He was still dizzy due to the excessive blood loss. Yang Fan closed his eyes and asked weakly, "Where am I? What's the situation now?" Renwei quickly recounted everything to Yang Fan. Yang Fan was silent for a long time, and everyone around the bed thought that he had fainted again. Yang Fan slowly opened his eyes and whispered to Renwei, "Come closer." Renwei leaned against Yang Fan's side and pressed his ear against Yang Fan's mouth. Yang Fan's voice would shake his wound if he spoke too loudly, so he had to lower his voice. He whispered to Renwei for a while. Renwei's face alternated between surprise and admiration. He didn't know what Yang Fan had said to him, but he only heard him nod his head repeatedly. After Yang Fan finished, he asked again in a low voice, "What time is it now?" Renwei replied, "Just past the 4th watch period." Yang Fan softly grunted, "After daybreak, you start making arrangements." "Yes." Yang Fan turned to Gouda, "I'm thirsty. Give me some water." "Oh." Gouda was just about to turn around, but he quickly turned back and said, No. The doctor has strictly instructed that sour, salty, porridge, and seafood are not to be eaten." Yang Fan helplessly said, "Then ask the doctor what I can eat and drink." "Oh." Gouda did not care what time it was. After listening to Yang Fan's instructions, he rushed out impatiently. Yang Fan's energy was running low, and his eyelids were starting to droop again. He forced himself to stay awake and said to Guer, "I risked my life to save her, not to let her risk her life again. Find her, come back."